This young man cooks a pot of pebble porridge in the army. The soldiers who eat it turn into mad dogs, and anyone else who eats it gains a super strong body and an extra 30 centimeters downstairs. The next second, they're punching monsters. Because he awakened the super chef ability, he can analyze and cook monsters. Any monster is an ingredient for him. And without further ado, let's begin. 1 month before his discharge, the sky was ablaze. Buildings were destroyed. Explosions were everywhere. The world had collapsed. Communication between the base and the outside world has been severed. A panicked voice shouts, "Sir, the internal network is down and there's no radio signal." What's going on? Not only the phones, but even the emergency lines are down, someone shouted, looking down at the soldiers below. Are our units still safe? How long can we hold out here? Everyone knew that all contact with the military had been cut off, and that was the beginning of everything. Everything has been like this ever since. Surveying the devastation, it's fortunate our unit is high in the mountains, surrounded by obstacles to help us hold out. But what's coming is coming. We're reaching our limit, and supplies are dwindling fast. To survive, they were forced to make a difficult decision, as one of them stirred a large pot with a spoon. Ho ho, he stirs and serves. In times like these, we need to eat well and focus our strength. He cooks a huge pot of soup all by himself. A special sauce for lunch today, bear meat stewed with courage. He wipes his sweat and grins. Those who received their full trays of food sat properly in their places and waited. One person ate and turned to ask the person next to them, "Is this really the only option?" The man next to him chuckled. Going out to find food is suicide. He ate heartily, even complimenting the food. Why is this so good? Should I get more? He wondered, ignoring the strange look from the man next to him. Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the table and shouted, "Lieutenant Kim, let's go. We have to leave." He even stomped on the table, radiating vigor, declaring that they needed to get out and fight immediately, questioning the soldiers' worth if they were already scared. The remaining soldiers, filled with spirit, clenched their fists and shouted in unison, "Yeah, let's advance on those bastards. We're suffocating here. Let's go hunt those monsters. We can't fight on an empty stomach." Now the soldiers are like a pack of wolves rushing outside. Yes, let's get this party started. The cafeteria is buzzing with excitement. Shinrang Run stood there, smiling contentedly at the soldiers' shouts outside. Long live the Republic of Korea Army. This is exactly what he'd hoped for. He is Sergeant Shin Jang-gun, age 20. With red glints in their eyes, the soldiers fearlessly charged forward, oblivious to fatigue. Shinrang Run was this unit's cook. A peaceful scene unfolds. White clouds, golden sunlight, and soldiers playing ball on the field beneath a gate that reads, "Pride Number 1. The sounds of people playing soccer and shouting to each other fill the air. "Hey, block him, there's an opening there." They even use each other for leverage, jumping up to block the ball, don't miss. Some people walked by asking each other, "Have you heard Nespa's new song?" The cafeteria buzzed with conversation. Oh God, what is this flavor? There's nothing special on the lunch menu today. What about dinner? A delivery man passed by, sighing at the long line. It's almost time to eat, and people will eat whatever they can find. With that, he quickly carried the cardboard box away. I need to get this to the kitchen quickly. Xinjiang stands in the kitchen, his skilled hands preparing food with a knife. Each precise cut is a work of art, when suddenly a voice calls out, "Sergeant Xinjiang." The knife in his hand stops as the large man rushes in, looking flustered. "We were supposed to have stir-fried squid tonight, but we're out of squid." He whips around, startled, and shouts, "Whoa, what?" "I've told you countless times to check the food carefully. How many times have I told you?" Then another person popped their head in, calling out to him, "Sergeant, Lieutenant Kim is on the line." He doesn't want to eat vegetable tempura for lunch. One thing after another, it's infuriating. Annoyed, he snapped, "What now?" But he was a lieutenant, so he had no choice but to wave him off. "All right, forget about him," the guy stammered, clearly flustered. Sergeant, looking at the pile of chopped carrots on the table, he scoffs, "I'm stuck doing kitchen duty because we're short-handed, and this place is full of demands. No squid for dinner, and Lieutenant Kim doesn't like vegetables for lunch." After sorting things out, he looks at everyone in the kitchen and says loudly, "All right, listen up. We're changing the dinner menu from stir-fried squid to crispy pork belly. Remember all that pork belly we stockpiled during the unit gathering?" The others responded in unison. "Sergeant, you frown and nudge the man next to you, urging him to hurry, saying they're going to love this." Commands echo through the kitchen. "Grab the ice cream and chicken from the freezer. Lieutenant Kim likes pasta for lunch, so we'll make chicken pasta. Hurry now. The air is so peaceful. Those playing ball on the field never tire." A torn cardboard box lies discarded in the woods, a shoe cast aside on the ground. Near it, a pool of blood suggests someone has met with misfortune. Someone has died unnoticed as a figure writhes, emitting strange noises. Grrr. A huge monster with glowing red eyes and a mouthful of sharp teeth is devouring a corpse, while inside the kitchen, no one suspects a thing. Someone offered him a soda, encouraging him, saying Sergeant was only a few days from discharge, so hang in there. He took the soda from the man, smiling easily. It's true, but since it won't be long now, it feels more worthwhile to do these things. The chubby guy chuckled, asking, I'm so jealous of those who've completed their military service. So, what does Sergeant plan to do after being discharged? He looked at him honestly and replied, Well, I don't know yet. Popping open a can, he said, I think I'll learn to cook properly and try opening a restaurant. The other person exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Isn't the food industry in decline? And cooking isn't even your specialty, Sergeant. He looked at him and smiled knowingly, confident in his own abilities despite the other's words. I found joy in cooking for the military. It felt good to see people enjoy my food, so I want to learn more. Oh, that's impressive. After you're discharged, would you like to come to the restaurant where I used to work? He replied, still confused. I'll teach you as your senior. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the water I just drunk sprayed out in a torrent, and I wiped my mouth, yelling in annoyance. Are you crazy? Who said I liked your place? I have no interest in Japanese cuisine. What an idiot. Despite being scolded, the guy wasn't angry at all and even tried to say more. Oh, but Japanese cuisine is delicious. He put his drink down on the table, a sly grin in his eyes. I appreciate it, but isn't the culinary world even more hierarchical than the military? I don't want to be under your thumb. With that, he stood up to get back to work, using his authority to order the chubby guy around. Fine, but I just noticed we're out of salt. Go get some from the storage. He glared at the others, turned up the heat, and shouted, It's almost time to eat. Hurry up and get everything ready. The others could only obey. Though he said that, he still paid attention to what the fatty said, thinking of attractive and delicious dishes, and thought to himself, Japanese cuisine? Being his subordinate doesn't sound great, but learning from a restaurant with a different style might be okay. He couldn't help but imagine all sorts of delicious cuisines, smiling to himself, thinking that the pinnacle of cooking must be Western cuisine. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the kitchen. He whipped around, his face darkening with confusion. Is that Run's voice? He rushes to the storage room, wondering what's wrong. He cautiously opened the door and peered inside. Not seeing him, he called out, Brother Run, unaware of a dark figure in the corner. His eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring down as he stared at the looming shadow. What the hell is that thing? The monster's long tail swayed as it made strange noises. Beneath it is Run's corpse. It killed him. His eyes still wide, he sees him too, fearfully wondering, Run is dead. Frozen in place, a cold shiver ran down his spine as he trembled helplessly. No way. This can't be happening, right? It's absurd. It's just a wild animal. There's no way a monster this big could exist. He sweats, trying to stay calm, looking away. Yes, it defies logic, but why is Run trembling? The splattered blood is proof. This is no mistake. His mouth agape, every hair on his body stood on end as he froze, eyes locked on the scene before him. Damn it. This isn't a dream. It's real. Blood stained the ground, mingling with the creature's horrifying cries. Just then, more people arrived. The sergeant frantically raised his hand, stopping them, his mind racing, knowing he had to get everyone out of here, his teeth chattering as he waved his hand, signaling them to leave quietly. The others stood still, looking at him, confused, as he quietly said, Put them down and go. An oblivious soldier opened the door, asking, Sergeant Shin, what's going on? He hadn't even noticed the monster as he casually walked into the warehouse with a box. The monster immediately noticed the newcomer, its eyes glowing red as it lunged forward. Only then did the man see it, and he screamed in terror. He quickly lunges forward, teeth chattering. Kid, run! He frantically grabbed a large knife from the ground and hurled it at the monster, yelling, Take this, you damn beast! But the knife bounced harmlessly off its hide, leaving not even a scratch. The knife slams into the wall and falls to the ground, while the creature's tail sends the man flying into the wall. A four-legged monster with a tail, nearly the size of the warehouse itself. He stared in stunned disbelief. What? It's not working. Its sharp teeth bared. The monster roared to the heavens before lunging at him with lightning speed, its snake-like tongue flicking from its gaping maw. Seeing it charge, he desperately searched for an escape. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Thinking fast, he dove under a table, still in shock, unable to believe his eyes. How could such a monster exist in the real world? The monster, unable to bite him, smashed into the wall behind him, leaving a gaping hole, yet remained unharmed, turning to attack again as the others screamed in terror. Sergeant, what is that thing? Teeth chattering, flat on the ground, he screamed back, "How would I know?" The monster's foot slammed down, sending the table flying. With no cover left, he crawled on the ground, yelling, "Damn it!" The monster's arm swung out, freezing him in place, mouth agape, unsure of what to do. "Fill the ladle!" one of them shouted. "Sergeant Shin!" He hurled a ladle of oil at the monster, yelling, "Down you go!" Shinranjan watched in stunned amazement as the monster's face was scorched black. The man wondered if it would work, but quickly scooped another ladle of oil, excitedly yelling, "Great! You can't stand the hot oil. Hurry and pour more. Come and die." Shin's teeth chatter as he quickly takes in the scene. "No matter how tough you are, you'll still burn in oil. We have to tell the others what happened here," he said, calling out to the kitchen hand. He turned to answer, "Yes, sir." But in that moment, a dark gray blur struck. The monster's tail, sending the assistant flying, a massive, powerful blow to the face. Too fast, too dangerous, he couldn't even comprehend what had just happened. The poor cook was dead, killed by the monster, and he paled in horror. The monster continues its rampage, using its tail to destroy everything, whipping it around the room like a fan. Now only he remains in its sights, its tail raised high. He desperately covers his face. Damn it, it's gone mad. Looking around the floor, the others were all dead, lying in pools of blood, and he wondered in terror, "Am I going to die like this?" Sweat poured as fear choked him, but then his eyes widened. The monster was attacking someone else. Its eyes were squinting, disoriented. He wondered what was happening. Looking closely at its bloodshot eye, he realized the oil was blinding it. This is his chance. The creature is starting to show wounds, its scales reddening and cracking. Shin grits his teeth, observing the exposed skin on its back. He furrows his brow, focusing all his thoughts, gritting his teeth with determination. He might just be able to do this. Thinking he needed something that could pierce deep enough, he spotted a long knife on the ground, recognizing Run Hyung's favorite blade. Suddenly, the monster gritted its teeth. Its eyes turned red, and it spun around. Shin gritted his own teeth, trying to remain calm, not daring to move or make a sound. Any noise, and he's done for. That's right. His jaws clenched, and sweat poured down him. In this life-or-death moment, courage is key. I am the one who decides. Seizing the opportunity as the monster turns away, I dash towards the knife on the ground. He darts from one corner to the next. The monster senses his presence, but its eyes cannot see him. He grabbed the knife and moved like lightning, leaping high to strike, screaming, "Die, you bastard!" The monster writhed in agony, its long tongue lolling as he plunged the blade into its existing wound. The monster roared in agony, collapsing to the ground as he plunged the knife deeper with all his might. Its black blood splattered on his face. After struggling for a while, the monster finally ran out of strength. But it still writhed, and he resolved not to give up. All right, it definitely has to die. He had to kill it, giving it no chance to fight back. It was him or it. His hands trembling, he pulled out his dagger and stabbed it wildly, screaming as he did. The monster finally lay still and unmoving. He unleashed all the pent-up anger and frustration from the deaths of his comrades, continuing to stab even after it was dead. "Die, you bastard!" He gripped the knife and stabbed relentlessly. The monster died with a grimace. After a moment, the room fell silent, black blood pooling on the floor. Exhausted, he collapsed next to the monster, gasping for breath, relieved to be alive, whispering, "I won." Staring at the giant corpse, he cheered, "I killed that monster." A light flashes in the space, and a series of blue screens appear with a voice. "Congratulations on your awakening. Trembling awakened one. Novice chef." His eyes widened in disbelief as he wondered, "What is this? There have been too many surprises today." Night begins to fall, casting shadows across this place. An unsettling silence. Corpses littered the landscape. Damn, why are there so many monsters? I see bodies everywhere. Has everyone died? Struggling to crawl out from under a fallen tree, he teared up, still unable to comprehend this madness. What in the world is going on? What is that monster? And what are these strange windows? When he tapped one, it announced a global event. A guild war was about to begin. Rise up together. It also told him to create or join a guild, saying that early guilds would receive exclusive benefits. It also displayed his personal notification. Currently, no guild. He frowned, staring at the screen in mid-air, utterly bewildered. What is this hologram? It's like a system window from a game. He wondered if someone was playing a prank on him and curiously tapped the notification. Suddenly, a light flashed and another notification appeared. The global flag snatching event has begun. Each time he tapped, another notification popped up. Alone in the forest, he searched for any sign of another person, the recent notifications only adding to his confusion. A war between guilds? Capture the flag? His head is about to explode, and he grits his teeth. I don't know anything. I don't have time to care about that nonsense. I need to get out of here. But everywhere I look, there are only corpses. He desperately searches for other survivors, knowing there's safety in numbers, clutching his only weapon, a long knife. Hiding behind a large tree, he carefully observes, determined to survive at any cost. He'll check the surrounding area even if he finds nothing. The area was eerily silent until a gunshot rang out, and Jin, teeth chattering, peeked out from behind a wall. Where did that gunshot come from? The armory? He was getting closer. Remembering the giant monster, he suspected that those who couldn't fight it had abandoned their weapons and fled to the armory. With that thought, his spirits lifted, a glimmer of hope ignited. But suddenly, another monster, just like the last, appeared behind him. Towering over him, its crimson eyes bore into him, and seeing it, he recoiled with a shout. What? Where did you come from? Anxious, and without even a drop of oil to his name, a light suddenly flashes in the sky. The system announces that the skill, God's Eye, has been activated. The more he reads, the less he understands, as the monster draws ever closer and he screams in terror. What's this? The screen displays a complete ingredient analysis. You have obtained the apprentice chef's taming slime recipe. The slime's joints are flexible and soft, making movement easy. So, it's a material that anyone with a little knowledge can handle without difficulty. First, cut off the circulation and drain the blood. The left armpit is close to the heart and easy to cut through, making it easy to draw blood from the vessels near the heart. Shin's teeth chatter as his eyes widen in disbelief. What's this? A method for butchering the monster is appearing in my mind? Just then, the monster roared impatiently, eager to devour him whole. In this narrow alley, it steadily approaches, sending shivers down his spine. Oh, it's coming. Gripping the knife tightly, he wonders if he can really pull this off. He wondered if this method would really work, but the monster charged, leaving him no choice. No time to think anymore. Eyes narrowed, he braced himself. Damn it, I have to try. The monster opens its mouth and throws its head back. He unlocked a skill, novice chef's knife skills, and managed to stab the monster's left armpit, causing it to bleed profusely. Using knives as weapons increases damage, but he assumed the blade would get stuck in its tough hide. But contrary to his expectations, the knife actually pierced the monster, causing it to bleed. Seeing the monster fall, he realized that following the system's instructions might actually work. The monster is dead. He can't believe he killed it in one hit. Gasping for breath, he crawls out from under the beast, covered in blood, and shouts, "I did it!" Still clutching the knife, he knew he'd be dead if not for the system's guidance. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. It was as if he were drifting into another dimension. What was this feeling? Something is slowly surging within him. A feeling he's never experienced before. A light flashes again, and you receive experience points. Before him, the system displays the all-seeing eye, saying there isn't a single ingredient that a great chef can't handle, even ones they've never worked with before. The targets have been identified as ingredients, and the appraisal can detect their standard recipes and preparation methods. His eyes widened in disbelief as he read. He now saw the monster as an ingredient? He exclaimed in surprise. This monster is considered food? The system then shifted to another screen. The formula calculates the light fluid, a special accumulation of savory, salty, and light flavors. However, if overcooked, it becomes tougher, and without removing a certain discomfort, it becomes an ingredient that needs careful preparation. The recommended cooking method, he couldn't take it anymore, screaming, "Enough!" Turning away, he shouted, "Are you crazy? Cook that thing? How could I swallow a man-eating monster?" His heart pounded. Caught in a bind, he gasped for air, sweat pouring down. Helpless. Just as he awakened, he heard footsteps approaching. A soldier with a gun walked through the alley. "Hey, who's there?" He quickly replied, "I'm Sergeant Shin Rangjun, a cook." The soldier recognized him and rushed over. "Sergeant Shin, you know him too. You're Corporal Kim 2 from the medical supply unit," he exclaimed in surprise. "Ah, you're alive." He then asked, "What are you doing here all alone?" Noticing his exhaustion and the blood splattered all over him, he wondered, "And what happened to you?" Shin, teeth chattering, didn't answer, but adjusted his clothes and frowned. "It's a long story. What are you doing here?" They left the alley together, finding others outside, all armed. He explained, "I heard voices coming from this direction. I thought they might be survivors. Let's get to the armory first. We don't know when those monsters will show up." He walked, anxiously looking around, when suddenly some people ran quickly, shouting, "Run!" The three of them ran for their lives, the two with guns in the lead and him with his knife following behind. But what about the other cooks? He asked. He was confused, his voice low and sad. They're probably all dead. The man hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. Now safe, he reassured him. You don't need to apologize. Looking down at the ground, he thought of the dead. They were good people. Remembering them laughing together, arm in arm, he felt even more sorrow. It seemed he was the only one left. Suddenly a shout rings out. We found a survivor here. Hurry inside. Shinreng trembles as he follows them, scanning the room filled with armed people, thinking, we defended the armory together. They all look exhausted. Some are injured. Their uniforms are different. I feel much safer. Following Kim, he sighs, well, at least we've regrouped here. What a relief. A familiar light flashes. He's acquired the primate processing skill, a novice chef's secret recipe. He read it, startled, his eyes wide with stunned disbelief. Primal butchery? Looking around, he saw only humans. A chill ran down the soldiers' spines as they wondered, could he be talking about them? This is too much. What the hell is going on here? The system even guided him to kill and butcher people. Suddenly, a man ran up to him. Hey, Sergeant, go inside and report, he asked back in surprise. Report? There was nothing unusual about him. He guessed it seemed the others couldn't see this window, as the man said, That's right, Lieutenant Kim is in command here. High-ranking officials from every department were in a meeting, and upon hearing of Sergeant Shin's survival, he was immediately summoned. Hearing this, he followed him inside. All right, let's go. He pointed, guiding me, saying there would be a door on the left as soon as I entered. Wiping the grime from his face, he wondered if Lieutenant Kim was the only surviving commander. But monsters surely attacked more than just soldiers. Time to head inside. The door was already ajar, and he hesitated, a little confused. He peeked inside and said softly, Sergeant Shin Rain-Run, I heard you were looking for me. Inside the room, several others were present, and upon seeing him, one exclaimed, Oh, Mr. Sin, you're alive. Lieutenant Kim Hyun-seo saw him, frowned, and with gritted teeth announced, Well, it looks like we're in for some serious trouble. He told him to sit down and talk, to sit wherever he felt comfortable, and Shin Rung-Run calmly agreed. All right, he said to everyone present. There are still quite a few survivors. He handed a notebook to the man next to him. Continue checking the list. Is this the transport team? Looking at the man before him, a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. Sweat trickled down Lieutenant Kim. He knew that arrogant demeanor, a low-ranking officer, greedy and filthy. He used to sneer at the food I cooked, saying, who could eat this? I'll eat that later. And there were times he came right into the kitchen, bossing him around. Hey, I suddenly have a craving for pasta, so make it for me now. You were working on something else, but you had to stop and ask again. Right now, all of that left him with a bad impression. He maintained that attitude. This man is the current commander of our unit. He scanned the room, asking, Is there a vehicle here from the transport unit? Isn't that Chief Jun-kyu? The soldier next to him turned and replied, Yes, Sergeant Kim Jun-kai is dead. Or rather, he's gone to a better place. Kim Hyun-seo was taken aback, asking, The transport unit leader? The others' faces darkened, silent and afraid to speak, a sense of sadness washing over them. Shin's teeth chatter as he observes them, realizing half of them aren't qualified for this position. Suddenly, a man stepped forward, volunteering to take Sergeant Pat's place, as he was currently unfit for duty. Kim Hyun-seo eyed the volunteer. What? Looking at the calm faces of those sitting upright, only the most lucid remain. He held up the notebook to look, summarizing that there were 7 people in the reconnaissance unit, and frowned as he examined it. There are 10 in transport and 1 in logistics as they tally the survivors. Roughly 100 people remain, with nearly half the battalion lost. Suddenly, a voice asks, May I take a look? He agreed, turning around. Yes, Min. What is it? This Min was a communications sergeant, and he nervously voiced his prediction. I confirmed with superiors before coming here. It seems we've lost contact with the outside world. Kim Hyun-seo exclaimed in shock. What? The man calmly recalled how all the phones had lost signal, and the emergency communication network had also collapsed. Even the TV, radio, internal network, and even the military's radio frequencies. He reported, I've tried everything I can think of, but it seems we're completely cut off. This maniac isn't helping, he's only making things worse. We're screwed, he says, as Jinwoo watches silently. The others began to panic, saying, You mean we can't contact the outside world? Did North Korea launch an EMP? Others countered that the military has EMP shielding, so how could that be? Panic erupts as they wonder if they're all just waiting to die. If we can't contact the outside, what will happen to our families? A fearful soldier asked the leader. Lieutenant Kim, what do we do now? I feel like we're trapped in our own unit. He knows his men are growing anxious. Looking at their fearful faces, he figures that if a target is identified, the soldiers' anxiety might lessen a bit. Kim Huin-seo sat helplessly, unable to answer his subordinate's question. Commander, you must resolve this chaos and calm everyone down. As the only officer present, everyone awaits your decision. Kim Huin-seo paused, still unable to speak. That's right. Everyone, including him, stared intently, awaiting his answer, when one impatient soldier shouted out, "Well? If even the lieutenant doesn't know what to do, how are we supposed to?" Hearing this, he flew into a rage, squinting and cursing under his breath. That crazy bastard. So he stood up, spreading his arms as if he knew everything. Just do it. It's dangerous, but necessary. Choose your own volunteers and proceed. Everyone was shocked, asking, "Volunteers?" Shin Rang remained unsatisfied, thinking, he still wants to do it? Looking at this pathetic excuse for a commander, he wondered, does he not want to be a commander anymore? If he makes the wrong choice now, he'll face the consequences. And he's still trying to avoid responsibility by saying he needs orders from above. He knew it wasn't easy for him either. This situation was difficult, but this wasn't the attitude a commander should have. Enraged and helpless, he gritted his teeth. "Lieutenant Kim, I once had such high hopes for you. Utter foolishness." Oblivious, Kim raised his hand and looked around. "If anyone disagrees, do you have a better idea?" He even said, "Or how about we pick some volunteers?" Some others mumbled in agreement. Perhaps we had no other choice. Hearing that, Kim Hyun-seo was ecstatic. Good, so everyone agrees. But someone couldn't take it anymore, shouting, "Is that something a lieutenant should be saying right now?" Others quickly tried to calm him down. Hey, calm down, there has to be a way," he said, overwhelmed by the chaos, realizing he couldn't rely on these commanders. Kim Hyun-seo, silently enraged, gripped his chair and exclaimed, "You said we've lost contact, right?" He proposed, "Why don't we send some people to higher command and try to contact them? We need orders from above to do anything." Everyone stared at him in stunned disbelief. Shin, unable to hold back any longer, said coldly, "Wouldn't that be too dangerous?" The others stared at him in disbelief, but regardless of what they thought, he had to tell them they were 1,400 meters above sea level. And if we were to drive out, it would take a very long time. 2 hours to reach the higher unit, and if any monsters attacked in that time. Some of them agreed with him, saying the distance was too great and this was fine. Kim Hyun-seo avoids his gaze, looking away in confusion. The remaining soldiers will stay put until we can contact headquarters. Min silently glanced over, wearing the same expression. As the sky darkens, they move on to other matters, starting with the state of the troops. Teeth chattering, he asks how much food they have left. The man reports about 5 days of basic rations and 6 weeks of emergency rations. Recalling the stores, and with their numbers dwindling, he estimates they have enough for 2 months. Kim Hyun-seo turns to another, questioning, "What about ammunition?" The manager reported, "We used up all the training ammo last week, so now we only have combat rounds in reserve." It's not a small amount, but thinking about that ammunition, he sounded troubled, wondering what would happen without resupply. After all, they were monsters. And so much discussion ensued on how to deal with the remaining monsters in the base. Kim Hyun-seo did his best to control the electricity and water supply, but nothing he did seemed to satisfy him. Ultimately, their goal was to wait for contact from above, but the good news was that the soldiers seemed to have calmed down. He took notes on everything. All right, that's enough. He was going to end the meeting just like that and report to the others? He was dumbfounded. Is the meeting just ending like this? He hasn't even mentioned the most important thing. Shin Rang, trembling once more, stood and questioned them all. Shouldn't we be discussing the awakening? Everyone was bewildered, and Kim Hyun-seo asked in surprise, "Awakening? Sergeant Shin, what are you talking about?" he asked again. "Didn't you say you hunted monsters?" The man sweated, confused. "Yes, we hunted with guns. So what?" No one understood what he was saying. It was then that he realized he was different. What's with the reaction? Am I the only awakened one here? And with that, he pulled a knife from his belt, still stained with blood, and held it out. "I have something I want to show you," and the others scrambled to get out of his way. "Hey, what's with the knife? What are you planning to do?" The sharp knife gleamed as he approached the table, causing the others to back away. Everyone was wary. His words and actions seemed far from normal, but what could they do? You can say whatever you want, but it'll just make you look crazy. "I killed that monster. This is just an ordinary table." Taking a deep breath, he calms himself, seeing only vegetables. Then, with trembling hands, he decisively slashes the table. His knife skills honed, his attitude serious as he recreates the movements he used to kill the monster. He stops. The table looks no different, but in an instant it cracks exactly along the lines he cut. The whole room shakes and everyone gapes in astonishment. "Wow," some exclaimed. "That's insane. How did you do that? The table was cut like paper." The system notified him of his talent, the knife skills of a novice chef. He'd proven it. Raising the knife, he told them, "After killing the monster that invaded the kitchen, I awakened this ability and can do this." Kim Hyun-seo couldn't contain himself, shouting, "What? You killed a monster and awakened?" He understood their surprise and affirmed decisively, "Yes. I found it hard to believe at first, but I've proven it with my actions." They stared blankly at him. "Didn't you all see it with your own eyes? I don't know how I lived before, but in this situation, I wouldn't be surprised if I could die at any moment. He doesn't know when he'll run out of ammo and food, and the number of monsters is still unknown, but he grips his knife, his weapon, for survival. I'm 3 days from discharge, and now I'm going to die here. Thinking about it makes my blood boil and my fighting spirit surges. No, I will live. I will get out of here, and I will open my own restaurant. To live, I must feed this battalion." He can't be led around by the nose with these ridiculous plans. He has to speak up. "So, from now on, my top priority is to awaken this entire battalion, starting with you all." Just then, a loud noise from outside interrupted everything. A soldier bursts in, panicked. "We're in trouble. The monsters are coming," Kim Hyun-seo shouts as he looks outside. "What? How many are there?" The scout reported at least 5, but the number was unconfirmed, and they appeared again just as our meeting ended. The room erupted in chaos. "Move, move, back to your positions, prepare for battle." The men followed Dongqing's orders, and he gritted his teeth, rushing outside. Damn it, why are they all coming here? Outside, the soldiers can only fire their guns continuously, unleashing a barrage of bullets into the monsters. Luckily, they're only going to places where people used to be. The soldiers fired and said to each other, "We're using almost a whole clip to kill just one." The man yelled back, "Conserve ammo, aim high as possible." The monsters were even climbing over the outer fence. Seeing them sprayed with bullets gave him some hope. They could be hurt, but this wasn't efficient. At 20 to 30 rounds per monster, they wouldn't have enough ammo after dealing with today's 10. Thinking of our limited ammo, they say we can still resist for now. But without resupply, we're doomed. After a barrage of gunfire, the monsters finally fall. Cheers erupt. It's over. It's finally over. All right, set up the fortifications and check for casualties. Team leaders, check your numbers and report back. Looking at the bodies on the ground, 2 people sacrificed themselves today, sparking angry curses. Damn it. Shin Rang trembles as he steps forward, questioning. "What do we do with the bodies?" one of them tells him. "There's a graveyard we made behind the unit. Most will be put in body bags for cremation." One of them urged the soldiers to hurry up. They quickly took the bodies away. "Yes, Captain." Sweating profusely, he stood there speechless as the battle against the monsters came to an end. The plans discussed in the meeting began to unfold as Kim Hyun-seo looked at the others and asked, "Are you both sure about this relocation?" "He knows to first send a support request to the higher-ups and wait for contact," a confident-looking man replies. "Yes, I know of a place where we can replenish our forces. We have enough fuel and won't have to fight any monsters," he added. "We also have a depot to store ammunition." Hearing this, Commander Kim seemed very pleased. "Good, very good. So, I'll cover you until you can get the next group out. Yeah, while they planned, he schemed. Now, we need to discuss how to increase the number of awakened." The others exchanged questioning glances. "Why can't we awaken? I'm sure I killed a monster." Hearing their questions, he spoke up. "Perhaps it's because you killed it with a gun." A reconnaissance sergeant, spurred by Sung Jin-woo's words, turned back in surprise and asked, "What was that?" "Without a gun?" The group was astonished, unable to believe it. Thinking of that huge monster, could he have meant he killed it with his bare hands? The soldiers always shot it with guns, but we shot it from a distance, so it couldn't get close. Hearing them talk, he knew that was the only difference. "I think so too." Shinrang calmly watched them explain that there must be an energy source within them when they kill it. They all stood around him, listening intently. Perhaps the monster releases energy upon death, and they need to be close to absorb it. I wonder if that's what happened. Kim Hyun-seo listened, disturbed by the idea, wondering if they'd have to face the monsters head-on, as the others peppered Shinrang with questions about the message revealing the weakness. "The armpit?" he answered honestly. "Yes, the knife went through it easily," he replied to their questions, "but I didn't know about the weakness before I awakened. Oh, I poured boiling oil on it and the skin just peeled right off." Shin's teeth chattered as he recounted everything. That's when I seized the opportunity. Kim Hyun-seo was shocked. Frying in boiling oil, no need to surround him. He couldn't stand it and spoke frankly since it meant getting close. Isn't that suicide? I'm one of them, rubbed his hands together, resolved. Then let's do it this way. The man, convinced, announced to the others. After all, we can kill monsters easily with a few bullets, and you've all seen how much pain and energy it costs them. Thinking of firing continuously at the monster, then just before it dies, we'll have someone else come in and finish it off. By then, the monster will be weak, so it won't be too difficult, and remember to strike its weak point directly. Kim Hyun-seo stroked his chin, thinking that they needed bayonets to kill the monsters and perhaps a maintenance team to sharpen them with grinders. The other man raised his gun in agreement. Yes, because the range of a bayonet is wider, making it safer than a dagger. Hearing his words, he had to admit it was a smart strategy. Taijun is a scout, so he might be weaker in combat, but he has strategic thinking. With that in mind, he grabbed Taijun's sleeve, pulled him back, and said with a grin, "Then Taijun will take care of this. We're going to eat." He exclaimed in surprise, "Auntie, in this situation?" He chuckled. "In this situation, you should definitely go eat." Looking at those working, I don't know what else to do. "I'm starving right now," Jun weakly protested. "No, I don't think so." He looks at Kim Hyun-seo and Taijun and suggests, "It's past lunchtime, so I'll start preparing dinner now. Captain, with your permission." He readily agreed, saying, "All right, we need to eat to fight. I'll give you 2 soldiers." Shinrung replied with satisfaction, "Yes, thank you." "So we'll have dinner at 7 or in switch shifts, but before that we need to inform the troops about the awakening." The group responds in unison, "Yes, sir." "Lieutenant, a truck is traveling through the deep mountains with 2 people inside, driving cautiously and scanning their surroundings." Outside the kitchen, a soldier stands guard with his gun, while Sinrang cooks inside, deftly slicing with a knife, wondering how life could be so easy. The whole cooking process was so relaxing, not tiring at all, and he did it all alone, without any help. Could this be the effect of the novice chef skill? I was worried I couldn't cook it all myself, but now it's no problem. Before long, the apprentice chef's crispy pork belly was complete. His masterful temperature control has improved his cooking stat. The chef's sincerity has increased to a moderate level, and the cooking stat will slightly increase. Today, the dish emits a strange light. Eating the trainee chef's caramelized pork belly will moderately boost health and agility for a limited time. He read this in astonishment. Eating this will temporarily boost my stats, but I don't know if it's strength and agility. The superior sauce skill can be added. He stares at the system window in disbelief, growing more confused as he reads. Supreme sauce? Suddenly his hand glowed, imbued with a strange energy. He couldn't believe his eyes, wondering if this energy could somehow control the emotions of those who ate his food. Remembering the soldiers out there, he knows they're all confused and trembling with fear. This glowing hand must be tested quickly. I hope this dish will bring them some comfort with a reassuring supreme sauce. A side of reassurance from the novice chef's crispy pork belly. The dish is complete. He wipes away sweat with a satisfied smile. Now, let's eat. In the mess hall, the men stand in neat rows. Sergeant Shin, can I have a little more? He happily serves them. Eat up. As he served the food, he anxiously wondered if it would work. The soldiers ate heartily, praising the food with wide smiles. Wow, this is delicious. One even asked, "Did you cook all this yourself, Sergeant Shin?" He watches their expressions intently, knowing it won't make their biceps bigger or give them six-pack abs. I can't know if it works if I don't see it. Looking at the soldiers before him, he wondered if this skill was useless, when one of them excitedly gave him a thumbs up. The sergeant is thanked for the meal, as the others gather around him, chattering excitedly. The monster made my heart sensitive and vulnerable, but I feel better now that I'm full. Others chimed in. Me too, I feel so energized. Can I have more? Shinrang's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, of course. It seems to be working. Looking at the meat in the pot, I'm not sure about the stats, but the dining hall is definitely more lively. It seems to be a good ability, helping them stay so focused. Suddenly, the room shook, and the soldiers were immediately on alert. The building shakes violently as Shin grits his teeth, looking up at the ceiling in terror. Damn it, not again. He bolted towards the emergency exit. They won't let me rest. The sky turns black as people rush out of the building, shouting. It's happening near the barracks. His teeth chattering, Shin ran with the crowd, wondering if everything was all right now that the gunfire had stopped. He asked those standing there what was happening. He'd just returned from a meal, and one of them turned back, stammering. That's when he noticed something ahead and was startled. Spotting a familiar face in the crowd, he called out, "Taehoon!" Taehoon saw him and turned around. "Oh, you're here too. All the guys I know are here." "You're here too? Min, what in the world is going on?" Min frowned, replying tensely, "We saw a monster and gave chase." "It's just like you said, we need to awaken quickly," he said, pointing forward. The two were ready, and the monster lay motionless on the ground. He asked if it was still alive, and Tae-hoon responded, "Yes." He puts his finger on the trigger. Min steps forward. "I'll stab him now." But he stops them, saying, "Let those in the meeting wake up first." Tae-hoon asks in surprise, "Why?" He explained, "Those who only know how to beg, they wouldn't understand if we told them to approach monsters without guns to achieve some kind of awakening. I think it's better if we awaken first and prove it's not dangerous," Tae-joon mused, finally agreeing. "Yes, but we can't do this with the entire army at once," Shin Rung-run affirmed. "That's right, let's start with the higher-ups." Cheers erupt as he lifts the blood-soaked gun from the monster's body. A light flashes in the void. "Congratulations, you have awakened." A system window appears, announcing the awakened Lim Ra. He's now witnessing this screen firsthand, and his shock turns into a loud scream. "What the hell? Is this for real?" The others grew curious as well. What did he see before him? Has he really awakened? Shin Rang, the only one who knows what's going on, asks with a smile if his system window has appeared. He couldn't help but smile, feeling the power in his hands, and triumphantly shouted, "Wow, this feeling is amazing. You were right. I can feel a strange energy flowing through my body." Hearing this, he was overjoyed. "Oh, so you succeeded." He thought in disbelief, "I can't believe I'm seeing this firsthand." Though they couldn't see the system, they saw the energy orbs in Min's hands and exclaimed in awe, "Wow, look at the brilliant light in my hands. It's amazing, unbelievable." "You don't believe me?" He excitedly ran over and asked, "What's your job, man?" He held up his hands, crackling with electricity, and declared, "I'm a novice mage with an affinity for electricity. My skill is called lightning. You're just too excited to remember." He even had to ask, "Are there any other mages?" "Hey, you were the first awakened, remember?" That's when he understood, and they both came to the same conclusion. So does that mean your job is determined by your talents? Well, that clears things up. He could awaken by killing a monster at close range. At first, no one believed it, but seeing it with their own eyes changed everything. One soldier raises his gun, determined, "Then I'll be next." It's Tae-joon. He can't wait to awaken. Min agreed, thinking he should do the same, but his brother just looked at him and warned, "Tae-joon, be careful." The other soldiers watched with bated breath as Sergeant Park stepped up, telling them to stay alert. With each tense step forward, Tae-hoon furrowed his brow, focusing intently on the massive monster lying on the ground, still alive. He hesitated to strike, needing to steel himself. It's a bit scary. It's definitely not dead. Suddenly, the monster's eyes widen, startling him. It's moving, and he steps forward, saying, "Hey, stay still. I'll finish this in a minute." He steps onto the monster, gun in hand, ready to strike, but this time the beast is far from defeated, its eyes burning with deadly intent. It suddenly roars, its body convulsing, its mouth opening wide to reveal rows of sharp teeth, as Tae-run stares in wide-eyed horror, unable to speak. "It's moving!" Screams echo through the space, along with the clamor of voices as everyone watches with bated breath. Shinran screams, "Tae-run!" The monster gnaws at his leg, dragging him to the ground, its mouth full of sharp teeth clamped tight. He screams in agony, "Oh, damn it, you damn monster." Its eyes still glowing red, the monster bites down with renewed excitement as Min asks worriedly, "Hey, Tremor Fang, aren't you going to help him?" The soldiers behind him anxiously shouted, "Do you want me to open fire?" "Give the order and I'll shoot." But he decided to raise his hand to stop them. "No, everyone stop. He has to be the one to kill it. This is too dangerous." Tae-joon was frozen in fear, unable to move. He had to shout wildly, "Tae-joon, what are you doing?" "Finish it," he yelled through gritted teeth, tears and sweat pouring down his face. "All right, I'm putting everything I have into this, you bastard. I won't let you live." His eyes burned with determination as he screamed and stabbed with all his might. With one strike, the monster died on the spot. Everyone stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. "It's done." The trembling gunman, breathless, squeezed his eyes shut, sensing the strange power within him. A system notification appeared, congratulating him on his awakening. A system window full of text appeared. He knew this was it. Now the group anxiously rushes toward him. "Tae-hoon, are you okay? What are you doing? Call a medic, quick." "Our medics are just physical therapists. They can't handle that kind of treatment, so it's better to have none." Everyone laughed, seeing the monster truly dead. "Ha, ha, ha." The trembling man, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and turned away in pain. "I also have a system window." Hearing this, Shinrang happily trembled and replied, "Well done, you bastard. You almost made me choke and fall over." He quickly helped him to his feet, saying, "I'm glad you're okay. The wound on my leg isn't too bad. Since the monster was dying, its bite wasn't very strong, and my leg wasn't crushed." He struggled to walk. "I almost lost my drive there." The other soldiers rushed over as well. "Hey, go help over there and be careful, buddy," the gunners chimed in. "We'll be back as soon as the doctor arrives." And with that, the chaos came to an end. June and Minza had become awakened, and so an army capable of fighting monsters without bullets began to form. But the problem was that soldiers on the battlefield were spreading the awakening process. This caused an uproar at the armory, with everyone talking about it. Even so, some high-ranking officers refused to awaken, like this large man, cornered and trembling, who stubbornly resisted. I refuse," he shouts, eyes wide with anger. "I won't do it. I won't do that damn thing." Min was furious at the cowardice of the big guy. "Hey, you think Taijun and I aren't scared? The thing I killed before was just a mosquito." He even slammed his hand against the wall, yelling at the coward. "Don't you understand? Thieves like us need to know how to act." Minia was practically crackling with rage, but the terrified man stubbornly kept his distance, his voice trembling. "But I can't. I'm so helpless, Min can only curse." "Damn it," he tries to explain. "No matter what you say, I can't do it. There's no way you can guarantee nothing will happen to me. You could be seriously injured. How could he be such a coward in front of everyone?" The other soldiers started murmuring. "Gang Inon, wasn't he the ace of the facilities unit? I've heard he's an expert, and the others are clearly annoyed by this big guy." "I know, but he's a little self-conscious about his size. He can't do anything that requires heights, and he can't watch horror movies. I was surprised he looked like he'd slain a monster, clearly huge, but easily frightened. I guess the rumors were true." He frowned, thinking, "I don't want more people refusing to awaken because of this." A helpless voice echoed, "Fine, do whatever you want." With that, Min turned and left, ignoring the man's confused calls. "Are you sure about this?" the shameless one says. "Thank you." Min stopped, casting a sharp, disdainful glance his way. "But don't ever expect to be treated like a superior again." He froze, bewildered. "What?" But Min angrily cuts him off, saying that even if he stays longer, it won't make him a superior. Everyone else stands silently as Min declares that being a commander is a very important role. His eyes narrowed as he declared, "The commander we need now is an awakened one." Ganganon stood frozen, tense. He had rejected that, and knowing he was wrong, he dared not argue. Min seals his fate, and he'll have to live with it, as Sinran contemplates, realizing, yes, he's right. The other soldiers were also disgruntled, unhappy with the big brute Inon's attitude. There's no way this guy can become a commander after this. He was once famous for his abilities, but he's still talking. Ah, I see. But Min wouldn't listen, telling the other soldiers to leave, that there was no hope for him. One by one, the others turned their backs, but he stood firm, deciding, no, it couldn't end like this. If this continues, the other soldiers will be affected. He approached the man. "Minra, I need to talk to you for a moment." He was surprised. "Huh? What is it?" Then he turns to dismiss the large man. "Gang in. Now, return to your position." His face is downcast with shame, and he's sweating profusely. "Yes, sir," he said, dragging Min away, ignoring his shouts. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Just like that, he dragged him away, saying, "Follow me." Knowing what was at stake for his unit, he couldn't give up. In the warehouse, the two men spoke, his teeth chattering as he tried to persuade him. "Brother, I understand your anger, but it can't end like this," he asked back helplessly. "I know, but what else can I do?" He frowned, telling him, "It's not just one person's problem. I'm saying it will affect the entire battalion." He still didn't understand, blurting out in surprise, "What?" "Thinking about the weak, injured soldiers out there, you're guessing many are thinking of deserting now." Min had never considered this, and his face twisted in concern. "I mean, there are monsters out there, so that's the real worry." He explained that it had been some time since the incident, and some people would soon begin to break down. Min began to understand the gravity of the situation, his voice trembling slightly. "Hey, we're in the middle of the mountains, an hour's drive to get down, plus we're safer from the monsters in a group." Shinrang steadies himself, saying, "Exactly, that's why no one has deserted until now, but at this point many want to leave. They want to check if their families are still alive." Thinking of the soldiers out there, he had to admit the man had a point. It was possible. "So, if we want to survive, we need to make our battalion stronger. Then they won't think about running away, because they'll feel safe here." He spoke persuasively, and Min sweated, his face contorted in question. "Yes, but there's an important point to make. Gang In isn't the only one who's afraid. There are bound to be others besides that big guy. That's right, if even one person escapes it, many will cry because they can't, and there will be conflict with the awakened soldiers." The more we talk, the more problems arise. Min sighs, holding his head. This is too complicated. And you're saying that discord will eventually lead to division and weaken the unit. His eyes flashed as he stared intently. So you're saying refusal to awaken is unacceptable? He paused in silence, carefully considering. I knew it, so how do we convince Gang In? Thinking back to what happened, being looked down upon was humiliating enough, so he wouldn't do it just for that. I've said everything I could, but he hasn't changed at all, so I have to think of another way. Meanwhile, Gang In was working as if nothing had happened, and Shin Rang Run decided, I have an idea, give me some time. Minia didn't seem to believe in his plan. He crosses his arms, skeptical. You really think that's possible? I can see you're determined, but it won't be easy. He simply responds with resolve, yes, I'll do my best. He silently frowned as he watched him leave, unsure of what he was planning, muttering to himself, damn it, what the hell am I doing here? He ran off quickly, thinking, if I had another job, I'd abandon my unit and run. Sweat beaded on his brow, but he was just a rookie chef. Basically, I'm just support. I can't fight for myself. That's why, to maximize my skills, I have to cook better. He knows I don't want this unit to be hopeless either, so I'll make it stronger. He rushes to the dining hall, knowing the soldiers outside aren't trying their best, and he can't fight. You and the others must cooperate, move forward together, don your chef's attire, and prepare your tools. Gang In smirks at the supplies before him. I'll turn you into a real soldier. Now, let's start cooking. An onion sliced with lightning speed. Let's keep it simple with some fried rice. Each slice of onion is cut as precisely as a machine. And carrots too, both stir-fried together in the wok. If the quality of the main ingredient, meat, is poor, the dish's stats will decrease slightly. If the quality of the seasoning additive is too good, the dish's stats will increase slightly. This dish is made for a specific person, and its effectiveness will increase if that person eats it. His hand glows, and finally, the special sauce is raised before the cauldron, sprinkling in the ingredients. The chef's special sauce has been added. The special sauce changes the emotions of the dish's consumer. His eyes lit up as he wiped away sweat, staring intently at the pan of food. This is how it should be done. It's almost dark. Ask any soldier if they know Gang In the logistics unit. Go get him to help me in the cafeteria. Jin tremblingly brought the overflowing bowl of rice to him. This is a special meal just for you. Gang In stares at the rice bowl, his face pale with disbelief and confusion. The sergeant cut him off, urging him to eat. He's putting on a show of caring. You almost never come to eat. I know you're hungry, so eat up. It's delicious. He furrows his brow, staring at him in surprise, silently contemplating the delicious-looking rice, and with tears of emotion, he exclaims, yes, I will enjoy it, as he picks up a spoonful of rice. He watched him eat with a smile, hands in his pockets. The brave chicken-fried rice of a rookie chef. A power to overcome fear and find courage. I did my best to make it as good as possible, he said between bites. This is really good. Sergeant, please. He chuckled. There's plenty more, so eat up. He stood there patiently, thinking, we can talk more after he's full. A voice calls out, Sergeant Shin, did he just say that out loud? The man was flustered, apologizing. In the room with just the two of them, the sound of the gangy na echoed. I'm sorry, it's just scary. Across from him, the man remained silent, taking a drink. He frowned, confiding, I've been like this since I was little, and I was always taught to act like a man. The man listened, only nodding slightly in response. He set down his glass and continued to ramble on. I was always told that exercise would make me feel more confident. So I started exercising and learning martial arts, but it didn't change a damn thing. So he comforted him. You must have been tired of yourself. Gang Inan's eyes glistened as he looked down, thinking to himself, I tried to take on extra jobs because I didn't want to inconvenience others. He recalled the days he won because he was big and admired, saying, I used to think I was lucky that people finally recognized me, but I never thought something like this would happen. In the silent room, he just sat there listening to him confide. Sergeant Shin, you fought the monster even after seeing your comrades killed by it. But he began, before being cut off with a firm declaration. Of course I was scared. He looked at him, startled. He looked him seriously in the eye. But if we do nothing, we'll become their food. There were only two choices. It dies, or I die. And considering that monster killed my comrades, I found the courage I needed. Looking back on what I did in such a short time, I think the instinct to survive is what really drove me. Everything I did that day was instinct. At this, he suddenly growled in anger, crumpling the paper in his clenched fist. It wasn't fair to die here in my prime. But he quickly changed his tune, suddenly smiling. I still want to go out there and open a restaurant. He was stunned to hear that Even in this situation, you're amazing." Looking around the dining hall, it took a lot of courage. This worn-out place he never wanted to stay in. With shining eyes and a trembling smile, he spoke, "My judgment and decisions have brought me this far. Now I want to survive with everyone, and perhaps the other veterans do too." Finally, Gang Inon understood, and he exclaimed, "That's amazing." He's standing up, radiating with newfound energy. "Hearing about your actions makes me feel like I should try harder too." He felt a strange sense of trust in me. Seeing him like this, he wondered, did the dish really work? There's a different light in his eyes. His eyes gleamed with newfound resolve as he declared, "The next monster is mine. Let me kill it." The next day, he fearlessly attacked a monster with his bare hands, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Everyone stay back, don't try to help." His eyes burned with an odd light, and a strange power seemed to flow through him. He screamed, "The chance to test my courage has come," and punched the monster, drawing blood with his bare hands. The others watched in disbelief, their eyes wide as they wondered what had gotten into him. He's attacking the monster with his bare hands before it's even unconscious, and Inon's actually enjoying it. "Ha ha ha, die, monster." Min looked at him, confused, and questioned him. "What did you do to make him act like this? Why aren't you stopping him?" Even Jing Sin-ran didn't understand, thinking to himself that perhaps he was being too reckless. Ignoring everyone's protests, he relentlessly punches the monster, as if afraid someone will steal his chance, saying, "Just wait and see. It's better than wasting this opportunity." Those watching scream in fear, worried he'll be seriously injured. His voice trembling, he reassured them, "If that happens, we'll intervene." The monster's eyes turned bloodshot with rage as it lunged forward, claws extended. The Gang Inon's eyes blazed as he gritted his teeth and focused his attack. Seeing the monster's hand reach out, he fearlessly raised his own, grabbing its head with one hand and blocking its outstretched arm with the other, a clash of equal strength. This guy's a real powerhouse. The monster, facing such a strong opponent for the first time, roared to the heavens, but the other was even more ferocious. Roaring defiantly, he shouts, "I am Gang In, you damned lizard." The onlookers cheered with excitement. "He's stronger than the monster." Minia nudged him, proudly saying, "I can't wait to see what abilities he'll have when he awakens." He turned and smiled. "I'm glad he's doing so well, but he's fighting barehanded. Should we toss him a knife?" As the two were talking, someone suddenly shouted, "Sergeant, look!" Min immediately looked in the direction he was pointing, and there was the gang member, gnawing fiercely on the monster's arm. He's actually tearing chunks of flesh from the monster with his teeth. He's becoming more beast than man. He devoured the monster with savage abandon, foregoing weapons as the creature's arm tore apart and blood gushed forth. Every soldier present was horrified, and even Min stared in disbelief. Shinrung was equally surprised, and everyone was speechless, unsure of what to say. This Gang In is the fiercest guy they've ever known. He dared to bite the monster's flesh. He chewed the meat and spat it on the ground as murmurs erupted around him. What on earth was he doing? He just bit the monster's arm. Is that the same guy who was always complaining about being too scared? Seeing this, he was shocked and suddenly felt a little regretful. Perhaps he's had too much of the special sauce, reminding himself that he never thought cooking could make things this good. From a coward afraid to act, he's now exceeding expectations. The soldiers shout, pointing at him. He's throwing rocks at the monster. Wasn't the monster already dead from that blow? Hey, stop watching and stop him. Isn't it over? But Gang In wouldn't stop, raising a large rock over his head and repeatedly slamming it down on the monster, panting heavily as the soldiers watched with grimaces, and both Sin-rang and Min nervously observed in silence. With one final fatal blow, he was covered in the monster's blood. It lay still on the ground, and suddenly a computer screen appeared before Gang In. "Congratulations, you have awakened." Only now does he manage a sound. The stone slips from his hand. For him, it's truly over. He single-handedly killed a monster with his bare hands. No one can call him a coward anymore. A burst of laughter erupts. Ha ha ha! His eyes burned as he looked at the soldiers. "Recruits, look, I've awakened too." I see a blue system window before me as they celebrate and cheer him on. "The madman, he did it. Amazing. He's the fourth awakened. Get over there now." This bastard scared everyone half to death. "Congratulations, Sergeant." The soldiers showered him with praise, calling it the best fight they'd ever seen. "Well done, you gangster." His face was pale. He staggered around, eyes wide, grinning from ear to ear. "Ha ha!" He looks terrifying, glaring and shouting, "It's all thanks to you, Sergeant Shin." Min suddenly feared him, instinctively backing away, and the other soldiers were momentarily horrified. The others were astonished, asking, "What the hell did you do to him?" All he could do was scratch his head and smile sheepishly. He told himself, "I'll have to be more careful with the dosage next time." The others continued to talk about the gangster. Minra asked him, "What in the world did you do?" He's like a completely different person. But Sung Jinwoo, of course, doesn't reveal his secret, simply replying vaguely, "I just made him some food and talked to him." The other guy doesn't believe it, shouting out in disbelief, "Do you have a gift for persuasion?" Watching Gang In laugh with the other soldiers, he concludes, "It's all thanks to the guidance of the heart." He asked again, bewildered, "So, I just need to talk to them and everything will be okay?" Shinrang philosophically replies that he can't ignore the power of listening, then turns to Gang In with a smile. Sweating profusely, he blurted out, "No way, it can't be that easy." Unable to meet his gaze, he looked away, thinking, "Right, it doesn't make any sense." Thinking about everything that happened with Gang In, it's all thanks to the effectiveness of my skill, but I can't reveal it yet. I know it's different from splitting the table in half like everyone saw, and there's also his unbelievably aggressive personality. Having witnessed Gang In today, does he really have a scary other side? So he even dared to gnaw at the monster, I guess, but maybe it was just a temporary change. The proof is that he's back to normal now, not as scary as when he fought the monster. This ability could be dangerous if used incorrectly. He asked Min, "But wouldn't it be dangerous to sacrifice reason for power?" His question seemed to confuse Min, but survival is on the line, so perhaps it's for the best. He chuckled. "Right, but look at those people chatting happily. In short, send the awakened children to me from now on. It's dangerous work, so let's give them some special food first." Hearing this, Min immediately glanced at him, reminding him, "Can we afford to? Looks like we don't have that much food." Thinking about the remaining supplies, most of what's left is emergency rations. They need to be eaten quickly before they spoil. We'll have to eat a lot to make sure nothing goes to waste. Only now does this guy realize it. He hums in agreement. He chuckled, propping himself up. "I'm already counting down the days until I can eat a decent meal." Sweat dripped from his brow, and he harbored his own worries. Emergency and combat rations don't require cooking. I wonder if I can apply those skills to this. A monster runs as fast as the wind, and voices yell out from behind it. There it is, running at full speed. The soldiers with guns chased after it, telling each other to lure it over there, firing bullets at it, not missing the opportunity. Gunfire erupts, but there are always exceptions. The gunfire tore apart the monster, preventing him from getting close, but overall, the awakening process went smoothly. Looking at the monster's lifeless body on the ground, the group angrily questioned each other. "Who killed it?" Another's voice trembled. "I'm sorry," Min angrily shouted in his face. "Damn it, another failure. While hunting monsters, they can't kill them with guns, only wound them to a certain extent, then they have to kill them with knives to awaken them." Seeing this, Shinrang sighed in annoyance and looked away. Well, it's not exactly going smoothly. Monsters kept appearing, and the biggest problem was keeping them close enough for someone to deliver the final blow. Looking at these strong soldiers, he found it even harder to decide, especially since they were all so powerful. Most monsters will go berserk when near death, making them impossible to approach. The awakening must be done safely. We can't delay any longer. Another beautiful day. The soldiers take up their arms to fight monsters, as usual. A deafening scream echoes through the air. It's the sergeant over there. "You actually saw it? At least someone's doing things right." He was always there, silently watching them. In a bush, the monster lay wounded. The Min family watches it gasp its last breaths, exclaiming, "Hey, good job!" Now, all we need is someone to kill it. Some soldiers stood still or avoided the question of who would be the next to awaken. Shin Runquist decisively points out Shushuki of the transportation unit. He listens in surprise. It's Shushu's turn. He quickly steps forward. "Yes, sir," and Minia added, "Are you confident enough?" "Just aim for its armpit." Shushu calmly stepped forward with the sharp iron bar, replying, "I've practiced a lot." The crowd cheered him on. "Shushu, make it count!" Despite his confidence, he was tense, sweat pouring down his pale face as he thrust the spear into the monster on the ground. It roared in pain. Man and beast faced off, the monster's eyes bloodshot, when suddenly a light flashed. Seeing the system display before him, Shusuk shouted with joy, "Yes, I did it. I see a system window before me. My skill is sharpshooting." Upon hearing this skill, everyone rejoiced and congratulated him. Min grinned and turned to him. "Great, you're the fifth one to succeed." My teeth are chattering, I can't even pronounce it. He blankly asks a man, "Marksman?" Like a sniper, a series of screens suddenly appeared before him, and he screamed, bewildered. "Hey, what the hell is this?" He recoils, forced to call out to the sergeant for help. A strange phrase appeared. A light flashed in the space, and a system announcement declared the formation of a faction. A similar screen appeared before him. You have formed a faction of 5 people, the minimum requirement. Even Min has one. Surprised, they ask each other, a faction? So what does this mean? Those who had awakened could see it. He reads it, wondering what these notifications are even talking about, staring intently, trying to understand. Immediately after Zhu Hyuk's successful awakening, a similar window appeared for all 5 awakeners. Gangin also saw the united achievement. You have successfully established a faction faster than most. Even Tizun in the hospital received the same notification, a special reward for 3rd place. They received growth potions and everyone clamored with questions. Teeth chattering, he asks, "What do we do now?" He quickly tells them to gather those who have awakened first. An emergency meeting is called and everyone rushes inside. In the dimly lit room, illuminated by a single light, Min surveyed the group, realizing this was becoming more and more like a game. Shushu looked at Dongqing in confusion and said, "That's right, a faction. I guess the condition is 5 awakened people." Shinrang stood trembling in the corner, silently calculating. If that announcement is true, we can advance faster with growth potions. I'm more concerned about the term Tier 3. If we're Tier 3, does that mean there are Tier 1 and 2? Could there be monsters outside our area? Binjia frowned, biting his lip, unsure how to respond. Finally, he spoke up, "I suspect so too." "What about our families?" The men began to imagine the fate of their loved ones outside the base, while Shin silently observed them. He knew their minds were consumed with thoughts of their families, who could be getting swept away by the monsters. He couldn't let their spirits fall, so he stepped forward to reassure them, "Don't think the worst." Min looked up at him, startled, and calmly told the others, "I'm worried about what's happening outside too, but first we need to ensure our own safety." Shushu was still a bit confused, but he was cut off. "I don't know, but it means we're still ahead of everyone else in this game. So we should prioritize our own safety first. For now, let's just focus on that." Min was momentarily speechless, lost in thought, but finally his eyes lit up, deciding to go along with him. "Yeah, wrong run. He's right. Thinking of everyone in this camp, we can only find a way to save our families if we survive." Gangin didn't argue. He spoke of more practical things, but we have over 100 surviving soldiers and only 5 faction members, so aren't we just counting the awakened? Min also agreed. Yes, we need more awakened, but it's so difficult. Shinrang trembled and lowered his head in thought. What the man said was true. To the ordinary soldiers out there, the world had suddenly changed. If you're not an awakened, you're not even considered human. Suddenly, Min looked up at them and asked, "Oh, that reminds me. Didn't you say you were a crack shot? It must be reflected in your marksmanship, since that's what you're known for." Shushu chuckled. "Ha ha ha, really?" Minja followed up. "What about your unique traits?" He pondered, then replied, "It says my accuracy and power increase when I shoot." Min clenched his teeth, frowned, and immediately thought of the worst-case scenario. "When firing. Is that okay? I'm worried we might run out of ammo." "Don't worry about that," he replied smugly. He confidently states that if an ordinary soldier needs 10 bullets to kill a monster, he only needs 2. Shinrang Run was excited to hear that, as it would definitely help him use less ammo. So, with his abilities, taking down monsters might be much easier. Minia perked up, patting Shushu on the shoulder. "Exactly. Then you'll be in charge of stopping the monsters from advancing." "He agreed right away, boss," Min exclaimed excitedly. "Well, that's good news." He secretly rejoiced, thanking heavens that he'd be less stressed for a while. Looking at Shushu and the gangster, he wondered if there were only 5 people in the faction. Shinrang smiled, deciding there was no time to sit back and be discouraged. To survive, we must move forward. In the days that followed, the soldiers continued to slay beasts to awaken. He knew he had to keep going to awaken the others. One person stepped up, saying, "I'm next." Seeing this, he was much more satisfied. Thankfully, most of the soldiers were willing to awaken without much complaint, but there was still one coward. He sat down, raising his hands in front of his face, refusing to scream. "I'm definitely going to die." He watched him, thinking that even so, some still refused, trembling with fear. In those moments, he would step forward to reassure them. "Come on, calm down, let's grab a bite and talk." The others were surprised when he invited them to eat and muttered in confusion, "Sergeant Shin, Min isn't happy with how you're doing this, but he hasn't said anything." Strangely, everyone who ate with him returned, ready to take up arms and hunt beasts, and they were even praised for it. He'd changed suddenly, too. Min began to eye him with suspicion. Every time someone gave up, he was right there. "Relax, come with me." They all asked back in surprise. What's wrong? Min narrowed his eyes, watching intently. After returning, that soldier had the courage to kill the beast again, and the praise rang out endlessly. Is he always this reckless? Of course he's gone mad. Unbeknownst to him, Min was watching him with suspicion. And finally, he couldn't contain himself, calling out, "Hey, you shaken teeth, I need to ask you something." Caught off guard, he casually asked, "What do you want to know?" Approaching him with a surprised look. Why the sudden interest? He frowned, squinting at him, and went straight to the point. "You're hiding something, a power we don't know about. Whenever you tell a soldier to have a word, they come back braver and stronger." His words sent shivers down his spine, sweat pouring as he realized, "Damn, he figured it out," he stammered. "I only did it for the good of the battalion." But he knew the man didn't believe him. He leans on his hand and asks, "Huh? What does that even mean?" With no other choice, he confessed the truth, knowing he could hide it no longer. He gestured towards Min, who flinched in confusion. The two stood talking, and he revealed the secrets of his courage-boosting food, and to his relief, the other man understood. Relieved that Min understood, he was glad Min focused on awakening the army. So they split up. Min managed the soldiers outside while he worked in the kitchen, focusing on cooking. Suddenly, a long notification appeared on the system, surprising Jinwoo as he read it. 82 points? What happened? I thought it only increased when I killed monsters or cooked well. Looking at the number on the screen, he knew he could use these. Connecting to what he knew, like item shops and games, points are used to buy items, so maybe there's something like that here. Thinking this, he reached out to touch the system screen. A point shop? An idea suddenly sparks. A notification announced the opening of the point store, and another screen appeared beside him. Upon seeing it, Shinran trembled and exclaimed, "There it is!" He was secretly pleased, realizing he could only do so much with his basic abilities, wondering why he hadn't thought of this before. He reaches out to touch the screen, and smaller screens pop up all around him as he selects the rye bread. Sweat beads form as he realizes it's mostly combat-oriented, and the only thing he can use is rye bread. But when he touches it, nothing happens. Surprised? The system displays a series of notifications about the bread's functions, and he can't help but exclaim, "They seem good, but they're too expensive." I close my eyes and realize I can't afford them yet. Thinking that, he closes the subscreens, deciding to check the store later. Skills and traits are more important, so he has to test them out. His hands danced across the screen, utilizing the chef's special sauce and the all-seeing eye. The worm gear continued its tireless exploration. Remembering his training with the ogre Gangryong, he knew a skill that allowed you to master combat styles naturally using a dagger. He'd tested it against Gangryong and was quite pleased with the results. Now his knife handling is masterful, spinning it effortlessly without looking, even though he's never fought, let alone dueled with knives. But at least he's pretty good at this. He looked at the knife in his hand, wondering what mastery would be like if this was just the apprentice level. Seeing the words "apprentice's fervor" on the screen, he knew it was like when he first held a hot pot and his hands trembled. A skill appeared when I accidentally grabbed a hot pot. I can hold flames in my hand for about 30 seconds. This is really beneficial if I keep practicing. Hai Long smiled, and last but not least, the most important skill is the novice cook. I've been gathering data since revealing it to Manga, but he once responded to me, "It tastes great, and I must say it's strangely invigorating, and my stats on the status board have increased." He asked in surprise, "Really?" Inwardly, he thought that stats like +3 strength were still attached to the finished dish. At that, he frowned and asked further, seemingly unnoticed. The man replied, "Isn't it because unawakened soldiers don't have status windows?" Now he remembers the effects of the food they ate didn't show up like system notifications either, yet the regular soldiers still enjoyed it. "He never told me about the effects of your cooking." "Ah, I'm sure you'd recognize my abilities if you got a notification." Shinrun-kun, who had never experienced it, asked Misa, "So what does it feel like?" He replied honestly, "It's huge, because my strength stat is 9 and it actually increased by 3. On paper, it's only a 30% increase, but it feels much better." Standing in the kitchen, arms crossed, he pondered the power at work. If Min was right, his cooking skills were now top-notch, at least in this situation. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he wondered if this power could be applied to the entire battalion. Just then, someone rushed in, breathless. "Sergeant, please, we need you," he gasped out, clearly panicked. At the armory, he turned around, startled, and asked, "What's wrong?" The messenger was so out of breath he could barely speak. "It's a new monster." Thinking of the monster, he screamed. It was completely different from the other lizards. His chattering teeth accompanied Min as they went up to the roof, where the others greeted them. "Yes, hello, Sergeant." Minji frowned, looking annoyed as he questioned the group. Yes, hello, you said it was urgent. What is it? Another monster appeared? Did that guy report it? I was watching this area when something I'd never seen before caught my eye, he said, handing them both binoculars. Its appearance is unlike anything we've encountered before. Well, see for yourself. Min took the binoculars, and Shin Rangyeon, standing behind him, noticed he looked terrified. The soldier pointed towards the hill, saying it was chanting atop the mountain. They both raised their binoculars to look. Even he couldn't understand what kind of monster it was. Min asked him, Rangun? Do you see it? He replied, peering intently through the binoculars. It's just a normal lizard. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. In the distance, beyond the familiar monsters they'd encountered, was something completely different, causing him to exclaim, Wait, what is that? This massive, dark purple monster is unlike anything they've seen before. Min exclaims that he sees it too. That strange monster emanates a red glow, appearing especially dangerous. It's moving, its huge, piercing yellow eyes fixed directly on them. Immediately, a growl echoed, reaching even them. They both jumped, goosebumps rising, and dropped their binoculars. Even from a distance, they could sense the deadly aura of those monsters, their teeth chattering, drenched in a cold sweat of anxiety. Damn it, it's coming this way. They begin to discuss their next move. It must be over 3 meters long, and it's surrounded by normal lizards. I guess it must be the leader. Monsters living in groups? He also sensed something was wrong. Yeah, that's strange. The lizards our troops have fought only move in groups of 1 or 2. Min frowns, clenching his teeth in surprised speculation. Could these monsters be from somewhere else? Looking at the beasts and their leader, it's possible. Over 20 of them are following a different lizard, if they came at the same time, but there's only one of the strange ones, so they aren't too worried. Min calmly replies, Well, we'll just have to use a lot of bullets, but I don't think it'll be a problem. We have the advantage. Shin's teeth chattered, and he remained silent as he calculated, realizing they had the numbers. But considering the battles of the past few days, the soldiers have grown accustomed to gunning down those gods, and we know the monster's weaknesses. Still confused, but sensing something was wrong, he turned to the first man who spotted it and asked, When did it appear? The man replied, Early this morning, and he asked, How has it been acting? The soldier was confused, recalling nothing unusual. They just lingered outside the camp without attacking. It was indeed strange. Even the Min family member had to ask, Really? Could they be afraid? He hesitated to conclude, simply stating his surprise that they hadn't attacked with such a large group. As soon as he said it, he was startled himself, fear gripping his heart at the thought of the monsters and their leader. Oh, damn it. He realized it and shouted to let everyone know. That's for sure. They're waiting for their chance. Min, confused, asks, What do you mean? Shinreng frowned, tensely explaining that they knew an attack was coming, which is why they were lurking around, scouting us out. But the soldiers were incredulous, with Min calling it absurd. Shushu was skeptical, wondering if the monsters were really that intelligent. He frowned, confident in his own reasoning, and seriously questioned them. Do you all know how smart wolves are when they hunt? They walk on 2 legs, so they're definitely smarter than wolves. Only Gang In agreed at first. He nodded in agreement with Sergeant Shin. So what if we attack them first? The group was stunned once again, looking at him in unison. Attack first? Everyone looked bewildered. But he immediately objects, saying no. We have the advantage inside our base. Going out there would put us at a disadvantage. Gangi then realized they couldn't just fight whenever they wanted. They looked towards the monsters, and Min agreed, saying they couldn't go out and should keep an eye on their movements. I need to take some time and strategize. He also told me to report back to the company commander and see what he thinks, and Rinrun added that everyone needs to be careful. He fell silent, lost in thought, then told them plainly that news of this would terrify the entire army. Fear of an unknown enemy. I need to reassure them, keep them from panicking. The monsters are still out there, a lurking mass. Life goes on as usual, with Earthworm taking charge of the meals, adding his special sauces to every dish. The soldiers eat and chat, grateful to be in a place where the monsters can't reach them. Even if we go outside, there's a good chance we'll encounter monsters, so it's better to stay here. Each dish receives its own unique sauce. The chef's special sauce, a comforting octopus kimchi. The soldiers who ate his food began to change their way of thinking. At first I was a little wary, but I think I'm used to it now after fighting for a while, and I feel more comfortable. Each day, a little sauce gradually changes everything. The chef's special touch, confidence, and faith awakened in the braised meat and vegetables. It's addictive and effective. They confide in each other, and though I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried, I trust my family. If I'm alive, they must have survived somehow too. They changed day by day, according to what he fed them. Shin silently observed them. Somehow the soldiers' morale remained high, and the defense line held firm. Now, a significant change was occurring within the army. Awakenings were successful, totaling 20 people, nearly 1/5 of the entire battalion. He and the first man to discover the monster stood upstairs, and he turned to ask him, "Nothing's changed, right?" The man reported, "No, they're still just milling around outside the camp." But looking at the monster still standing in the distance, he knew their numbers had more than doubled since they were first spotted. Shinrang Run turned to reassure him. "We have quite a few awakened snipers, so it'll be okay." Remembering them all, 3 out of the 20 awakened were snipers, an insane feat to accurately hit targets with a standard K2 rifle. He smiled confidently. "If we counterattack, we can't be defeated. If we continue to grow at this rate, we'll win." In the food storage, Shinrang Run held the notebook, taking stock of the food. "I'll run out of military rations next week, and half of the awakened will be among my men. Looking at the few cans left, the military will still be stable without my power by then." He jots it down in his notebook. That's all the inventory he needs to do. Just then, the whole room goes dark. Min looked around in confusion, wondering what was happening. A power outage? He frowned, immediately on alert. How could this happen? The maintenance unit said the generator was fine. He wondered if this affected the entire base, suddenly realizing the monsters. Wait, what if they attack? The more he thought about it, the worse it seemed, and he rushed outside, yelling, "Damn it, I'm in trouble." He tossed aside his notebook, no time to waste. He bolted outside, teeth clenched, sensing the danger. He stood on the roof, gun in hand. "I thought the snipers could handle it. But that's only true when our vision is guaranteed." He's figured it out. Without light, the entire military base is pitch black, rendering the snipers useless. In the darkness, the commanding shouts echoed. "Hurry! Take your positions!" "Hey, sniper, get up on the roof, wherever you have a clear line of sight." Kim Huin-seo was also present, frantically pointing and shouting, "The rest is up to the awakened. Focus on your assigned tasks." It sounds impressive, but he's not really doing anything. The soldiers take their positions, guns ready, everyone on edge. Someone reported that all the soldiers had gathered in the armory, and Kim pointed and shouted, "Seal the entrance. They have to lock the door tight, bolt it securely." Min-ji surveyed the scene, teeth chattering, and asked, "What's the situation, brother?" "We're almost done deploying the troops." He tells him that fortunately they still have some flares, so the snipers will know where they are. He doesn't know if this will work, but looking at that neat pile of stuff, he still can't rest easy. Sweating profusely, he says, "Monsters aren't infinite, but if we don't subdue them quickly, we're in trouble." He looks around urgently. "Where did you awaken?" He replied, "I've positioned them around the snipers." The mages were divided between defense and offense, while the soldiers, accepting their defensive positions, had their spirits lifted by the morale-boosting lunch. Looking over the team as they focus their power, everyone is in position, weapons ready, awaiting the monster's attack. Everyone's in position. Min turned to him and asked, "So, where do you plan to go from here?" He held up his long knife, declaring he'd use this, shocking the other man into a scream. "You're planning on fighting up close? Wouldn't it be better to attack from behind?" He smirked, raising the knife with confidence. "I'm the first awakened here, you know." He frowned in disbelief, but that wouldn't stop me. He had no faith in that tiny knife. Just then, the alarm blared as the monsters approached, the ground shaking violently with each step. Pin quickly grabbed a flashlight, his teeth chattering as he stared into the distance, mouth agape. They were here. Flares are quickly launched, lighting up the sky and illuminating the camp, giving the snipers a clear view. Kim Huin-seo peered through his binoculars, his face paling with disbelief. The monsters were closing in, the flares were ready, but the man was frozen in fear. Only when a soldier shouted a reminder did the captain give the order, snapping him out of his stupor, though he still trembled with fear. Understood. He roared out the order, and the soldiers opened fire, unleashing a furious barrage on the monsters below. They could do nothing but shoot wildly, firing as much as they could into the horde, relentlessly pulling their triggers. Many beasts were hit, but they charged on fearlessly. "You're injured. Start wailing." Grunts and groans fill the air as many of the beasts fall, their mouths emitting a constant clicking sound. Watching them fight fearlessly, Shin's teeth chattered with satisfaction, thinking, "Good, my cooking skills are in action." But he still couldn't rest easy. He knew they'd be in trouble without the flares, and they needed to be more careful. Just then, a distinct purple monster charged through the horde, heading straight for the camp as shouts rang out that the ringleader had arrived. Its eyes glowed yellow, bearing sharp white teeth. Yes, People pointed and shouted, "That's the most dangerous one." The snipers focused their fire. Magazines were swapped and the others urged him on. Sniper Shushu raised his rifle. "I'll take it out." Shin's teeth chatter as he witnesses this, sensing something amiss. He wonders, wait, what the hell? There's an analysis system in my eyes now? Where did that come from? A system notification appears. Your skill, Chef's eyes, has been activated, and information about the leader appears before him. A rare and powerful lizard leader. No one dared compare to it or challenge its decisions. He read in astonishment, gritting his teeth. The lizard progenitor? That thing is truly not to be underestimated. It's as fast as an arrow, making it difficult even for snipers to hit. Screaming, it was too fast, dodging every bullet. Watching its cunning and speed, he couldn't help but wonder if they were all the same. After all, Sinan frowned, his eyes fixed on it. No matter how strong it was foolish to stand on the front lines as a commander. Seeing it stand on two legs, its whole body radiating power, everyone knew it was the leader. He thinks it's just making itself a target. Suddenly, it throws its head back, opens its mouth wide, and emits strange sounds. A wave of power spread, and the other beasts paused, becoming even more agitated than before upon hearing those sounds. They began to spread out, continuing their attack as the sound echoed throughout the camp. The NGH soldiers clutched their heads in agony, assaulted by a remote attack. Even Xin Rang had to cover his ears, unable to bear it. What kind of attack is that? He strained his eyes to see the leader. The system warns that you have come into contact with someone as powerful as yourself. He understands now. A battle cry? The lizard's strength, speed, and health have all been enhanced. The soldiers stare in disbelief, gritting their teeth as they read the shocking announcement. All lizards will temporarily gain bullet resistance. Frozen in fear, anyone near the lizards who isn't one of them will become disoriented, unfocused, and inaccurate. Fighting them was hard enough, but now they're stronger and our soldiers are weaker. Difficulty mounts upon difficulty. Minji looks at him, confused, teeth chattering. What's going on? He didn't know any of this, sweat pouring down as he gritted his teeth, trying to think. This was dangerous. The soldiers were breaking, screams echoing everywhere. What's happening to me? I'm so dizzy. Are you okay? Lieutenant, all the snipers have been affected. Kim Huinseo could only gape and scream, unable to do anything. What? It's that effective? He wasn't awakened, so he couldn't read the system window, let alone understand what was happening. Just then, someone pointed ahead. The monsters were there. He glanced over to see the empowered monsters charging forward with incredible speed. Their ferocity multiplied, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Shushu couldn't even focus on firing, clutching his head in despair, realizing the chaos was exactly as the announcement had warned, shattering everyone's concentration. He gripped his gun tightly, realizing their defenses were weakening, and snapped at the others. What the hell are you doing? Keep the defenses steady and start firing again. Damn it! These unawakened soldiers under Kim Hyun-seo's command are useless. They've already given up firing after so little. Below, the monsters charged tirelessly, but unlike the beginning, the camp's gunfire has decreased significantly. The monsters, impervious to bullets, grew faster and more ferocious as Jinwoo watched, frozen in place. He realizes our firepower has decreased significantly, likely due to the special lizard's effect as the snipers' cries continue. Our attacks are no longer effective. Give all the ammo to the snipers. The regular soldiers can't fight anymore. He also knew that the attacks from the unawakened soldiers couldn't even scratch it. Min gripped his thunderclap in anger and shouted, "If it had that kind of power, why didn't it use it before? You guys are only figuring this out now. It's too late." Shin quickly explained that the effect was temporary and would soon wear off, suggesting it was waiting for the right moment to strike. He couldn't help but be amazed as he watched the beast silently observe from afar, like a commander. Is that monster really thinking that far ahead? He quickly patted him on the shoulder, urging, "Hey, gather all the awakened ones quickly." He yelled, telling him that ranged attacks were useless now, and they should prepare for close combat. Quickly, the awakened were gathered, and he handed them each a piece of cake, which they took with surprised unison. One for each of us? No one understood what was happening. In the midst of battle, they were suddenly gathered and given candy, leaving them utterly bewildered. "Sergeant, what is this, some kind of snack?" Shin Rung-run smiles, deciding to reveal his long-held secret. "Now I'll reveal it to everyone." He recalls his cooking, his hands glowing as he added seasoning. Some may have guessed that my cooking skills could transfer power to others. You've all eaten something I cooked before awakening, right? Gang-il, for example, completely changed his personality. The soldiers are in an uproar. Is that why I suddenly had so much courage? We're being empowered through food? Shinran looks at Min, saying, truthfully, she didn't know what the monsters would do, so she prepared this in advance. So this special item is for everyone and its power will adjust to each person's abilities. Min nodded in agreement, confirming that there was nothing to fear. If we persevere, we'll have a chance to encourage each other. Let's work hard so we don't lose this place. The soldiers loudly agreed. Yes, sir. The resounding cheers to advance echo as his eyes burn with determination. Now the entire battalion has been powered up. He directly pats the biggest guy on the shoulder. Gang, you take care of the leader. He eats the candy without hesitation, his energy flares, and his eyes light up. Determined, he vows to crush it, the high-quality ingredients enhancing the food's effects. The snipers are struggling to hold off the monsters on their own. While the awakened were in a meeting, they were already running out of strength, screaming, "What the hell are you all doing?" He glared, furious, yelling, "I can't hold them back much longer. They're coming." The awakened ones quickly ate the candy he gave them. Their stats would be maxed out for a day, and they were all fired up. Even Min was no exception. His lightning grew stronger, and the attack buff was clearly in effect. The monsters drew closer, their eyes burning red, and the soldiers announced their arrival. They were upon them. They leapt onto the ramparts, and the battle began. Kim Huin was frozen in fear, unable to do anything. Now was the time for the awakened to shine, fighting with all their might, almost single-handedly taking on everything. Gang In focused on the leader, landing a powerful blow on a monster blocking his path. But even as it fell, others swarmed him, preventing him from reaching his target. Gang In takes them on single-handedly, while the others fight with everything they've got, using their unique skills. Two beasts charge at Gang In, and a warning cry rings out, "He's on your right. Stick close to me, everyone." Min rushes in, shouting not to scatter as the others charge into the fray. Screams and monstrous growls filled the air as Jin, teeth chattering, charged into the chaotic fray, blade in hand, ready to strike down the beasts. Tae never loosened his grip on his knife, but his attacks were clearly losing their effectiveness against the monsters. He told himself, "It looks like I need to eat something too." Seeing the other soldiers being beaten by the monsters, he knew the lizard leader had made them stronger, and quickly took out a cookie to eat. I can't face them alone, even if I am a top chef. A system appears before his eyes. You have consumed a courage cookie made with the passion of a trainee chef. When a dish is made for a specific person, its effects are greatly enhanced when consumed by that person. His stats increased daily as he furiously slashed at the monster, yelling, "Die already!" The chef's special sauce is applying a medium courage effect, allowing you to control the battlefield with your medium courage. He glowed with power, striking tirelessly, his attack power increasing. Common lizards were no longer a threat. The brave warriors now controlled the situation, revealing the enemy's stats and crushing their morale. His eyes dart to the monster leader. Is it running away? The leader monster turns tail and flees, its yellow eyes blazing, its gaping maw full of sharp teeth, a truly terrifying sight. Your comrade has unlocked new skills. Gang In. His power grows stronger by the second. The trainee fought like a man possessed. His courage dispelled the chaos, and he was no longer restrained by the leader's power. They rallied each other, shouting, "Let's go, brothers!" Gang In was like a madman, his whole body glowing, roaring to the heavens. A life-or-death battle awaits us. The camp's gate can no longer hold back the monsters. They swarmed in as soldiers screamed the alarm, monsters advancing on the entrance, all troops to the gate. 2 or 3 soldiers could barely handle one monster, but Gang In would clear the way. The others fought blindly, relying only on brute strength, but Gang Inner, the strongest, knew no fear, charging in like a man possessed. A monster himself. He's caught up to the leader, and the two face off. The beast's eyes glow. It bares its fangs and charges, mouth wide, fists pounding. A clash of equals, neither willing to yield. Minja laughed at the sight. Wasn't this just wonderful? He could see that he was getting stronger. It's like my stats doubled. What did you do? Meanwhile, Shin Rung on the other side was also fighting monsters. His skills, once thought useless, allowed him to defeat the monsters with just a knife, just like the other awakened soldiers. Min gives him a thumbs up, grinning. With this power boost, we're sure to overwhelm them. At this rate, we'll clear them out in no time, and you'll be a core member of our unit, just as we hoped. But he couldn't be happy, observing his surroundings, frowning as he reminded them, "Don't let your guard down. We need to hold these lizards off for as long as possible." While the in-gang distracts the leader, let's focus on ranged support. Min pulls out a lightning staff, perfectly synchronized. Understood, leave it to me. And so, with weapons in hand, the two dashed forward like lightning, slaughtering the remaining monsters. With Gang In focused on the boss, we just need to hold out a little longer. Victory is within reach. Everyone do everything you can to eliminate as many monsters as possible. Snipers rained down fire from above, coordinating with those on the ground, sweat pouring as they focused on the leader. Gang in? Over there, he's fighting it alone, but he hasn't gained the upper hand, punching the monster relentlessly, but it doesn't even flinch. Suddenly, it rears up, its neck arching back, emitting a series of clicks, its eyes wide. Its tail, like a fan, lashes out, instantly wrapping around Gang In's neck, whipping him to the ground. His eyes bloodshot, he grits his teeth, enduring the pain, but is thrown against the fence, collapsing. The beast roars, its snake-like tongue flicking out menacingly. Suddenly, it twitched violently as another soldier rushed in and grabbed hold of it, and the others piled on. You hold the arms, you hold the legs, grab it. Though wounded, they mustered their strength to restrain the beast for Gang In. Its jaws open wide, biting down hard. The monster writhes in agony, unable to do anything as it's wrestled to the ground. Gang In, now recovered, rose with renewed strength and approached, saying, "Well done." His eyes burning red, he mustered all his strength and charged, landing squarely on the monster and raining down blows like hammer strikes. He punched with relentless fury, roaring madly as he fought. Each punch landed with devastating force, the monster spewing blood and screaming in agony, unable to resist Gang In's relentless assault, until it was utterly destroyed. Everywhere you look, there are monster corpses. We've achieved total victory in our first battle against the monsters. Shinrang trembled as he looked at the soldiers, quickly asking after them, "Is everyone all right? Don't let your guard down. There may still be some monsters left." "High Command, report the status of all unit members." The soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief, hugging each other and laughing. "We won." He was finally relieved. They had won. Looking at the ordinary people before him, even with the soldiers' guns disabled, they had done it. A light flashed, and the system displayed a notification, confirming control over Area 17. His eyes widened in disbelief as he furrowed his brow, intently reading the system screen, as were the other awakened, viewing the world event for combat classes. Everyone read it and exclaimed in confusion, including Gang In of Battalion 423, who stood dumbfounded as he read the information. Large area. First human occupation under construction. Great achievement. Awarding first place. He read, stunned for a moment, still looking fierce, as if the sauce's effects hadn't worn off. The sun rises, bringing a new day. They fought all night, exhausted, but now they rejoice. He laughs, "Ha ha, we took first place." As dawn breaks, the wounded litter the ground, and the able-bodied carry them to the healers. The entire camp was bustling with activity, and the infirmary was overflowing with the severely wounded, their screams echoing. "Stay here with me. Get more water." "Sergeant Park, come in here. Everyone is doing their best. Bring the most critical cases here." In the aftermath, the awakened healers were the busiest of all. They tirelessly healed the wounded, mending even the most grievous injuries. Fortunately, the healers and on-call doctors were able to handle the situation, sweating profusely as they treated the wounded and prayed for a miracle. Finally, a burst of joy. The wounds are healed. Now, let's help the others. Minji and Shin Rang stood trembling outside the hospital room, looking at each other. "I think we're finally getting things under control." He turned to him with a grateful smile. "You did great, Senior." He immediately refused. "No, it wasn't me, it was Gang In and Shu Huck." Thinking of them lying unconscious in their beds, he felt even more admiration. They had both collapsed from exhaustion. He looked at him and asked, "By the way, have you seen the battalion commander?" Min replied, confused, "I don't know. I thought he was there at the start of the battle. Where did he go? It'll be difficult for us to clear out the armory." Hearing this, he thought to himself with some disappointment, just as he expected. As the others spoke, he wondered if they had checked everything. Could they really be safe? Shinran calmly replied, "I think we'll be safe across this entire mountain range." Min exclaimed in disbelief, "The entire mountain range?" He points to some spots on the system board saying, "Look, it says we've taken control of the mountain range. Looking at the long mountain range ahead, we're stationed at the highest peak, and the only other force spread across this area is the accumulation." He glanced over at him, exclaiming, "Ah," he's still staring at the screen, frowning in thought. Could it have something to do with who occupies the most strategic position? The soldiers are working to clear the monster corpses. If you're right, and we defeated the Tichdish on this mountain, does that make us its owner? He readily agreed. "Yeah, I guess that's what it means." Shinrang chuckled. "I think that's good news for us," Minya affirmed with her hands. But that wasn't all. He asked in surprise, "There's something else there?" He continued, "I'm not entirely sure, but I bet the slimes took a heavy blow with all the casualties from yesterday's battle. So perhaps we should launch a counterattack. He seemed adamant, determined to push the idea. At this point, we could wipe them out. But he didn't think so. It would surely be difficult. Minia didn't understand. Hey, why don't you calmly explain it to him? Yesterday's battle was quite complex, but overall we have the advantage of terrain. There's a big difference between being on the defensive and having to overcome that position. Thinking of the monsters charging to attack, he knew that even in such a defensive situation, one mistake could cost them dearly. Min was silent for a moment, thinking, but he still didn't fully understand, spreading his hands out in an attempt to persuade him. But aren't we also aware that combining this with the corn you gave us would make it easier? Hearing this, Jinwoo frowned. He raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Absolutely not. You shouldn't rely on that corn." He questioned in disbelief. What? Why? Considering the ingredients, quality, and personal tastes, each dish takes at least 4 to 7 hours to prepare, making it incredibly elaborate and time-consuming. He was shocked by the revelation, exclaiming, "Really? So these dishes aren't so simple, huh? And I had to prepare a large amount of food over a long period of time. If I had to start over, it wouldn't be possible without quality ingredients and increased awakenings. Well, I guess an average cob will still do." Now he understands, so Cam thought to himself. I didn't put too much thought into it. Well, we need to plan for the future, and you agreed right away. All right. Minzajiya looked over at the other soldiers working and raised his hand, calling out, "Everyone, come back when you're done." They replied, "Yeah, there's still one more truckload." He asked excitedly, "There's more?" It felt like the team's supplies were never-ending, but looking at the monster corpses, we couldn't burn them all. And where are we even going to bury them? Shinran, open the system and take a look. And have you thought about the perks yet? He asked in surprise. Perks from first place? I've seen them, but I don't know which to choose. His eyes lit up as he read through the 7 perks. I've seen them, but I'm just not sure. Minia chuckled triumphantly. He's encouraging you. You should choose. He's surprised and disbelieving that he's being given the choice. What? I think it's pretty important, but he always interrupts me. Your choice doesn't matter, unless you have information, and I'd be more comfortable with you choosing. Thinking of the soldiers who trust him, he knows the others won't complain if he tells them he chose heads. I've made my decision. I'll choose it. I'll choose the mobile fortress, Bimana. Minji asked in surprise. Why? He turned back to explain that the name spoke for itself, stating firmly, I want to know if we have a massive vehicle or something. He countered, do we really need carriages? Thinking about walking out of here, he replied, even if we don't need them now, we will soon enough. Eventually we'll run out of food, so at some point we'll have to leave this place and move on. Looking at the blue sky and the high mountains in front of him, he suddenly felt a sense of unease. I don't know exactly what it is, but it'll help us somehow. And since no one objects and he fully supports it, that's reason enough. Let's use privilege number 2 and proceed. Shinreng happily grinned at him, and he returned a confident smile. They exchanged a look, no words needed, always trusting each other's decisions. Seeing no objections, he confirmed his choice. He would choose it now. He taps the screen, and the system confirms the selection of the Mobile Fortress by Mana perk. The power of Bimana's summoning will be granted to Shinrunan. A surge of power envelops his arm, and he feels it throughout his entire being. He knew it was the power of summoning, and he would summon it now, excitedly calling out, Summon Bimana! They stood in silence, waiting, but nothing happened. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The system announces there isn't enough space to summon, and Min cries out in surprise. Really? Not enough space? It's that big? Or do you think it's because there are too many corpses here? And so, the two went off in search of a larger space. Perhaps the barracks over there? That's right, let's go check it out. With that, Min waved for the soldiers to stay behind. Finish up here, all right? Without protest, they replied, yes, we will finish everything. Sir, the two left together, each wondering just how big it was. The sun begins to set behind the mountains, and they still haven't been able to summon it after a full day. Even the edge of the barracks wasn't big enough. The two gave up and went home, and I couldn't check it out. How annoying. Shinrang trembled as he sat on the bed, opening his system to check. At least he'd gained some experience. I gain experience points every time someone eats my corn-based dishes. He snacks and stares at the system, thinking things are finally looking up. Feeling himself growing stronger and the awakening of his forces progressing well, he's interrupted by a knock at the door. And just like that, Kim Hyung-seo pushed his way inside. How unnerving. He smirked. There you are. He quickly brushed the snack bag down, his heart pounding. Lieutenant Kim stood rigidly, giving a perfect military salute. Reporting, sir, I'm resting in room 3. He waited, but Kim just smiled, silent for a moment. Kim Hyun-seo placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "I heard you had a hard time. Well done." He stood there, flustered, and replied, "No, Lieutenant, I only did what I could." He saw my humility and offered a fake, praising smile. Many wouldn't have done as well, especially since you're a cook. He felt sick at the praise, thinking, I don't need any of this. Remembering their frozen faces of fear when the monsters arrived, he inwardly scorned the idea of an upright politician. He was frustrated with the man, but there was nothing he could do, at least for now. Then he reached out and grabbed his wrist, thanking him for how well he and Min had trained the awakened. "I checked my contacts just in case," he said regretfully, "but I have no good news." But hearing this, he was startled. "What about the 2 drivers you sent to the upper units?" Mentioning them, Kim Hyun-seo slumped onto the bed, without a trace of sympathy, and casually replied, "I don't think they'll be coming back. It's been 10 days. We should have received some news by now." He was furious, gritting his teeth, imagining his 2 comrades driving through the forest. If he had been sent, there would have been no escape. He eyed your snack. "By the way, I heard we're shutting down the cafeteria today and eating combat rations." You nodded. "Yes, sir, that's the plan. I'll bring your meal when it's time." He stared him down, smirking. "Come on, can't we eat real food? The warriors are badly injured. They can't even eat right now." Yet he didn't care about them at all. He flatly refused. "I'm sorry, but I'm having a hard time right now, and we're trying to conserve food. Everyone will have to eat combat rations." Seeing his firm stance, the man smirked, his tone a veiled threat. "So what? No one can argue with me. I'm the boss. You cooked delicious meals for the soon-to-be awakened." His face darkened, and without arguing, he wondered to himself, "I don't know if I want to do that." Thinking of using his powers to cook for everyone, he explains it's special care to help them relax, as the awakening process is incredibly dangerous. He tells him, "Lieutenant Kim, if you also want to awaken," but he immediately cuts him off, changing the subject. "Then what have the awakened been eating?" He glared at him. "As I reported before, in case monsters attack." Before he could finish, he was interrupted again, questioned, "What? Using food to enhance their power? How is that any different if I eat it? This beast is too much." Refusing to awaken, refusing to contribute, and now he's fighting the soldiers for food. His fist clenched, barely containing his rage, he helplessly lamented, "I really can't do anything about this." His eyes taunted him. He frowned, glaring back, but could only try to calm himself. He was the only officer left in my battalion, and I knew he'd be important if we ever made contact with what was left of the military. Shin Rang trembled, trying to hold back. He had no choice but to endure it, straightening his back as he said, "Actually, I could eat some of the reserve food." Suddenly, he jumps up and shouts, "Forget it! I'll eat the combat rations." Surprised, Shin looks at him as he stands there, propping himself up with his hand, and declares, "Whatever's happening, I'll just go with the flow. You shouldn't be an awakened one like that." He left the room, leaving Shinrang stunned, who bit his lip in silence. The door slams shut, leaving him alone in the room, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. "Ha! I've never smoked a day in my life. Since the mountains became our territory, monster attacks have been cut in half or less. We still encounter them from time to time, but they're easily defeated, and I subdue them as tools to awaken even more people." Cheers echo through the room. "Really? That's great. That means things are stabilizing." "We did all the hard work while you were lying there," one of the patients said with a laugh. "Yeah, I heard all about it from the injured recruits. Thanks for working so hard." With chattering teeth, he sat and spoke with him, humbly replying, "Everyone worked hard." Looking at his leg in a cast, he asked, "Is it really beyond treatment?" Jun looked a little sad, but still managed a smile. "The doctors and priests said I would have been fine if I'd been treated right away, but too many days have passed." Now he has to use a wheelchair, but he's still very optimistic. "Lucky? I'm still doing well, even if I have trouble getting around." He frowned, looking at him with a hint of regret. Thinking back to how he used to be, he felt it was his fault. "I almost didn't ask him to awaken back then, and I've been blaming myself ever since." Suddenly a voice cuts through his thoughts. "Hey, Earthworm, it's not your fault, so don't make that face." All the patients turned to look at them as Taehoon spoke loudly. "If we hadn't struggled so hard to awaken, we would have been eaten by those monsters then and there." Everyone listened in silence. "This wound was a result of that, so don't blame yourself." He smiled, patting him encouragingly on the arm. "You're the reason we're still here." His eyes welled up with emotion, a shiver running down his spine. He looked at him and suddenly said, "Come outside. I want to show you something." Outside, it was pitch black. He was in his wheelchair, and he stood beside him as a blue light emanated from him. My job is that of an astronomer. He asks in surprise, Astronomy? What is that? He looked up at the starry sky and explained, Well, it's like reading constellations to glimpse the heavens and foretell the ups and downs for travelers. It's complicated, but that's the gist of it. He looked up at the sky as well, asking in surprise, So, predicting the future by reading constellations or something? He smiled, seeking confirmation. Yes, that's the gist of it. Shinrang's eyes widened with excitement as he playfully called out to him, A human-powered danger detector. Shinran continued. It doesn't seem useful in actual combat, but it can detect danger beforehand. It could actually be useful for planning and strategy. He never expected him to say, That's why I wanted to meet you, I knew something was up, no way. But he nodded seriously. That's right, I've discovered 2 things. He was surprised, listening to his every word with his mouth open. Under the glittering stars, he spoke like a fortune teller, foretelling events to come. We'll have some guests tomorrow. Incredulously, he asked, Guests? You mean? His hand tightened on the wheelchair, a faint smile playing on his lips as he cryptically warned, It's best to hide your claws. Shin's teeth chattered as he stared in disbelief, but that's all he would say, offering only a cryptic smile as the starry night held its secrets close and the uncertainty of tomorrow loomed. Night fades, and dawn breaks over the verdant forest, where voices cry out. A military base lies ahead. A civilian pointed towards the camp and everyone exclaimed in surprise, Really? Let's go see. A crowd of civilians are rushing over there. There must be soldiers. They look so chaotic, and I can hear children crying. Mommy, a woman says, hugging her child tightly. We can survive now. The crowd ran as fast as they could toward the barracks, pushing and shoving. Come on, everyone. They ran straight to the camp gates, shouting, There they are! The soldiers gathered on the roof, peering into the forest. The soldier reported seeing about 20 people, looking rather ragged, and at their current pace, they'd reach our unit in about an hour. On the morning of the 11th day after the attack, Shinrangjun and Minch used binoculars to look towards the forest, spotting people approaching the mountain. Minch looked at him, puzzled. They didn't even notice the sign prohibiting entry to the military zone. Where did they come from? Looking at the crowd, they wondered, What should we do? Minia guessed they might have nowhere else to go, and he thought so too. These civilians must have come a long way. Let's welcome them here. He didn't object, but immediately agreed. Yes, they had to be saved. He lowered his binoculars, lost in thought. This matched what Taehoon had told him that day. Could these be the people Taehoon mentioned? Soon the crowd had entered the military zone. A soldier stepped forward, raised his hand to stop them, and shouted, Everyone calm down, form a line, please, and be orderly. He handed them a notebook, asking them to write their names in it. The others helped themselves to drinks from the military base, and though the soldiers seemed reluctant, he told us to drink as much water as we needed. Shinrang Run and Minza watch him as he says, I count 25 people of all ages and genders, before turning to discuss it with the other man. Now let's move everyone from the 3rd floor dorms down to the 2nd floor, and should we increase the number of night patrols for those living on the 3rd floor? Hearing this, his eyes lit up in agreement. Good, let's go clear out the 2nd floor. Just then, Kim Hyung-seo appeared, greeting a soldier. Oh, right, thanks for letting me know. Seeing him, he was immediately annoyed, squinting. Isn't that the commander? Min was not happy at all. Is he here to command us? Kim Huyen-seo stepped forward, arms outstretched, and announced, Greetings, everyone. I am Lieutenant Kim Huyen-seo, and I'm in command here. You're safe now, so please relax and follow the soldiers' instructions. An old man in the crowd suddenly spoke up. So, you're the one in charge here? I'm worried because I only see regular soldiers. He immediately replied, Yes, sir, don't worry, I'm here. The other citizens grew anxious, asking, What's the current military situation, and is there food here for us? The crowd erupted in chaos, everyone shouting at once, The children are starving! Who could stand this noise? He shouts, All right, everyone, don't worry, just fill out the forms and we'll prepare everything. Then he turns to the soldiers and gives orders. What are you waiting for? Get to it. The soldier could only obey. Yes, sir. He's all talk, and when it's time to work, others have to ask. Where are Min and Shinrang hiding? Minja chuckled, placing a hand on his shoulder. It's time to speak up, and the two have no choice but to run over. Sergeant Min, reporting for duty, Kim Hyung-seo announced to the crowd. They're experienced. If I'm not here, go to them. He frowned, feigning professionalism, and asked, Sergeant Lee, is there room for them in the housing area? He replied, flustered, Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Kim called out, All right, very good. He still does nothing, passing the work off. I'll leave you in charge of guiding them. The two men froze, staring blankly at him as he spoke with unwavering conviction. "I'll check in later to make sure you're doing well. Let me know if there are any problems." But they couldn't argue. All they could do was respond. "Yes, sir." After assigning the task to Min, he looked at him, teeth chattering, and said to prepare food, as they must be hungry. Surely 25 extra portions wouldn't be a problem? He was speechless. "Yes, sir. The two of you are dissatisfied but can't say anything, and in front of the people, no less. Arguing wouldn't do any good, would it?" He knew that feeding 25 survivors on top of 99 soldiers was pushing it. "I only lied to them, but how could Lieutenant Kim and the others know?" He boomed, "All right, the soldiers will take care of it now. Follow their instructions." The civilians were no longer as noisy as before. They were calmer now, reassuring each other. "We understand. An officer is different indeed, working with lightning speed. I think we're safe now." Kim Haun-seo spoke cheerfully with the civilians. "It's always the ones who do nothing that succeed, while Min and Sin Rung bear the brunt of it all." He gritted his teeth, glaring at that smile. Am I the only one who hates him? Even he couldn't stand it, but he could only advise him. "Well, all we can do is follow his orders. Seeing how stable things are now, he told him that when our soldiers lead, they don't even listen. Unlike Kim Huin-seo, he stands there laughing and talking, but overall, it's effective. You say, but with Lieutenant Kim here, they listen to him. Perhaps they only cared about his rank," Min realizes now. The citizens even gathered around, cheering, "Thank you so much, Lieutenant," while Kim Huin-seo simply basked in the praise. "Ha ha ha, it's a soldier's duty to protect the people. I'm just doing my job." Now that everyone's safe, they cheer. "We survived thanks to you." Min, knowing his reputation is important, can't quell his anger, glaring with arms crossed, thinking he's greedy and unwilling to fight, just good at talking. Even with gritted teeth, he could only advise, "This isn't the time to talk. I'll head to the mess hall and you should stay and help." He immediately agreed. "All right, go on and take someone with you." He immediately ran off. "All right, I'm off. The barracks are much livelier now." A soldier led the group to the third floor, where most rejoiced, but some, like one old man, were less than thrilled and began to complain. "The third floor? Isn't that the highest floor? An old man like me can't climb these stairs." Gangin tries to encourage him to keep going. "The monsters will attack from the first floor, making this the safest place in the building, but he refuses. No, I don't feel comfortable here." The soldiers were getting headaches dealing with people like this. Some people then find the bathhouse. Finally, a bath. Finally. The soldier awkwardly explains that there's no hot water, so she'll have to bear with it. She whips around, asking, "What?" "I can't stand taking a cold shower." Thankfully, someone understands. "Endure it. This isn't a hotel." They act like they're on vacation, arguing with the soldiers, and now the dining hall is full of civilians. The children ate happily, their eyes crinkling with joy, finally having a full meal, and the old man chimed in, saying it was truly a blessing. Everyone praised the meal in front of them, surprised that steamed rice could taste so good. "But it's so good. Is this really the military ration I know?" Shin Ran, listening to the endless praise, smiled contentedly, secretly surprised by the sudden turn of events. But the limited ingredients also worried him. Even if it's just a percentage, it's already increased by 25%. We're almost out of regular food and have to rely on emergency and combat rations. Thinking this, he couldn't be happy, sweating with worry. At this rate, he'd have to go out again in just over a month. Just then, someone approaches. "Yes, that was a great meal." He politely smiled back, glad everyone enjoyed it, as the tall young man laughed, praising that it was more than delicious. He chuckled. "Ha ha, thank you." He suddenly stares at him. "You're really good. What do you do for a living?" The question put him on guard. The system identified him as a chef, but he hesitated. Why would they ask a soldier what he did for a living? He almost said he was a chef. Shin Rang cleverly replied. "You mean before I joined the army? I was a university student." The men nod. "Ah, that makes sense. The food is delicious." He silently watched them talk, a sense of caution rising within him. As they left, he couldn't help but wonder, how strange, to suddenly ask a soldier about his job. He knew the job wasn't the same anymore. Now it was more exclusive, only appearing in the status window that only the awakened could see. Sweat dripped down. At least he was a cook. If other soldiers heard that question, they'd immediately say they were warriors or healers. Suddenly, he remembers his conversation with Taijun and that knowing look, wondering if this is what Taijun was talking about. Min walks down the hallway of the living quarters, looking incredibly displeased. "We already have to worry about the monsters, and now we have to take care of the survivors, too." He thought back to the soldiers' conversation. How did he get caught up in this mess? That's right, I can't even get a moment's rest. One guy even openly complained with a scowl. I can't stand it. Lieutenant Kim is only making things worse. Now we have to worry about everything. Another says, I wish those sergeants were in charge. Their way is much better than Lieutenant Kim's. He overheard everything from behind the wall. These soldiers were venting their frustrations. That's right, and we've been through so much together. I sense a strange camaraderie from him. Hearing this, he himself is confused. Comradeship. They seem to adore him, teeth chattering. One of them speaks up. I wish Lieutenant Kim would just disappear. He wasn't even there when we were fighting, yet he's so happy to greet the survivors. They all saw the absurdity of it. One man frowned and said, he's got the rank, so there's nothing we can do, but the other guy won't give up. However, they knew their positions differed, but they couldn't suppress their discontent. We fight monsters, and a commander like that will hurt us, not help us. Right, Sergeant? Min realized then that they all felt the same way. As he walked, he thought, I've always felt uneasy about Lieutenant Kim. He won't fight alongside us. He made a silent decision, knowing who would follow a commander who always disappeared from the battlefield. Standing before the door, he hesitated, knowing that if this continued, the army's morale and unity would collapse. Clenching his lips and furrowing his brow, he thought, we need to do something. And fast. On the rooftop, the soldiers gathered, wondering, Sergeant Min, it seems everyone's here except for the wounded and the lieutenant. Another asked, are we having a secret meeting, buddy? Some agreed, saying it was necessary, as the others exchanged questioning glances. Just then, a serious voice cut through the air. I apologize for calling you all here so late. It was Mania, standing above them all, squinting down at the crowd. But I didn't think this could wait any longer. I can't stand to see everyone struggling. His eyes flashed with light as he declared that he had met Lieutenant Kim. The group was in an uproar, exchanging shocked glances. What? Really? What are you talking about? Seeing the others panic, he calmly reassured them. It's not a big deal. I just told him to put himself in our shoes. And why didn't he at least consult us, the ones fighting in the trenches, before making such big decisions? He paused, looked around, feigning disappointment. But it didn't seem to work. He recalled being in Kim Hyung-seo's office and speaking to him frankly. They said, please, heed our advice. But Lieutenant Kim wouldn't listen, pointing and yelling, that's not something a soldier should force him to do. That sounded just like him. The soldiers, silent with disappointment, finally erupted. That bastard never cared about us, and he doesn't even want to fight with us. Shinrang trembled, watching the commotion with growing confusion. Damn it, Min is at it again. He knows the soldiers don't like Lieutenant Kim either, and he's adding fuel to the fire. Yes, this is not a matter to be taken lightly, as our very survival is at stake. That is why I have arranged this meeting. Everyone stood silently, listening to him. My first proposal is... They waited in curious silence. Min bluntly suggests eliminating Lieutenant Kim, causing a stir among those present. What? You want to do things that way? Wait, is that really a good idea? Shinrang couldn't help but shout out in protest. What's wrong with you? What are you even saying? We can't just get rid of a lieutenant. He never expected such a reaction and narrowed his eyes in response. You disagree with me. Think about it. How long are you going to let him drag this on? You're sweating, pale, and stammering. No, he's still an officer, and even if he makes strange requests, we have to discuss and decide together. Just thinking about the defiant way he pointed his finger makes Min furious. He wondered if that happened once. Perhaps when more survivors joined them, their group would be much larger than it is now. He agreed. That's right, he just kept talking. And what if he always represents us in those meetings? I'm at a loss for words. Min family glared and shouted angrily, saying that many people would think he was their leader. The thought of Kim Hyung-seo manipulating everything on his own made his blood boil, and they wouldn't be able to do anything on their own. What do you think? Am I wrong? He continued to rant and rave. If he had the strength, we'd all listen to him, but we all know he doesn't. Some soldiers agreed, saying he was right and that it was frightening to think of Lieutenant Kim being in charge all the time. One of them even badmouthed him, saying he was in the central dorm room with him once, and it was the worst time ever. Their dissatisfaction with the old man was bursting out. Still, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were comrades, and they couldn't just ignore this. He had done so much when the world was still normal. Min helplessly looked at the speaker, gang in. He still speaks his mind. I don't know. But isn't civil war the ultimate form of modern warfare? A dangerously extreme idea. Hearing this, Jung Min reluctantly agreed, saying, good idea, and that's exactly why we need to execute our plan quickly. Gang In and Shinrang were both surprised, wondering, what? Standing between them, Min reveals his plan. Without Lieutenant Kim, the highest-ranking members of their unit are Sergeants Pun and Shin Jiang-jun. He added that even ordinary soldiers could act as commanders in the absence of officers, and everyone listened in stunned silence. Min reached out. That way, if we face an undead army outside, he said, smiling as he put his arm around the man's shoulder, no one will have trouble following your lead. Teeth were chattering. He put his arm around my shoulder and announced to the others, the reason I've gathered you all here is this. We need to eliminate him without getting caught. But the others were already skeptical. What on earth was he talking about? A chef can't be a commander, but Min wouldn't give up. He was determined to persuade them. Why not? He's in charge of our corn and, most importantly, our food. But he patted the sergeant's back, glancing at the soldiers. My second proposal. But most importantly, Sergeant Sin should take over, he roared. If you have any objections, speak now. Shin could only stare at him, speechless. Trying to shut him up, he thinks they'll never accept a cook as their commander. The soldiers begin to murmur, remembering how Sergeant Shin always put them first. He's motivated us so much with his cooking. Things are looking up. They're even praising him. We can trust him. Without his corn, we'd surely be monster food. Seeing no objections, Min asked, anything else? So, everyone agrees. He tried to speak up to stop him. Hey, man. But he ignored his objections and placed his hand on Sergeant Shin's shoulder. From now on, our leader will be Sergeant Shin Rune, he declared. You're disrespecting the natural order. I frowned. He turned to him, grinning smugly. Just accept it. Suddenly, a light flashed and a notification appeared on the screens of all the awakened. Guild established. You have successfully formed the Minium Raid unit, a 30-player guild. Gangin exclaimed in surprise, a guild. The system states that a guild is the first step toward becoming a comprehensive force beyond the scope of a single party. A level of attachment far exceeding the usual gatherings of a party meetup. The second large guild area is in Raw, and the first small guild area is at Slope 17. Minza frowns in surprise. The system constantly displays achievements, comrades. Comrades, there are rewards for the guide. Second reward, group skill, token. Shin's trembling hand touches the screen. You are now the commander of Guild 423. And just like that, he stared blankly at the system screen, bewildered that he had truly become a leader. As darkness fell, everyone was still talking on the rooftop. And so it was. The soldiers cheered him on in unison. You'll be leading us from now on. Sergeant wishes you the best of luck. Shin's teeth chatter with discomfort as he sweats, closing his eyes to think carefully. If that's how it has to be, he'll do it right. And so his new role begins. Standing before the group, he solemnly declares, then my first order as commander is to not eliminate Lieutenant Kim. Gangin watched him silently while Min shouted with trembling teeth. Everyone protested, but this was a hopeless situation. You know what we're going through. Please accept this decision. He quickly tried to defuse the situation, seeing everyone's fierce reaction. Everyone calm down and listen to me. The crowd fell silent, staring at him. If we start choosing people based on our own interests, we may live in body, but we'll die in spirit. They didn't understand what he was saying, but his sincerity shone through, a plea to retain their humanity. Thinking of the soldiers laughing together, he said seriously, we shouldn't kill unless they attack us first. I want you all to promise me this. Even Min glanced over, a smile playing on his lips, admiring the leader's thoughts. They hadn't chosen the wrong commander. They eagerly asked, we'll follow your request, but what about Lieutenant Kim? If he's no longer our commander, why should we let him live when he does nothing? He calmly interjected. We still need to kill him. The soldiers exchanged confused glances. What? But as I explained, he's a man who only causes harm, yet letting him go would be a waste. His eyes gleam with cunning as he suggests they exploit the man, leaving the others speechless and questioning Lieutenant Kim's sanity. Finally, the meeting concludes, and a man by the window looks down at the soldiers below, turning back with a smirk to report, it seems the troops have returned, sir. The blonde guy who spoke to Shinruren earlier lies in bed, casually strolling with his group at midnight. Don't you think something's off? The blonde sneered. They're just a bunch of kids in their 20s. The subordinates across from him listened in silence. One of them mentioned their commander seemed strong, but wasn't with them. The blonde coldly asked, did you check what I asked you to? Yes, sir. I checked with some of the soldiers, but it's been a while since anyone awakened. Thinking back to how he approached the soldiers, even splitting up to avoid suspicion, the large man propped himself up in bed, saying, I took a peek and they're using guns to kill monsters too. Good. That means this is a golden opportunity since no one has awakened. The blonde man laughed gleefully, his eyes gleaming. I think it's time we go. The men exchanged glances, one asking timidly, then let's go. The blonde man warned with a stern face, just in case. Wait a few more days and be careful not to get hurt. They echoed in unison. Yes, boss. The next day, voices echoed. I'm ready to eat. I prefer to wait until the kids get back, Shin thought, shivering in the kitchen. He held the silver ring in his hand, examining it as the system chimed. The code reveals your guild ranking, granting stat rewards based on your group size. Shin's teeth chatter with joy as he clutches the ring in his hand, laughing with glee. I can't believe this is my first piece of equipment. Seeing the neatly arranged dishes on the table, he realizes that providing rewards to all party members will create a powerful effect. But the thought makes him a little sad. It's a shame I don't have a worthy subject to represent it. Just then, a scream rang out. Oh, our numbers may be gone, but our guild's name and title remain. He turns to Min in disbelief, still confused. But am I really fit to be a commander? He chuckled smugly. It's fine. Look at their reactions. No one's objecting at all. Remembering his past deeds, he was very pleased, and there were rumors that he was strong enough to kill monsters with just a sword. He affirmed that they didn't resist him because they knew he was trustworthy. The situation was unstable on many fronts, and they had a strong leader like him. Looking at Gangin's large frame and fierce, bloodshot eyes, Min whispered, We have the madman. Gangin? Overwhelmed, but too gentle and sometimes too aggressive to be a leader. He asked suspiciously, confirming that he was the only choice left. In the dining hall, a soldier salutes him, while a loyal Ngo, teeth chattering, glances over and asks with amusement, Oh, you're here? Did you tell everyone what I asked? He reported honestly, Yes, if anyone asks about our profession, we shouldn't act suspiciously or mention the status window. Hearing that he followed instructions well, he complimented him. Good job. He added, I also told them to avoid talking about awakening as much as possible, so they should be fine. Even though it's a secret, he tells the soldier, but that doesn't stop them from increasing the number of awakeners. That's a relief, thank goodness. Awakened marksmen were seemingly indistinguishable from armed soldiers, but he reported another issue. That piqued his interest. The soldier, sweating profusely, seemed a bit tense. The survivors kept insisting on speaking with us. In particular, there was a woman who kept begging the soldiers for help, saying she needed to tell us a story. Shin, his teeth chattering, immediately asked if it was important. Thinking back to that encounter, he felt like I didn't know. But she seemed to be the leader of the survivors, and he told him, So we thought you should be the one to talk to her. Sergeant Shin, you say? What if Lieutenant Kim finds out and criticizes me? He stroked his chin in silence, lost in thought. Leave the Lieutenant Kim problem to me, he said, thinking of Kim Hyun-seo. Surprised, the other man asked, What are you planning to do? He patted the man's shoulder, reassuring him, Don't worry, I've got a plan. While the man was still confused, he pointed, Just take care of this first. Select 3 representatives from the survivors and have them come to the conference room on the 2nd floor of the residence after dinner, and warn them not to tell anyone. The man obeyed, replying, Yes, sir. Before he left, he wished him good luck, along with a hot, delicious bowl of spaghetti. Shin trembles as he looks at the noodles, thinking it's only a matter of time. He plans to organize something, and late at night he carries the noodles down to the basement alone. Some soldiers witnessed this and wondered, What's beneath the kitchen? The other man replied, Don't you know? There's a basement under the dining hall. Seeing him descend, the others were even more surprised. Is that so? The man explained it was built to supply hot water and electricity to the dining hall, containing a boiler and a generator. It's quite large, so it's also a storage room, though he boldly guesses it's being used for something else now. The man chuckled. Who knows? Deep inside the room, he carried a plate of hot noodles, thinking that Minra's idea of using this place as a prison was brilliant. He felt it was perfect as a prison cell. At that moment, Shiran stopped in front of a room, frowned seriously, and gently opened the door. On the cot in the room, a figure appears, and upon seeing him, cries out in alarm. What's going on? He asked with a smile. Yes, I'm Lieutenant Kim. Kim Hyun-seo, eyes bloodshot and weary, sweats as he stares at him, unaware that Min and another soldier are poised outside the door, ready to strike. Inside the room, Kim Hyun-seo sits at his computer, oblivious to what's coming, until he turns around, and it's too late. Outside the door, Min struck with a thunderous fist, launching an attack. A single lightning strike was enough to take him down. Lieutenant Kim, convulsing from the electric shock, could only stare blankly ahead, his eyes rolling back. Before losing consciousness, he saw Minzajia and Shinrang run, then darkness. When he woke up, he was locked down here. He kept yelling and begging, Shinrang, listen to me. I'll apologize to all the soldiers I've ever offended. He exclaimed in disbelief, What? He's just confessing to all his wrongdoings. I spilled coffee on the equipment the other day and broke it, so I blamed the guard on duty. He could only listen in stunned silence. I made mistakes during inspections and blamed other soldiers. Looking at the dark room with only a simple bed, he thought, I know it's going to be very uncomfortable being stuck in a cell with nothing to do. You must be wondering why we brought you in here, Lieutenant Kim rattled on. What else? Is it about the time I made a soldier do my work in the warehouse and he got injured? This guy's done so much wrong, it's exhausting to hear. So many misdeeds, and now he's begging for help. It's all my fault, so please, help me. You seemed so close to them, but Sin Rung revealed a sorrowful, helpless expression. Holding his noodles, he replied, I tried to persuade them, but most were opposed. More people than I thought harbor ill feelings toward Lieutenant Kim. Unaware that this was all his brother's scheme, he was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. His hands trembled as he heard him say, I don't think that's possible. He slumped onto the bed in despair, staring at him in silent desperation, sweating profusely, his teeth chattering as he realized his hopeless situation. He must be remembering the officers killed by their own men during the war. Leaving him to sit in silence, he held out a bowl of noodles. But don't worry. I'll try to convince the other soldiers. I know you've suffered much in captivity, so here's some food for you. He looks up at him, aggrieved, but still trembling. He coaxes him patiently. You like pasta, right? I made some pasta. It's good that he has someone who cares about him in this situation. Thank you so much. Ron shakily poked at the pasta with his fork, picking up a small portion to eat. He took one bite, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't stop praising it. Wow, it's so good. Incredibly delicious. I could eat this forever. He ate with tears of joy, and I finally felt alive again. Watching this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Feeding him was a good idea after all. He watched him eat, contemplating, sink into oblivion, savor this happiness. He knew nothing, just ate and laughed. He laughed incessantly. Then one day Min asked with a suspicious look, Are you cooking the flesh of the tishdich? Without hesitation, he admits, Yes, we're running out of food. The other man panics, shocked. No, but is it okay to eat monster meat? Even he didn't know if it would work, admitting, I don't know, but I don't have any better food sources right now. Min felt nauseous at the thought, but looking at the food before him, an idea sparked. So I experimented with some new things, and I discovered that perhaps because it contains magical power, the flavor and effects of the food have been enhanced. The other side, finding it hard to believe, asked, Really? He nodded. That's right, I tested it and confirmed it. Not to mention, while cooking, the system changed his title to Pioneer. The Pioneer title, awarded to those who make groundbreaking achievements in their field, doubles the effectiveness of related skills and talents. He shared, and I received this title. He also told him, I think I can try making a dish from this monster with Lieutenant Kim. He seemed skeptical. Lieutenant Kim. He reassured him, Yes, leave it to me. Soon, the rose sauce pasta, brimming with happiness, was complete. He gazed at the dish, his eyes sparkling, and smiled softly with satisfaction. Now, even in the dining room, he couldn't help but smile as Kim Hyun Seo ate, praising the food with every bite. I haven't had a decent meal in so long. This is amazing. Seeing the empty plate, Shin Rung-roon politely replied, I'm glad you enjoyed it. But the lieutenant was unresponsive, drooling and grinning foolishly. Hee, and not a single noodle left. From that day on, Shin Rang-gung cooked in the kitchen every day, still preparing the addictive dishes for Lieutenant Kim. Cooking, he thought, I'm glad I can feed you every day and get your tongue and brain addicted to my food. He then raised his hand to stroke his chin thoughtfully. Kim Hyung-seo's eyes widened as he shouted, Wait, is this the only thing I get to eat today? You planned this all along, that I'd suddenly stop and be replaced with tasteless combat rations. He couldn't eat the concentrated meat and went crazy, smashing the bowl and screaming, his teeth chattering. You bastard, is this how you treat me? Go and get me a decent meal. He didn't care, opened the door and walked out decisively, standing on the hatch extremely satisfied, just as he expected. That's enough, he smirks. Let's get to work. Min and Gang-in exchange confused glances, wondering about that sinister smile. What is Rang-run thinking? He serves Lieutenant Kim 3 meals a day, Gang-in thought. That's right, he muttered, sweating and confused. Looks like Lieutenant Kim is a huge fan of awakened geckos. Gang-in frowned, thinking of that monster. By the way, the lieutenant asked us to catch him an awakened gecko. Min exclaimed in surprise. What? Another one? Sweat beaded on his brow, a sure sign that things were changing, even though the sky remained blue. In the dark shelter, screams echoed, wails of despair. Not this thing. Lieutenant Kim is still acting crazy. He roared, This is an order. Get me a decent meal now. Shinrang remained unmoved, standing firm as he replied, "That's not right, Lieutenant Kim. If you want a better meal, that's not the attitude you should have." Being treated this way by a subordinate for the first time, he couldn't take it, and his eyes widened. What? Shinran stared at him blankly, thinking, the emptiness he'll feel when the joy of eating is gone will be immense. He was still the same, just shouting threats all day. Listen to me, as your superior. My orders are absolute. Seeing this, he decisively turned to leave, saying, "If you don't change your attitude, then I'll just have to come back tomorrow. Think carefully about this until then." Kim Hoinseo's eyes widened in despair, realizing all hope was lost, and he cried out, dropping to his knees and begging, "Please, I beg you can't do this. No matter how much I eat, I'm never full." He even clung to the leg of his pants, bowing deeply. "This is what you wanted." That's right, he couldn't take it anymore. He just kept crying. "Please, cook me something, I'll do anything," he finally managed to say, and with a slight nod, the man's eyes widened, his voice chilling. "All right, I'll cook for you, but on one condition." He was drenched in sweat as he looked up to see the door open, revealing a lizard monster inside. Because the job each person receives upon awakening is random, Lieutenant Kim could become a lottery ticket. Upon seeing the monster, he was startled and stammered. He'd always avoided fighting monsters. And now, a lizard. He nonchalantly replied, "That's right. If you want food from me, you need to kill that monster." Fresh blood splattered across the ground as Kim Hoon-seok panted, his hand gripping the knife, trembling uncontrollably. Before him, a status screen appeared. Trainee Commander, Level 1, with the unique skill to increase the stats of subordinates by 10%. Kim Hun XOC stared in disbelief at the screen before him. "Is this awakening?" Shin approaches, eyeing Kim Hun X's status window. "Oh, this percentage increase is better than I thought." Kim Hun then asked Shin Runchun what was going on. "Explain it to me," Rang Chun says with a smile, watching Kim Hun's shocked face. The scratch-off lottery ticket to test his luck paid off. In the kitchen, Sin Raccoon opens his status screen and continues his research. There are two main ways to increase someone's stats: fix the numbers or increase the percentage. Fixing stats is more effective on targets with low stats, while percentage increases work better on those with higher stats. So, with the lieutenant's talent, Kim could effectively boost the stats of the entire legion. I can learn a lot from this experiment. Shin Rung-chun also received an achievement called Irresistible Taste for successfully bringing someone under his complete control through cooking. One of the greatest achievements you could ask for as a chef. Achievement reward, premium ingredient, Dragon's Heart. You have gained experience. You have been promoted from Apprentice Chef Level 10 to Assistant Chef Level 1. So the max level is 9. Now my stat increase is about 2% instead of 1%, and the apprentice talents are replaced with intermediate talents. Even with the apprentice skills, I've reached a professional level compared to before. I wonder what it'll be like now. He gazed at the carefully prepared meal before him. Combat rations complete. Oh man, I love this skill. He reached out, grabbed a ration bar from the tray, and took a bite. This new combat ration skill allows you to make food reserves for battle. Less nutritious than a normal meal, but with a longer shelf life, more calories in a smaller size, and easier to carry. Not bad. This is perfect for when I have trouble supplying the team. Who knew Lieutenant Kim Muyong would become so useful? Now I'm alive. The kitchen slowly faded into silence. Shin Rang-chun raised an eyebrow, looking out the door. Another day, with skies so blue. Inside the military dormitory, Shin Rukun easily spots some familiar faces moving about, though Lieutenant Kim is absent due to his recent illness caused by Shin Rukun's cooking, and Min will be taking his place. Kanganon asked, dumbfounded, "Huh? What? You mean because of your cooking?" Shin Rang-chun pointed to Min Hai, telling everyone not to worry and just listen to him. He's the most educated in the unit and a skilled speaker too. Mina nods slightly, but her expression is a bit reluctant. "Do you think I don't know you're just passing the buck?" Shin Rang-chun grinned. "I told you everything yesterday. And now you just have to do it again. I agreed to be the leader, but don't expect me to take all the responsibility." "All right, let's go." Mincha-e sighed, resigned. "Come on, everyone, stay calm." At the dorm, Mincha-e, Shin Run-chun, and Kang Inan entered the room. The commoners have all gathered here. They certainly arrived early. Without much talk, they simply nod in greeting. Shin Rang-chun slowly sat down, his eyes scanning the group, wary of potential threats. "According to Ai-chun, I need to hide my abilities from them, so I'll just sit and talk, to get as much information as possible without revealing anything about myself." Mincha-e was the first to speak. "Greetings, everyone." "Oh, Sergeant Min, you'll be running this meeting?" The others are clearly surprised, as they expected Lieutenant Kim to be in charge. Min-chae says it's better I'm here, as I'm one of the people in charge of the operation, and assures them I'll run the meeting smoothly. Lai Sang-ah nods slightly, seemingly trusting Minha's words, a rather peculiar reaction, though the large man beside her seems defiant. I doubt I'd be talking to a regular soldier. You'd better bring him here. Maya calmly responds to the two soldiers sitting before him. This is a top member of the division, responsible for the unit's daily operations. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, Bok Gunsong said matter-of-factly. Why did it take 3 days to prepare this meeting? Mina frowned slightly, but could only offer a smile in response. Well, it was to give everyone a chance to rest and recover from that exhausting escape from the ritual. We also wanted to give everyone time to consider what they wanted to know and choose a representative. And as always, we were busy with military affairs. As if trying to provoke them, Park Wan-sang asked, "So your work is more important than us? You don't really think that, do you? Why not? You just said it yourself." Shin Rang-chun sighed helplessly. They occasionally encountered people like this, people who thought they were royalty because their taxes paid their salaries. You're a soldier. You should put everyone else first. What could be more important than us? At this, the girl next to him, Lai Sang-ah, suddenly raised her voice, and Park Wan-sang visibly flinched. The others were also a little scared. It seemed this girl was the most respected person here. Lee Sang-ae said they took the time to talk to us. "I understand your frustration, but it's best if you remain silent for now," Park Wan-seo said. Shin smiles to herself, realizing who it must be. After scolding him, Lee Sang-ah looked at Min-cha-ae, who was sitting across from her, and said, "I'm so sorry. Gun was a bit much." Min-cha-ae awkwardly replied, "No, it's understandable since we wasted everyone's time, but we didn't want it to happen either." Lai Sang-ae smiles. "Yes, I know. I'm Lai Sang-ae, and before all this, I owned a small clothing store." Min-cha-ae forced a smile, saying, "Well, I'm glad you brought peace to the unit," before agreeing to begin. "To better understand each other, could you tell us a bit about what happened to our unit?" Lai Sang-ae nodded. "Yes, I'd be glad to." Shin Jang-chun couldn't help but praise. "Min-cha-ae, you've done well." His eyes focused intently on Lai Sang-ae as she began to recount the events. "Well, you see, about 2 weeks ago, monsters suddenly appeared. At the same time, we lost all internet, TV, and phone connections. We were attacked by monsters, and some of the injured survivors eventually turned into zombies, causing utter chaos." Shin Rang-chun and Min-hae were both horrified. "Wait, what is she talking about? Zombies?" The soldiers in the room buzzed with discussion, as they had never heard of such a thing. Confused, Min-cha-ae leaned into Shin Rang-chun and whispered, "They're talking about the lizards, right? We haven't seen any zombies." Honestly, Shin Rang-chun couldn't believe it either, and seeing their reactions, Lee Sang-ah couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with me mentioning zombies?" Min-ae laughed it off, saying, No, it's nothing. We just don't call them zombies." "Really? But we're pretty sure they're zombies." "So what do you call them?" Min-chae is getting even more flustered. His brain CPU maxed out trying to think. "We mean the undead. That's what we call them. What on earth is he thinking?" Shin Run-chun thought something was off, but the others seemed to believe it immediately, even suggesting calling them the undead. Min-chae quickly added, "Now that I think about it, zombie is probably more accurate. Let's just call them that." Lai Sang-ae's eyes widened in surprise, but she didn't ask any further questions. If they're zombies, they're zombies. Though they were clumsy, they managed to pull through, and Min-chae continued her story. "So, what happened next? Please, continue." This is the story Lai told. After escaping the zombies, she joined a group of survivors she happened to meet. And while they were searching for a safe place, one of them told them about their military base. The old man sitting next to Lai Sang. Kang In-nan turned to the old man, asking, "How did you know about our military base?" The old man calmly replied, "A friend in construction told us he worked on a military base near our town. I remember him saying that the base was deep in the mountains." Lai Sang added, "We don't know exactly where it is either, but we figured we had to go there anyway, so why not take a chance?" To survive those monsters, the long-time lizard fighters were astonished. Min-chae couldn't help but sigh. It must have been a long journey. Shin Raccoon couldn't stay still any longer and raised his hand to ask, "I'm a little curious. I don't see any weapons, just iron bars in your hands." "Then how did you escape those monsters?" Lasanga replied. "You might not believe it, but we awakened superpowers." Again, some of the soldiers anxiously glanced at Lai Sang-ah, while Shin Rang-chun continued to observe her with that same cold gaze. Again, there's no way they could have awakened. Lai Sang-ah said, "Out of 25 people, I was the only one who awakened, which is how we got here." An interesting revelation, Shin Rang-chun thought to himself. But can it really be done with just one person? Lai Sang. A pushes back her chair and stands. You may not believe me, but I can prove it. Perhaps they didn't expect her to be so direct, their surprise conveniently mirroring awe at her power. She smiled, nodding slightly. All eyes in the room were on her. Holding up a large pair of sewing scissors, she said, These are sewing scissors, used for mending curtains and the like, so they're a bit bigger than usual. Shin Rang-chun wondered to himself if her powers came from her time working at a tailor shop. Li Sang-a twirled the scissors in her hand, testing their sharpness. Lai Sang-a closed her eyes, focusing her energy, her body glowing with a faint red aura. She lunged forward, scissors aimed at the edge of the table, her brown hair swept back by the powerful force. Lai Sang-a grimaces as she exerts her power, slicing the table in front of her in two, with cracks spreading across its surface. And of course, it's perfectly symmetrical. Myun Tai-yi jumps up, staring at the cut table, and says in a panic, How is this possible? For some reason, this scene feels a little familiar. While I was working at the store, some strange people started attacking us, Lai Sang-a said calmly as usual. It was a terrible situation, but I managed to stay calm and grab the scissors nearby. In a moment of crisis, I stabbed a zombie, and after it died, a blue screen appeared, saying, I have awakened. Grant me superpowers. And now, I can take out zombies with a single snip of my scissors, Lai Sang-a says. And of course, she left out the part where she cried from fear. Shin's brow furrowed slightly. She stabbed a zombie? Could zombies be another condition for awakening? He cautiously probes, Aren't all of us fighting zombies? So why only Miss Lai? Lai said, I wonder about that too. I don't know what the requirements are anymore. Those who know the inside story are a little worried and confused. Could it be they killed zombies but failed to awaken? That would be strange indeed. Shin Jiang-chun frowned slightly. I'm afraid Chun once said that someone might harm them. What in the world is going on? Is she the only one who awakened? Or are they hiding something? Is there anything you want to tell me about awakening? Lai Sang-a says, Well, I don't know the exact criteria, but I think it's just a random awakening when you kill a zombie. I felt I should share that information with you. Min Cha-yi nodded, saying, That was helpful. Thank you very much. If you're ever in danger, call us. We'll make sure to help you. Shin Jiang-chun smiled faintly, thinking that they probably had no ulterior motives, because if they did, they'd be walking into their own graves. Min, with a smile, tells Lai Sang-a, I want to inform you of the current situation in our unit, and I will ensure everyone is well provided for. Lai Sang-a replies with a smile. That's great. Looking at Min's face, he's definitely on Lai Sang-a's side. He looks at Kong Sang-anon and says, Wang In, clear the table and find a replacement. Shin Rang-chun smiled. It seems I can't dig anything up here, so I'll set a trap. Outside the training grounds, Shin Rang-chun sat on a large barrel, deep in thought. The Goryeo zombies said there were countless monsters rampaging in the city, meaning we can never know what to expect. He sighed, looking up at the blue sky, lamenting how troublesome it all was. Just then, footsteps approached, and a girl's voice called out, Sergeant, we're done with the dishes. He stood and replied with a smile. Ah, thank you. You didn't have to do that. We need to do something useful, one of the girls said, and we took turns. Shin Rang-chun opens the lid of the bucket he was sitting on and says he made some snacks. Inside are 2 ice cream bars that look quite delicious. He smiles and says it's a reward for helping him wash the dishes and clean up. The 2 girls looked at the ice cream, both delighted and surprised. Ice cream? You made these yourself? Shin Rang-chun chuckled. I had some ingredients left over, so I made something new. I tried to make it taste like the ones we had before, so it shouldn't be too bad. Let me try it. You should try some too. Shin Rang-chun looked worriedly at the ice cream bars in their hands. It's happiness-flavored ice cream with the chef's special sauce. I'll start spreading rumors about getting a reward after finishing the job. The 2 girls took a bite of the ice cream, the flavor slowly melting in their mouths. And then it happened. An explosion of flavor. The quieter girl seems happier too, as one of them cheerfully exclaims, Wow, this is so good. What is this flavor? I've never tasted anything like it. You think so too, right? Yeah, you're right. I didn't expect it to be this delicious. Are you smiling? Me? Yeah. You haven't smiled since your parents passed, but seeing you happy now, it makes me happy too. I'm finally seeing you happy. Don't cry, isn't this a good thing? I'm sorry, I can't help it. Shin-nu looks at the 2 guards before her. Are their emotions changing? Having lost her parents, she must have suppressed so much. She acts cheerful, but it must be exhausting for her. Emotional shifts and abilities may be temporary, but they can linger in the mind long after they fade, like Kangen's newfound courage after tasting the dish. If the ice cream works wonders, Razorfang thought to himself, he would set more traps. That evening, after the meeting, Razorfang and Mincha had a quiet discussion. Mincha said that guy kept asking us what we do for a living, and I got his room number. Shin Rangchun asks if there's anything else, and Minchi says, there are 5 people in that room and they all knew each other before the incident. But just because they're friends doesn't mean they're accomplices, right? Shin Jongchun worriedly asked. But just because they're friends doesn't mean they're accomplices, right? Mincha Yi nodded. Yes, but what if they're connected? Shin Rangchun looks off into the distance. So, what do we do now? I can't just kill them all. Act as if nothing happened. Mincha nodded. That's right. If it gets out, there'll be trouble. We can't let the survivors cause chaos. Yeah, but we can't just keep waiting around. If they're awakened, they're a real threat. Jiang Shun said softly, if I could feed them snacks I made and get them to reveal their plans. Amma thought back. Didn't we decide at the meeting that the survivors would help the unit? Minjae said, okay. And they agreed, but only to clean the living area and dining hall. Xin Rangchun excitedly says, hey, I have an idea. I'll bring someone to the living area and assign them a task. Then I'll observe what they do. Like you did with Kang In and Lieutenant Kim? Shin Rangchun nodded. Yes, I believe I can. Mincha nods. Well, if you're that confident, go ahead, but are you sure you can handle it? Dongchun, besides your ability to unlock more power, do you have other abilities? Shin Rangchun hesitated, a worried look in his eyes as he glanced at Mincha. Did he figure it out? Mincha says, I know what it is, but I won't force you. You'll use it soon enough anyway, but it can be harmful to rely on it. Shin Rangchun nods. Yes, I'll be more careful. Mincha pouted as Shin Rangchun forced a smile. I understand how he feels. No one would want my food if they knew I had this ability. I'll need to use it from time to time, but I'll be careful not to get caught. Minche says, then let's pick a day, a few days from now in the kitchen. Shin Jongchun successfully approaches someone in the room after spreading news about the ice cream. He laughs. Ha ha ha, very good. Then he takes out the ice cream and offers it to him, saying, have a taste. He grinned, asking, oh, is that the legendary ice cream? Shin Rangchun asked curiously, has the rumor already spread? Tran Trung chuckled. Anyone who hasn't tried it must be jealous. Everyone in the cafeteria keeps bragging about how good it is. Shin Rangchun chuckled. Well, I pity those who applied to the dorms. Tran Trung grabbed an ice cream bar and replied with a smile that everyone would get their turn eventually, so it was okay. I bet they're waiting for their turn in the cafeteria. He took a bite of the ice cream, overjoyed. This flavor is truly impeccable. Now I understand everyone's reactions. Shin Jongchun nodded and smiled. Is that so? Of course. I put a lot of effort into making it, so it has to be good. What you're eating is a special version, so I didn't skimp on the ingredients. That Mitsugazao ice cream was made with the heartfelt sincerity of an amateur chef. Tran Trung gives 2 thumbs up and says, it's delicious. The taste is amazing. It's been a long time since I've had sweets. And he finished the ice cream in one go. Shin Rangchun smiled and said, I'm glad you liked it. We should get started now. He chuckled. May I ask you a few questions? Tran Trung was surprised. You have questions for me? Go right ahead. Shin Rangchun asked me about my work last time, remember? Tran Trung nodded. I do. Shin Rangchun asked why you were asking him, which made Tran Trung frown slightly. Well, I needed to confirm. If there's an awakened one in the group, it wouldn't be strange for a military unit with guns to awaken successfully. In that case, I'll have to change my strategy. I'm relieved to hear you say you don't. He suddenly stopped. What am I saying? What's going on? Even when I don't want to talk, I have no choice. Shin Rangchun smiles and says, I feel that feeling may be the case. Tran Trung grows more confused by the second. What in the world? My mouth is moving on its own. Shin Jongchun then asked what he would do if there was an awakened one on their team. Tran Trung says, first I should have checked the balance. If there are too many awakened in the unit, we have no choice but a head-on battle. So I'll keep a low profile and wait for an opportunity. Well, I understand. The existence of an awakened one is frightening for us as well. Shin Jongchun asks if he means he'll have to hide even more carefully. You let your guard down because there are no awakened here, and he wouldn't even eat the food he offered. Tran Trung said, yes, that's right. Damn it, what are you doing to me? I'm going to be in so much trouble if I stay here. Shin Rangchun says to wait, he has more questions, and Tran Trung hesitates. Go ahead and ask, he said, growing more afraid by the second, unable to move. Shin Rangchun asked how many teammates he had, how many were awakened, and who was considered the leader. Tran Trung replied, All 5 of us in the same room are teammates, and we're all awakened. The leader is probably Park Won-sung, our room's representative. Park Won-sung? All 5 of them? And if it's Park Won-sung, the one who kept complaining about not seeing Lieutenant Kim, he still remembers his face clearly. This is a disaster. He then asked what the 5 of you were planning to do, to which Tran Trung replied that they were planning to seize the unit. First, we had to confirm whether any other potential awakened or latent threats existed. After a few days of observation, we determined that there were no awakened or equivalent threats within this unit. So, we decided to launch our takeover tonight. Shin Ranjun's pupils dilated slightly. Tonight? Tran Trung, still with his back turned, chuckled, yes. This operation will commence the moment I return. Shin Rang-chun gritted his teeth. This can't be happening. Tran Trung snapped his fingers and flames erupted around him. But given the situation, we have to do it now. Flames engulfed him as Tran Trung charged toward Shin Rang-chun, taking the offensive. Perhaps now he realizes that the person standing before him is no ordinary man. You wield fire? Flames rage around Tran Trung. He roared. I was confused about what was happening to me, but then I realized there was no need to be afraid. You're just a cook. Shin Jiang-chun frowned. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect him to rush me like this. With malice in his eyes, Tran Trung Han growled. Looks like we were fooled. It's a shame our identities were revealed, but once we kill you and begin the campaign, it'll all be over. He then hurled a fireball towards Shin Rang-chun, the flames blazing fiercely, radiating intense heat. An aura begins to glow around Shin Rang-chun. He severely underestimates the power of a chef. That's a familiar trick with fire, suppressing it at its source. Cooking is always tied to flames. Holding a steel pan before the heat and swaying is a chef's destiny. He waves his hands, crossing them, and gradually disappears into the flames. The fire blazes before him, but Shin Rang-chun waves his hand powerfully, as if a gust of wind has swallowed the flames whole. You've chosen the wrong opponent. The flames scattered into fragments, then vanished into thin air. Seeing Shin Rang-chun unharmed, Tran Trung frantically retreated. That's impossible. How could he do that to Tran's hand? Shin Rang-chun frowned, exhaling slowly. Well, I don't have to hide it anymore. My true abilities? The chef's eyes, a low-level cooking skill, and an understanding of primate butchery. Tran Trung's 2 weaknesses are now clear to him as Shin Rang-chun's status screen appears. Holding the kitchen knife, he says, "Prepare yourself." Tran Trung, caught off guard by his opponent, doesn't know what to do, perhaps because their experience isn't high enough to deal with a soldier. Shin Rang-chun pursed his lips, his body shifting through the void, light as a feather. He lunged forward, the blade in his hand flashing brightly, a sharp sound cutting into flesh, fresh blood soaking his clothes. Outside, the day faded into twilight as the remaining 4 waited impatiently for Tran Trung. So looks at Park Won-trang and asks, "What do we do now?" "Boss?" Baek Hwan-sang says we can't wait any longer. We'll proceed without him, and Tran Trung will join us later. Hey, are we really going without Tran Trung? Tran Trung is the strongest of us. What a mess. Baek Hwan-trang frowned and snapped. We still have 4 awakened here, and we've confirmed there are no more among the soldiers. Thuet says, but we can't be sure. We may have missed something. Bak Eunjung was clearly displeased. Chanjung is already level 6, an indispensable force for us. His ability to use skills is also special, but as the captain, I shouldn't waver. He frowned and asked, "Don't you guys trust me?" "Stick to the plan. Chanjung will join us later." Yes, let's hurry. Bak Eun-sang spoke and left. We have to get everyone out of the dorm. Outside the dorm, everyone was herded downstairs. Some annoyed, some silently waiting, all eyes on the 4, curious as to what was happening. Lai sang. A was silent, seemingly not understanding what was happening, nor expecting to find herself in this situation. She stepped forward to question him. "May I ask what you're thinking, Mr. Parsang?" Baek Eun-sang says it's nothing serious. You see, he has a condition where he breaks out in a rash if he's not the leader of a group. Lai Sang-a frowned, asking, "What do you mean?" He was always particularly curt and violent. Lee Sang-a knew that well. She'd always seen him use violence against others, but when she confronted him about it, in front of an awakened, he was relatively polite. Why is he acting like this now? Lee Sang-a frowned. Perhaps he's not satisfied being the leader of our group. There are only 5 of us. Yeah, too small. This survivor group is a little small, too. With a cold tone, Baek Eun-sang said, "Only with this unit will I be satisfied, right?" Lee Sang-a frowned with worry. "Do you really want that?" The others overheard, and a sense of unease began to creep into their hearts. "What? Is there a fight going on?" Looks like there are soldiers here too. Why are they doing this? Up above, the other soldiers inadvertently saw this scene through the window. They immediately ran downstairs to question the survivors about what they were doing outside. They suddenly came down and started arguing. We tried to stop them, but they told us not to interfere. We need to report this and keep an eye on them. Outside, Lee Sang-a and Park W-sang are still arguing. She says, "I had a feeling you'd cause trouble one day. I have no choice. It's come to this." Lee Sang-a pulls a pair of scissors from her pocket. "I didn't want to use force, but you've gone too far." Lee Sang-a frowned, the scissors in her hand, and the crowd stirred in fear once more. Sang-a has brought out her scissors. "Are you people crazy? Do they want to lose their heads?" Buk-gun-sang calmly said, "Oh, how crazy. I know the power of those scissors very well." Lee Sang-a frowned at him, her long hair flowing in the wind, the air thick with tension. Even with her weapon drawn, he didn't change his attitude. "Do they think they can take me with just the 4 of them? No way." A bold guess suddenly appears in her mind. One of them approaches her, rolling up his sleeves and smirking arrogantly. "Boss, leave this to me. I'll break those clippers." But that woman is strong," Buk-gun-sang said. He turned to the other man. "Thought go help him out." With a smile, Thought replied, "Yes, sir." And so Lee Sang-a found himself in a 2-on-1 fight. So, they were confident, despite knowing my abilities. Lee Sang-a frowned and demanded, "Are you hiding the fact that you're awakened?" With a grin, Buk-gun-sang chuckled, "Hey, ha! Only now do you realize? If you had known, you surely would have met the same end. Awakened, all of them? The Dongson clan? How long have they been deceiving us?" Looking up to the sky, Bak-gun-sang shouts, "It seems Sang-a has no intention of backing down. Crush her." Yes, sir. Trung Min's skill is turning his hands to stone, and Thought controls golden marbles. The 4 of them can fight without holding back, but Lee Sang-a can't, because she has people behind her. I need to lead them away first. Sang-a thought to herself as she rushed forward, trying to buy time, but Trung Min pursued her closely, preventing her from carrying out her plan. Frowning, Sang-a crossed her swords and held them up to block Trung Min's stone fist. Her body reeling, Lee Sang-a was punched backward, digging her heels into the ground and kicking up dust. Lee Sang-a stared in shock at the scene before her. They had been hiding their true strength for quite some time. No sooner had she landed the punch than yellow marbles swarmed around Lee Sang-a, surrounding and attacking her, leaving her no time to counter. Damn, they're on a whole other level than the zombies. 2 awakened ones. Do I even stand a chance? The average onlookers watched with worry, but Baek-won-sang was confident in his plan. Hacham muses that they'll easily overcome their biggest obstacle, as Trung Min unleashes a flurry of blows on Lee Sang-a, who can only defend. Thut rushes in to back him up, scolding, "Enough fooling around, get serious." As Lee Sang-a defends herself, she searches for an opening. Their teamwork is clearly lacking, perhaps offering an opportunity to strike. She's knocked back, her body swaying from the force. Thut rushes in, yelling, "Get out of the way, I'll finish this." He thinks to himself, "We're level 4. There's no way we can lose to a seamstress who can't fight." Suddenly a gunshot rings out, drawing everyone's attention as they look towards the source. What's happening? A group emerges from within, soldiers from the dorms, finally assembled and coming down. They were armed with guns, one of which was still smoking slightly and was reloaded once more. Shu Hyuk-woo, weapons in hand, scowled and barked, "What do you think you're doing? Don't just stand there." The other soldiers drew their weapons, aiming at the 3 fighters, forcing Lee Sang-a and the others to stop. Awakened or not, guns are still a threat. Shu Hyuk leads the soldiers forward, asking, "Are you going to stop now?" As he backs away, Buk-gun-jang asks, "What if we don't?" Sugi-uk frowned. "I will fire." But Buk-gun-jang simply smirked. Interesting. Soldiers shooting civilians, huh? So many others are around. X-Hyuc calmly replies, "This is a special situation, and if you pose a threat, I will fire." He takes in the scene, assessing, "Is that the captain? There are quite a few awakened ones hiding." Baek-hwan-trang smirks, "If you push us to the edge, we'll have to get serious." X-Hu frowns, thinking, "He's going to take on soldiers pointing guns at him?" Awakened ones are strong, but not strong enough to beat guns. Baek-hwan-trang approached them, nonchalantly provoking, "Shoot, why are you hesitating with the enemy right in front of you?" "Hold it right there," Shu Shi-yu shouted. Park Woo-chang chuckled, "Threatening kids who've barely hit puberty." Now it was the soldiers' turn to back down, some of them lowering their guns. "This guy's insane. Sergeant Shu Shi-yu, make a decision." "Ugh, this is annoying." "We clearly warned you," Soo Hee-wook muttered, raising his gun and pointing it at Park Wan-chang's chest. Park Wan-chang smiled, calmly advancing as if nothing was amiss, while Soo Hyuk anxiously tightened his grip on the trigger. Everyone was filled with panic and dread as a massacre seemed imminent, and even Su Hayok had his doubts. This was the first time he'd ever pointed a gun at someone, even if they were a troublemaker threatening everyone. The air hung heavy, silent except for the steady rhythm of footsteps. Facing the gun, Baek Gunwoo showed no change in expression. Shu Shuyu frowned, cold sweat forming as his heart pounded in his chest. Some civilians fainted from the pressure, while most covered their ears. But Bei Junzhuang suddenly laughed, saying, "Are you really going to arrest me? I take back what I said about you being just a kid." Shu Shiyu stared at the gun in his hand, growing more confused. "Because no matter how hard you pull the trigger, no bullet will fire. Why is that? Why isn't it working? It was just working a moment ago." Park Wanjong sneers, "It's not broken. You'll understand once you know my ability." A dark aura emanates from Park Wan Trang. His ability, a level 5 disruptor with physical resistance, fire attraction, low-level dark magic knowledge, and even low-level fire manipulation. This ability allows him to manipulate surrounding flames and fire-related phenomena, but they can't fathom how it stops a gun from working. Park Wan-jan kindly reveals that he can control flames, and guns are just guns, aren't they? They can only fire when the gunpowder explodes, but anything that burns or explodes is useless against me. He laughs. Shushu frowned, understanding in an instant. With so many soldiers around, they wouldn't act rashly. I let my guard down. The others grinned. "That's our leader, you hear? Your weapons are useless." Lee Sang-a was worried because he didn't know the situation. If things continue this way, the unit will fall into their hands. Bok Gunjang looked around and shouted an order. "Now everyone kneel. If you obey, we won't mistreat you. From now on, I'll be taking over this unit." But the soldiers cocked their guns and couldn't help but laugh. "Control fire? What is this? I thought you were something special. I was scared for nothing." "A corporal? So what should we do now?" "There are 4 of them, so shouldn't there be 4 of us?" "Why is that?" "Why don't we overwhelm them with numbers?" Su Haiwook says, "All right, send more people to the women's side." Buk Guntae was doubtful, but he calmly trusted his own actions and observations. These kids didn't seem to understand the situation. "Against espers, numbers are meaningless. Stop this foolishness and surrender." Su Hyuk sighed. "He's so loud." Hanan and Dayu step up, eager to fight. Dark energy emanates from Park Wanjong as he grits his teeth and growls, "Good, maybe we should kill a few as an example. Let's start with this cocky kid." A devastating punch from Hanan. He's enveloped in a faint red light, looking quite formidable. Hanan lunges, punching Park Wantrang in the face, his cheek caving in, eyes rolling back as he stutters, "Ah, an awakened." Park Wantrang gasped out his last words, his gaze falling upon the soldiers. "You deceived us. But now that we understand, it's too late." He collapses to the ground and the air grows heavy. This is a situation they never could have imagined. Is there an awakened one among the soldiers? Lee Sang-ah stares in disbelief as Park Wanjong is defeated with a single punch, taken down with just one blow. Too weak. Diwon laughs, asking what he was thinking, daring to act like that. Park Wantrang was left with a swollen mouth from the punch, too stunned and hurt to get up, shocking the other soldiers. "We truly have become strong. Very well." Zhu Hai UC spoke loudly, telling them to accept their fate now that it was over. "Is anyone else still injured? If not, you can all return to the dorms. Drag those 2 back here as well," Shu Shiyu ordered loudly. The 4 conspirators were beaten to a pulp, no longer daring to resist. The situation had suddenly changed. Just then, Min and Wang Anan rushed over to ask what was going on. Shu Hayuk said, "Sergeant Lee is here. I was on the outskirts with Wang In when I got the report, so I rushed here." Shu Shiyu said it wasn't serious, but he heard the survivors were fighting. Shu Hai-UC nodded, confirming that 2 people were behind the foolish act. Min Che then looked at the 4 subdued figures, realizing there were now 5 more awakened individuals besides Li Sua. They not only lied to us, but also tried to take over the unit by force. But once the battle was over, they were powerless. Kang Anan said worriedly, "That's the guy from the meeting." Mina remained silent. Just as Zhang Chun predicted, they acted without realizing they were walking into a trap. Xiaoyu reported that they couldn't find the 5th person, Min Che said. Just as he finished speaking, a group of soldiers behind him suddenly shouted, "Sergeant Shin Zhang Chun!" All eyes immediately turned to him. Carrying Tran Trung on his shoulders, Zhang Chun huffed and asked the others, "Is everything settled?" Then he threw Tran Trung to the ground as Min Chae cheerfully said, "Well done, Jiang Chun." They were curious to see him, and Jiang Chun laughed, saying, "I don't know how he ended up like this. Your combat skills improve daily. He's only unconscious." Baek Gunjang cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it," Min Chae whispered to Shin Rangchun, saying he'd gone too far. Shin Rang-chun forces a smile, saying, I tried my best. Luckily, I managed to transition it into preparing for Ga's enlightenment, which helped me defeat him without killing him. From now on, I can defeat people without killing them. If the strongest are like this, how weak are the rest? Shihe awkwardly says, I think we're just too strong. Is that so? Kang-anon says, I think their average level is only around 3. Meanwhile, our unit has about 5 or 6 early awakeners at their level, and isn't Sergeant Jiang Chun over level 10? Shin Rang-xiao nodded. That's right. Kang-anon says, also, we have one more token. Sugiuk nods. Ah, that team skill token. Shin Jiang-chun explains that the lower the rank, the greater the advantage due to the fixed stat increase. It turns level 1 into level 5 immediately, but the effect will gradually diminish. You've all done so well. It seems you can manage without me. But Kang-anon disagreed. It's true we've gotten stronger, but it's not just our own doing. That's right. Min Chai approached and put his arm around Shin Rang-chun, saying they had only made it this far thanks to him. You're like the mother of this unit? Shin Rang-chun forces a smile, saying, that's a bit much. While they were still celebrating, Lee Sang-ah suddenly asked, you guys awakened too? Sang-a, it seems she's all right. Lee Sang-ah brushed her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, yes, I'm fine, thanks to those guys. Shin Rang-chun stepped forward worriedly and asked, relieved, you must have been terrified, right? Lai Sang-a smiles faintly, thanking them for protecting her, saying they would have been in big trouble without their help. Shin Yang-chun bowed his head and said, I'm sorry. We're obligated to keep it a secret until we know their identities and true intentions. Lai Sang-a smiled and replied, I know. So the whole unit, Lee Sang-a said, no, I think only half the unit has awakened. But doesn't that mean there are over 50 awakened people? Oh my god. Silently, Shin Rang-chun thought it best to tell her everything, asking, you said you were a tailor, right? Yes, Shin Rang-chun said I was a cook, but I do other jobs too. The next day, in the basement where they held their prisoners, Shin Ryung-chun made his usual rounds. Hello, is everything all right? Hanmin nodded slightly and replied, yes, we thought they'd try to escape, but they've remained silent. Perhaps they know it's impossible. Shin Jiang-chun asked, which room is the youngest one in? The last room in the hallway. Shin Run-chun smirks, wondering, where should we conduct this interrogation? Hanmin worriedly asks if he can handle it alone. I'll be fine. Shin Jiang-chun pats the man's shoulder. After all, it's my specialty. He opened the door and stepped inside, along with a friendly greeting. Good morning, Mr. Tran Trung. Tran Trung jolted awake, anxiously backing away. Shin Jiang-chun said, I'm just here to talk. If you don't attack me, I won't do anything to you. Tran Trung was still worried, but not as tense as before. Shin Jiang-chun smiled and said, I'm here to ask you a few questions. Will you listen? Tran Trung immediately drops to his knees. Of course, you can trust me. Please, spare my life. Shin Jiang-chun forces a smile, slightly surprised by the situation. He seems a little traumatized. Was my punch too strong? He offered Tran Trung the ice cream, wrapped to keep it cold, saying, if you listen to me, you won't get hit again. But first, eat this, Shin Rang-chun says with a sincere invitation. Before long, Shin Rang-chun returns with the full story. The effects of the truth-inducing ice cream are truly astonishing. After eating it, Tran Trung confessed everything. We were once criminals operating near the Wando Gang area, but the spread of information about awakening among survivors made our expansion difficult. So, you hid the fact that you awakened and joined Lee Sang-ah's group to unite forces and take over other units? Shin Rang-chun asked, but isn't taking over someone else's forces easier said than done? Tran Trung says that one of his men knows how to deceive, able to instigate and drive out even the most talented leaders as if they were heinous criminals. Shin Jiang-chun clenched his fist. So these cunning people are trying to expand their influence this way? Shin Jiang-chun inquired again. So that's why our unit was targeted? Tran Trung says, that's right. If we were going to take over another force, it would make sense to target a larger one. Plus, we thought it would be advantageous to acquire guns. That would give us an advantage over the other forces. Now I understand why my prophecy, A-chun, told us to hide our strength. Meanwhile, Shin Jiang-chun thought to himself as he diligently cut ingredients. If they knew this was a powerful force, they would be more cautious, inciting and expanding like cancer cells. He cut the onion in half, realizing that bringing the survivors into the unit was indeed a dangerous move. Shin Rang-chun scratched his head, sighing, how should we handle these people? That afternoon, Kim Hun-seok rushed to report to Jiang-chun. Yes, I've calmed the survivors as you instructed. Is something wrong? Kim Hun-seok says nothing is. Some were anxious, but I talked them around, until they were all smiles. Kim Hun-seok suddenly reached out, anxiously asking Ran Chun if he had handled things well. Shin Ran Chun nodded and thanked him for his hard work. "Since I worked so hard, can I have a snack?" Shin Rang Chun's mouth twitched slightly. His electrical symptoms were getting worse. Seeing him silent, Kim Hun quickly backed away, saying, "Sorry, was I out of line? It was just a joke. 3 meals a day is more than enough." Shin Rang Chun nods and smiles. "Understood, you've done well, so I'll make something for you. There's plenty of lizard meat, so it's no problem." Kim Hun Seok couldn't help but drool, excitedly saying, "Thank you, Jiang Chun. I'm so grateful. I'm really looking forward to the meal you'll cook." Shin Rang Chun told him to take a seat in the dining hall and he'd bring it to him. And Kim Hun was so happy he was practically blooming, humming as he went. And hopping out of the kitchen, he was truly speechless. Shin Rang Chun rolled up his sleeves, wondering if he should make those 5 as addicted as Sergeant Kim. "They're just dead weight. If things continue like this, I won't be able to kill my own kind. Yes, I need to act now." The sharp kitchen knife swiftly cuts the ingredients into small pieces. They can only eat the food he cooks. As they wept, frantically devouring the food he made, Shin Rang Chun received a new achievement. "Reform. You have completely subdued a vicious group with the power of food. You've been granted the title, Chef Reformer, as a reward. The effectiveness of your cooking increases by 30% against monsters and savage professions. New members will now join this unit." He reported this to the other 5, and of course, after being tamed by him, they were as obedient as puppies, carrying out all assigned orders, helping with transportation, cleaning the kitchen, washing dishes, and focusing on training like the new recruits. It's another beautiful day, and Jiang Chun occasionally checks on the new recruits' training. Kang Anon grins, saying they seem to be adapting well. They're a bit older, but it's not unheard of for older people to join. Jiang Chun smiled, satisfied that everything seemed to be falling into place. He chuckled, saying they'd remain rookies until they were fully reformed. "Understood, sir." Just then, Minha-e came running from afar, breathlessly shouting, "Shin Ran Chun, I need you!" "What is it?" he asked. Minha says, "There's something you need to see." Shin Rang Chun frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" He and Mina approach a place storing 4 large oil drums. These oil drums are all that's left in the unit, and most are empty. Except for the fuel for the vehicles, the generator can only run for about another week. This is serious. We're running out of food and electricity. Shin Rang Chun frowned, thinking about the limited resources and the growing number of mouths to feed. This was inevitable. The arrival of the survivors has thrown off all our plans. We can't stay here for long. What should we do now? Minjai frowned in thought, looking at Mr. T with a puzzled expression, while Shin Rang Chun remained calm, having considered this possibility already. He said, "We're getting out of here." That night, in a private meeting room, the unit's 5 earliest awakeners gathered. Minche says, "Now I understand why you told us to skip dinner. They have this in the unit?" It was an amazing sight. The table was filled with delicious meat dishes, prepared in a variety of ways. Shin Rang Chun agreed, urging everyone to eat, prompting Minchai's curiosity. "But didn't you say we were short on supplies? How can we be eating like this?" Shin Rang Chun paused, then smiled. "Actually, this is lizard meat." The hand holding the meat froze, but the 4 of them had just taken their first bite, wanting to spit it out immediately, but it was so delicious they didn't want to. "Sergeant Shin, what is it? Do they want to join us? Won't we be overburdened if we let these people in?" The sergeant pleads they're already struggling, and the higher-ups are holding an emergency meeting to determine Ya's sweetness level. "But we can't abandon them either," Bak Tai-chun said. "If we leave, they'll all die." Next Hai-Yusi worriedly asked, "Does everyone else agree with this?" Shin Rang Chun nodded slightly. "If they all agree to join us, there will surely be many risks, and there's no way for them to predict the sudden dangers they'll face." However, Shin Rang Chun thought to himself, "We must join forces to protect them and survive together. It is our duty as soldiers," Shin Ryong Chun declared resolutely. Now they needed to calculate the details, and soon after, Li Sang-a approached them with a grand gift. Her promise to work hard was no empty one. Did she make these uniforms herself? Shin Rang Chun was surprised to see the neatly arranged clothes in the box. Li Sang-a was right. These were uniforms made from monster hides. These commander battlesuits are made from the hides of alpha monsters, while the regular battlesuits are made from lizard hides. She has the skill of a master tailor. He asked if she had requested monster products to make this, and Li Sang-a smiled, saying, "That's right, as you said, they have excellent defense. While their scales offered decent defense, I focused on vital areas and parts that don't restrict movement too much." Lai Sang-a held out a set towards Shin Ryong and asked, "Would you like to try it on?" The uniform is made of lizard skin, a meticulously crafted armor by a novice tailor using the leftover products of lizards, known for their tough defense, especially of the commander class variety. The leader's power remains, granting the uniform buffs like impact resistance, elemental resistance, reduced debuff effects, strength, and agility. Shin Jiangchun marvels at the uniform, realizing its true potential when combined with his own power. Li Zhanga smiles, saying, "That suit really suits you." Shin Jiangchun can't deny that it's incredibly comfortable. Her current occupation is tailor, and she's highly efficient at producing clothes. Shin Jiangchun touched his suit and asked why she made it gray. Li Sang-a replies, "Well, I figured we might be going to a city, so it's better to have different versions than just blue." "Yeah, that makes sense." Li Sang-a replies, "I made versions for officers and soldiers with different performance levels. The combat uniforms made from the alpha monsters are for commanders like Lieutenant Kim and other squad leaders." About that, Shin Rang-chun frowned slightly, lowering his voice. "I'm currently the commander of our unit." "Huh? What do you mean?" Jiang Shun remains silent as I realize I should tell her, even if it's late. Once Li Sang-a knows our secret, she'll fully join our side. Li Sang-a frowned slightly upon hearing this, and Shin Jiang-chun anxiously said, "Only those of rank know about this, so please keep it a secret, Li Sang-a." Sometime later, the soldiers are called outside and issued the uniforms that Li Sang-a made, and they're amazed by the new effects, which can even enhance their abilities. "How can this uniform allow me to move so freely and even reduce injuries?" Seeing their reactions, everyone was thrilled. X-Huck was so happy he was skipping around. They ran over, laughing. "Thank you so much, Ms. Li Sang-a. Shin Rang-chun said he couldn't believe you made so many combat uniforms so quickly." Li Sang-a humbly replies, "It was all thanks to everyone's help." Kang In-an happily pats his chest. "You're truly reliable. I've added inner armor for extra protection for the warriors, and for the awakened gunners, I've added bandage pouches. For someone like Jiang Chun who uses knives, I've added a knife sheath to the belt. Now Jiang Chun notices his belt, which is always a nuisance to wear." "Thank you. I've set aside uniforms for Lieutenant Kim and Tae-eun," Li Sang-a said, and Jiang Chun nodded. "Yes, I'll give it to them right away. What about you? You should try on a uniform too." "Should I?" Shin Rang-chun replies. "Of course. You're the representative squad leader of the surviving civilians. But being a representative doesn't mean you've joined the unit, does it?" Li Sang-a asks worriedly. Shin Rang-chun smiled, saying, "No, actually, we're about to leave." "What do you mean?" Shin Rang-chun says that when we leave, other people will come seeking refuge. "We need you to manage those survivors. I believe you're the right person for the job." So Li Sang-a is a little surprised. It's become a more important position than I thought. "You'll do great, don't worry too much." Min Chai chuckled. "My experience tells me you'll adapt quickly." Thinking to himself, Shin Jiang-chun recalled how burdensome it was to suddenly be appointed commander. But humans are adaptable, and she'll surely get used to it quickly. "By the way, Shu Shiyu, did you bring it?" Shin Jiang-chun asked. "Here it is." Shu Hayuke handed a gun to Li Sang-a, who asked in surprise, "This is a handgun?" Shu Hayuk explained. "It's called a K5. It's usually issued to senior officers or, in special cases, like flower officers, and we've lost our company commander. The Special Forces officer and the Army doctor were attacked by monsters, so we've been holding on to these 3 pistols since no one has been able to claim them." Li Sang-a held the gun, testing the weight, a worried look on her face. "But I don't know how to use a gun." Shin Rang-chun chuckled. "Suhai Uchi can give you a crash course." And so Li Sang-a had no choice but to learn. Kang In-an then asked, "Who will keep the other 2 pistols?" Min Chai replied that one had been given to Lieutenant Kim because of his officer status and lack of combat skills. Shin Rang-chun said so, taking out a pistol, and I plan to use the remaining one. I used to use a sword, but it has its limits. I'm also an awakened one who manufactures things like you, Sang-a. I'm a little lacking in combat skills, so this sidearm is quite necessary. Minnie lightly taps Kang In-an's chest and asks with a smile, "Is there a problem? Want one too? For you and me, a gun would just get in the way." Kang In-an pursed his lips, looking cool as he said, "That little gun doesn't suit you." Mincha cheerfully mocked, the others burst into laughter, and even Li Sang-a joined in. A few days later, the awakening continued as usual. Now that the conditions have been met, 100 awakened individuals, a 100-member group successfully formed, an awakening screen appears before them, explaining that a group is a formally structured social organization. Unlike a mere gathering of people, establishing positions and creating rules to maintain order, Shin Rang-chun smiled to himself, thinking it was time to go. As expected, many people voiced their concerns when the proposal to abandon the base and leave was made. "Isn't that dangerous? How can so many people survive in the wilderness?" Many monsters lurk outside, and though they didn't object, many warriors trembled with worry. But of course, some understood the situation and actively supported the decision. Gaining consensus proves difficult, and Minchai frowns as she asks Shin Ryongchun what they should do. Shin Ryongchun says, "What else is there to do? We need a dish full of courage." He glanced at Minchai, signaling that they had no choice. The survivors have gathered, and with so many, there's a sense of hope. Minchai looks at Shin Jiangchun and says, "Thanks to you, everyone is united. Let's move on to the next step quickly." "Yes, that's right." Shin Jiangchun nodded, realizing there were many decisions to be made, having been elected leader by the majority. You can appoint vice leaders to delegate tasks within the group. They can assist with group management and communicate remotely via group messages. Shin Rangchun nodded slightly, looking at the status board in front of him. The organization was reasonable, but the team name hadn't been decided yet. Please choose a main area name. Team 1 of Slope. Sub-area. Team 1 of Slope 17. Looks like we're squad number 1. With 100 awakened members, this won't be easy. Furthermore, we received Dragon Fangs as a reward for our achievements, but that can wait. From now on, let's focus on choosing a vice leader and naming the guild. As you all know, our guild has reached 100 awakened members, making us the first in the country. You've all done well. Now that we're stronger, we must confidently move forward. The crowd below cheers in response, and Shin Rangchun continues. Before leaving the base, we need to appoint vice captains to manage our growing numbers. Vice captains 05, they are key members who assist the captain in leading the team. Being appointed as a vice commander increases the buff effect of manifestation skills, and vice commanders can use the chat function. Shin Rangchun glanced at the status board. They needed to choose 5 people. Once we leave, it will be difficult to move a group of 100 people, so we need vice leaders to direct smaller units. The lives of our soldiers are at stake, so we can't just appoint anyone. As the leader, I could appoint them myself, but I want to hear everyone's opinion before deciding. The senior members he had in mind certainly included Li Sangha, without a doubt, and of course, the other 3 were Min, Su Huayuk, and Kang Chan-in. But there's one last problem. It's me, Yi Seol-chun. He glanced at his teammate in the wheelchair beside him. Below, some expressed concern, wondering if there's no one better. The sergeant is a good man, but he can barely walk. Shin Rangchun was silent. He understood their concerns. Shin Rangchun then raised the loudspeaker to make an announcement. "Don't worry, everyone. Sergeant Pun won't be leaving the base." "What? What? Aren't we abandoning the base?" Minche asked. "Sergeant, what do you mean?" The sergeant smiles, calmly explaining that this mountain range is their only stronghold. If they abandon it, they'll lose the occupation bonus. Remember the message they saw when they first gained control of the mountain. While maintaining control of the territory, you will receive occupation points. Occupation points are earned by controlling territory. The more you control and the longer you hold it, the more points you receive. We don't yet know what these occupation points are for, but it seems this game is shaping up to be a territory war. I believe this will be an important factor later on. Suddenly, PTA Yi-chun reached out to Shin Run-chun, asking if he could. Shin Run-chun nodded slightly, handing the loudspeaker to PTA Yi-chun, who calmly pushed his wheelchair forward. "As you all know, I'm an astronomer, and the brighter the stars, the better I can use my abilities. There are few places with a better view of the stars than our base, so I'll stay on this mountain to continue monitoring and relaying information gathered with my abilities. I'll act as a radar, ensuring the unit's path on the ground is clear, so I've decided to stay here with 7 warriors from Strike Team G." Duan nodded slightly, smiling at Shin Jiangchun, who returned the gesture. The two shared an unspoken understanding, and thanks to Taiyun's support, there were no objections. And so, 5 vice commanders were chosen. A new command structure was established, and finally, the most important part, the Legion's name. The name stirred even more discussion among those below, and eventually, some suggested names related to steel. Coincidentally, the first 2 monsters they faced were steel lizards, and after some discussion and voting, the name Steel Brigade was chosen. Minche says we're ready to depart, but the question is, where should we go? Based on our unit's location, should we head east or west? Hayashi asks, and Minche nods. The Seo region, on the other hand, has large cities like Chuncheon and plenty of land, meaning more military units. On the other hand, East Seojiang has cities like Gangneung and is close to the sea, where the 12th Corps, our superiors, are stationed. Shin Rangchun pondered whether to expand their garrison or seek out their superiors, as Min Chai sighed. Such a difficult choice. He glanced at Pei Chun with unspoken trust, deciding to let him be. A few days later, before dawn with only a faint glow on the horizon, the gates of the military district slowly opened. Led by a commander and 4 vice commanders, the steel troop marches out and their journey officially begins. Kang In-on curiously examines the map before him. What could these markings mean? The area's marked with an X. Minche says monsters have been discovered nearby. Tell me how many there are. Shu Hyuk was shocked to hear that. How can there be so many? I might have to defend for a few more days. There must be a considerable number of monsters scattered across the mountain. This is a real headache. Minche sighs in frustration. This is a real headache. Where are these monsters even coming from? Their numbers only seem to be increasing. Moreover, recent reports indicate that in addition to the slimes, there are monsters with bizarre shapes. At least we have information about the slimes, but dealing with the other monsters will be tough. Lai Sang-a muttered in dismay. This is going to be difficult. Shin Rang-chun paused, then said that without knowing their weaknesses, it would be difficult to deal with them unless they had a high-level marksman. The others frowned in concern. Minya-e turned to Lai Sang-a and asked, "How did you get here, Captain Lai Sang-a? Were there any obstacles along the way?" Lai Sang-a recalls recent memories of when she was the only awakened one protecting her group. Of course, there were monsters lying in wait, but not as many as we thought. Only 1 or 2, not infected, but I managed to deal with them. Min Cha-e says that if Captain Lai Sang-a can handle them alone, it shouldn't be too difficult, and moving the troops won't be a problem. Shin Rang-chun nodded slightly. It was the leader's influence. Min Cha-e frowned. The leader? Shin Rang-chun says they need to think about it. After the 2 of them defeated the leader, they found the survivors. The survivors were able to reach the mountain because the number of infected had decreased significantly. That makes sense. Seo Hyuk-wook worriedly said, "So the situation is much worse than before? With so many soldiers and supplies to transport, stealth is impossible." Well, since Jung Chun agreed, leaving the unit requires great resolve. I have no choice but to prepare thoroughly. The convoy moved quickly according to plan. 5 vehicles in total, surrounded by soldiers carrying civilians inside, with Kang In-on directing from the rear. He shouts, ordering a perimeter defense. "Soldiers to the front, let the survivor convoy move ahead, we'll cover the rear." Minra, hands on hips, watches the convoy move, wondering if their plan will actually work. Shin Jiang-chun says maintaining a complex formation is difficult, but with their combat experience, they'll manage. It's a formation based on RPG games, tanks, DPS, and healers. The large wagons will form a barricade in the front and back, with melee soldiers positioned around them. Inside, the ranged awakeners will provide cover and protect the survivor transport. The problem is we don't know where the attacks will come from, and the narrow road makes escape difficult. Shin Rang-chun says they'll immediately intercept the attack. Min Cha-e remained pensive and worried. It would be best to use vehicles to quickly escape this dangerous mountain road. Shin Rang-chun secretly thought he understood his concerns. The road where the unit is stationed is mostly unpaved, not to mention the cliffs. Normal movement is too dangerous, so it's best to get out of here quickly, but moving like that could lead to complete annihilation. Is the formation complete? A soldier rushed over to report, and Shin Rang-chun smiled and nodded. Shall we depart then? Very good. The convoy slowly entered the narrow forest, and no one dared to move quickly here. Because they don't know what a loud noise might trigger, they move in formation, dispatching patrols to scout ahead and report back to the convoy. Inside the wagon, where the survivors huddled, a guard was also posted, with Min Che and Shin Rang-chun taking the lead. Because of the route they were taking, unexpected situations were bound to happen. The group continued on, under a sky full of stars, as night enveloped everything. The forest is eerily silent, but since we're not in their territory, a pack is bound to show up sooner or later. Kang In-on silently scans their surroundings. The forest was eerily silent, when suddenly a thin wisp of smoke curled around them. The soldier next to Kang In-on jumped, asking the sergeant, "You see that, right?" Kang In-on nodded. "Yeah, they're here. Let's get the message to the main unit." Roger that. The 2 soldiers hurried away, while Kang In-on stayed behind, gun in hand, to hold off the enemy. No one dared delay. In the distance, dawn began to break as one monster appeared, followed by countless armored lizard beasts charging to attack. Their eyes glowed brightly in the night, a crimson red like blood, and veins bulged across their armored bodies. They charged forward, ferociously tearing through everything around them, and in moments they had surrounded the convoy. The commander urgently relayed the order, "Survivors stay inside, soldiers to your positions." "Stay calm, it's just like fighting at the base," Shin Rang-chun yelled. "Focus on their weaknesses to conserve energy. No guns, the noise will attract more." Understood? With Shin Rang-chun's command, everyone quickly uses their abilities. Kang In-on roars, daring them to come at him. The Manhwa squad prepares for battle, having not fought like this in a long time. Lai Sang-a drew his extending staff, breathing a sigh of relief. Shin Rang-chun swiftly drew his dagger, eyes alert, as the moment of truth arrived. The mages in the center quickly began casting their spells, creating a variety of colorful magic circles, but the steel lizards didn't seem to care as they lunged forward, eager to break through the soldiers' defenses. Some faltered, taking a step back, but Kang Inan took a deep breath and roared to reassure them. The soldiers held their ground, refusing to let the monsters pass, as 4 large trucks surrounded 3 smaller civilian vehicles, with soldiers fighting to keep the creatures at bay. The monsters attacked relentlessly, leaving no time to rest. A great cry rang out, and the monsters roared as if calling for reinforcements. Kang Inan rushes forward, delivering a powerful punch to a lizard monster, sending it flying into its oncoming brethren. Kang Inan yells, "Bastard! Long time no see!" and lands a punch that caves in its cheek. He's barely thrown a few punches, and he's already drenched in sweat, declaring, "Only your leader can stand against me." He then charged at another nearby lizard, his fist sending tremors through its steel body, knocking its sharp white teeth askew as it was sent hurtling backwards into a large tree. Just as he finished one off, another wave of lizards attacked from behind, or so he thought. They bypassed him entirely, heading straight for the vehicle, using their fallen comrades as stepping stones. These are truly cunning lizards. One of them managed to leap onto the vehicle, using its height to attack a vulnerable soldier. But just as things looked dire, a surge of electricity struck from afar. Min had arrived, attacking the lizard's face. He shouts out orders, "Kwang-in, don't rely on the barricade, get them away from the vehicle, we can't let them near the survivors." The soldiers did their best, some creating shields, others attacking from behind, but it was still difficult to provide complete protection. Whenever the lizards crashed into the vehicles or soldiers were thrown against them, the people inside panicked, the children screamed, and all they could do was hide, filled with dread. But Li Sang-a reassured them, "Don't worry, I'm here. The soldiers are experienced. They'll win." Still, she couldn't help but worry about the situation outside. Outside, everyone fought with all their might, and Minha wielded a long electrical cord, whipping it through the air as sparks flew. He lunged forward, striking a steel lizard with the electric cord, then his eyes fell on another lizard nearby. As one falls, he immediately rushes in, thrusting the wire into the head of another steel lizard. It roars in pain before collapsing to the ground. Sparks still crackled around its body as Mina panted, the repeated attacks taking a toll on his stamina. But before he could rest, something strange caught his eye. A dark, swampy shadow. He quickly shouted, "Hey, Chun-Tooth, look over there. Another swarm is coming." Chun-Tooth, who was fighting a steel lizard, took the time to turn and look. In the forest, a horde of steel lizards rushes toward them, likely outnumbering the first wave, attacking from behind and even from the unit's direction. Mincha-e curses in frustration. Where the hell are they all coming from? Shin Kyung-chun worriedly stated that once the battle began, noise was inevitable, and the monsters would react accordingly, but many of them were already exhausted. Mincha-e gasped, "Using guns will only attract more of them." Shin Rang-chun nodded in agreement. "They're still far away, so we need to prepare quickly. I'll get us out of here, and we'll escape." I came here with unwavering resolve. A moment later, several good news reports came in. The monsters behind them have been cleared, leaving 2 survivors in the area. Shin Jiang-chun quickly gives further instructions. "Good. The soldiers have cleared the area and are taking out their rations. We need to be fully equipped. Another wave is coming. Did everyone hear that?" Using the rations provided, everyone quickly retrieved the dried meat from their pockets, the intense battle having left them famished. Seeing Minha-e approach the truck, Jiang-chun chuckled. "Hey, have some too. I'll switch places with Kang-yi later." "Okay." Mincha nods and takes out the jerky. Shin Rang-chun was no different, and as he swallowed the meat, a notification appeared. The dried monster meat is infused with the courage of a low-level chef, crafted from magically enhanced ingredients. The dish's effects are also amplified. All stats increase by 5 upon consumption, combat ability is greatly enhanced, and stamina is restored. And then, they had to plunge into another battle. Shin Run-chun gazed into the distance. "All right, is everyone ready? About that jerky. Remember the time when they first planned to move." Of course, Shin Ryong-chun's familiar kitchen is no longer available. Once outside, creating a suitable environment for cooking becomes very difficult. Field cooking is inconvenient and dangerous. The smells and smoke could reveal their location to enemies, and cooking equipment would be limiting. But eating is essential, leaving Shin Rossum troubled. Until they establish a stable base at the foot of the mountain, they'll have to rely on combat rations, but at this rate, it won't be enough to supply the civilians. Maybe it'll last a week if they're lucky, but that's if they're lucky. Shin Rang-chun searches his status window for unused options. Luckily, he has the ability to create combat rations since reaching level 10, meaning he can create food reserves for battle. Combat rations have lower stats than regular meals, but a longer shelf life. They're small, calorie-dense, quite tasty, and easy to carry. Thus, dried slime meat, infused with the courage of a low-level chef, was born. Dried meat would be the perfect choice for carrying while on the move. Besides, he didn't need the dried meat anyway. He could even turn packaged foods into combat rations, which was amazing. Everyone, hold your positions. Injured soldiers, rotate out. Hurry, they're coming. Use the monster corpses to block the vehicles. Squad leaders, check your members and report casualties. Then, he jumped out of the vehicle to go and do his job, as Mincha worriedly asked where he was going. Shin Rang-chun didn't answer, but hurried away, realizing that while the stat boosts from the jerky were helpful, they weren't enough. They needed something bigger. He rushed to Lieutenant Kim's car, noticing his worried expression. Shin Rang-chun urged, "Do it now. It's time to use your commander's ability. You need to use the skill we practiced last time." "Ah, I understand." Kim Hun-seok steps out of the vehicle. And of course the fear and tension were still there, plain on his face. Kim Hun bit his lip and an aura rose from him, spreading throughout the area. And though still tense and a little cowardly, what must be done, must be done. Kim Hun-seok shouts, "Everyone, prepare for battle!" That energy quickly spread across the battlefield, and the soldiers immediately felt their stats increasing. The commander's combat resonance can increase allies' combat stats by 10%, while temporarily granting them a battle-ready trait, boosting combat effectiveness, negating combat-induced confusion, and ultimately drastically increasing stats when fighting alongside a certain number of allies. Everyone felt stronger. Lieutenant Kim's buff had raised his comrades' stats by a certain percentage. It stacks with the stat boost from the jerky and the courage effect infused in the rations, and just as they're all buffed to the teeth, a tremor echoes through the forest. The slimes have begun to invade. Prepare to engage on all sides and hold on just a little longer. Defeat them and escape this place. Another exhausting battle begins. Though stronger than the sludge beasts, their numbers and the prolonged fighting began to take their toll. One of them swung its tail, hitting a nearby soldier. Seeing this, Shin sprang toward the creature. The dagger in his hand plunged into the creature's weak spot. Fresh blood splattered, staining his uniform. Its massive body collapses to the ground, seemingly dead. But Shin Jong-chun has no time to rest. He immediately moves on, charging towards another nearby lizard and attacking it. His small frame darted nimbly through the horde, striking their weak points with precision. A lizardman roared, lunging to attack, but Shin Jong-chun was faster, slicing off its arm in one swift motion. Its arm is forced back and Shin Run-chun twists the blade, repeatedly stabbing it in the chest. There's no denying the power boost is incredible in battle. Shin Rang-chun suddenly thought they had a high chance of safely overcoming this crisis. Just as he finished off a tick, he heard the soldiers behind him cheering. That woman is terrifying. He looked over there with uncertainty. Turns out Lee Sang-ah had already left the vehicle, wielding 2 pairs of scissors and single-handedly faced 5 approaching ticks. Shin Rang-chun chuckled in amazement. Ha ha, she must have felt suffocated being cooped up in the car. All right, let's get this over with. The captains quickly reported in, and by the next sunset, the battle was over. Now all that's left is to clean up the mess. The parasites that weren't too badly injured were set aside for food. Of course, some are severely wounded and need treatment, while others take a moment to discuss the current situation. The vehicles need to be checked as well. Now Shin Jong-chun, Min-ha-ee, and Soo-hee-uch step aside to discuss the matter. Shin Jong-chun says Wang-in is dealing with the infected, so Shu Si-yu will take some people to investigate the area. There must be some lurking around. Soo-hyuk acknowledges the order and quickly departs with 2 others, while Shin Jong turns to Min-ha and gives her instructions. Check the survivors and secure the route. We need to leave before sunset. All right, let's move quickly. Everyone be careful, Shin shouts, raising morale as he puts away his knife. Only now could he breathe a sigh of relief. He approached the wounded, who were finally being carried away on stretchers for treatment. Fortunately, no one suffered a fatal wound. A great relief. The reporting soldier chuckled. Sergeant Shin's rations are incredibly effective. Honestly, I didn't think we'd see any enhancement after leaving the unit, but I can't believe how much this jerky helps. Shin Jong-chun smiled. Indeed, but there's still much room for improvement. My ability is still low level, so for now it's just jerky, but I need to upgrade it soon. Jerky is just the most basic form of combat ration. The soldier asked in surprise, "You mean it can be even better than this?" Shin Rang-chun chuckled. "Of course. Sounds a little scary, doesn't it?" Shin Rangchun asked with a smile, and there are over 100 soldiers, right? The influence of my food will increase depending on the number of people who eat it. We need to move out soon, so make room for the wounded soldiers. Uninjured soldiers, move out and get to work. That's about all for now. Shin Rangchun approached the mechanics, only to be met with a sigh. Sergeant Shin, this vehicle is beyond repair. Shin Rangchun tilted his head. Really? That's a shame, but we need to use all the vehicles we have. What about the military vehicle? Well, the military vehicles are really sturdy. They can still hold their own. Their eyes fell on the vehicle with its front completely smashed in. Oh, we're off to a rough start. A soldier sighed. Even military vehicles can't be fully trusted. Shin Rangchun frowned. You mean if a stronger monster attacks, even military vehicles could be destroyed? Yes, they're not armored cars or tanks anyway. If we have enough tools, we might be able to make do. And of course, they don't have enough of those things. Shin Rangchun laments, well, there's nothing we can do then. I'll go down and see if there are any usable tools. Yes, sir. Then we'll abandon this vehicle and just salvage its parts. Shin Rangchun nodded. All right, hurry up. With his orders given, he bid them farewell and departed. At this rate, they can leave soon. That night, the group camped around the vehicles. The wounded have been bandaged, buying them time to talk while others anxiously stand guard, and the Core Four continued to discuss their next plan, focusing on preparations. And they needed to be sure of one thing. They didn't know how many monsters would attack on the road ahead. But it would certainly be a lot. As midnight approached, the moon hung high and full in the sky. The next morning, the company continued on their journey, now traveling along a mountain road. Soon after, the scout returned with urgent news. Sergeant, you need to see this. Shin Rangchun asked what he had found. All right, let's go. He quickly ran off with the soldier. Wang In stood before a cliff, and hearing Shin Rangchun's call, he turned to face him. Ah, it's you. The railing is broken in two, as if something fell over the edge. Shin Rangchun asks in disbelief how this could have happened. Was it due to the accumulation of power? It wasn't like this originally, right? Kong Inan nodded in agreement. That's right. The railing was fine before the monsters appeared. Shin Rangchun leaned down to take a look. It appeared to be an accident. Something must have happened here. His eyes fell upon a marking nearby, leading straight down the cliff. These tracks, they're from wheels. Shin Rangchun realizes a military vehicle may have fallen here. Shin Rangchun leaned over, searching below. This had to be where the vehicle went down. Shin Rangchun reached back urgently saying, "Lend me the binoculars for a moment." And just like that, the binoculars were handed over. Shin Rangchun takes it and immediately searches below, finding a wrecked military vehicle lying against the cliff face, hidden by the trees. That's the vehicle that Sergeant Kim Chamin and Sergeant Kwok were driving, evidence of an accident the vehicle used to contact the higher-ups. Is that so? Those standing behind were shocked. So Sergeant Kim Chamin and Sergeant Kwok Seonho died here? Shin Rang's mood darkens. Damn it, it's come to this. Lieutenant Kim made a grave error in allowing something everyone opposed. Even though they volunteered, he should have stopped them. They weren't awakened, so they were defenseless against the monsters. If they hadn't fallen from the mountain then, they'd still be with us now, but their bodies were never found. Huh? Really? Shin Rangchun nodded. That's right. If they died here, I would have seen their bodies nearby, but I haven't seen anything. Wang Anan, with a glimmer of hope, asked if they could have survived and gone somewhere else. Shin Rangchun shakes his head slightly. A fall from that height could injure even an awakened, leaving them vulnerable to monsters. The thought silences everyone. The idea of their comrades being devoured is too gruesome. Looking down with grief in his eyes, Shin Rangchun thought, I'm sorry, but we have to hope the monsters devoured you. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, like something bad was about to happen. Later, he discussed it with Minha. Shin Rangchun said, I really don't understand why it's like this. For now, putting that aside, Shin Rangchun placed the gun he was carrying down. I need to make more jerky. We're running low. Mina nodded. Yeah, you're right. We have enough lizard meat. Run-chun, just do it. The only freezer truck is surrounded by patrolling soldiers, as he'll have to cook on the move, unsure of what might happen along the way. Opening the vehicle, he saw the pile of lizard corpses inside. They could never eat all that dried meat in lizard territory. Luckily, Jiang had just finished making jerky when the lizardmen ambushed them from the cliffs. And so, the soldiers, having barely rested, were thrown into another battle, with Minch taking the lead, quickly draining his stamina and spirit. Moreover, these lizard men were endless in number, and even with Lai Sang-a joining the fight alongside Vice Commanders Shu He-ux and Wang Inan, they were all growing weary. Wang Inan circled behind the armored lizard he was fighting, locked its shoulders, and flipped it onto its back. Inside the vehicle, Shin Rang-chun was still trying to quickly butcher the dried dish when suddenly a loud banging and crashing sound echoed outside. Then came a series of screams. They were headed that way. Shin Ryong-chun tried to bring the knife down accurately, but his heart was burning with anxiety. This was already the fourth battle. He stared at the jerky in front of him, having had no chance to leave since he started making it. But he had no choice but to stay put. Shin Run-chun tried to work faster, silently praying that everyone would hold on. As the battle subsides, Shin Run-chun finishes his work, but 5 are injured and 1 is in critical condition, requiring immediate care. Shin Rang-chun frowned. We're gradually getting more and more injured. Mincha-a said, Thanks to your cooking and Lieutenant Kim's command, our stats have improved quite a bit, but we're still exhausted from the constant attacks. Not to mention, the noise from the battles has attracted even more monsters, Minha-e said. Shin Rang-chun lowered his voice. What are they saying? Mincha-e replied, Well, many think you shouldn't skip battles, even when preparing rations. Shin Jing-chun nodded. I understand they have a point, but only he truly understands. At best, the combat skills his profession provides are only average or worse compared to the warrior class. So it's best if I just do what I can. Minha-e chuckled, then walked over and cheerfully put his arm around Shin Rang-chun. These kids don't even appreciate the work you're doing. Don't worry, I'll make sure they stop talking nonsense. Minha-e smirked wryly, and Shin Rang-chun forced a smile in return. He wondered if it would be as easy as he said. Moments later, a scout ran back to Minye in a panic. Sergeant Lee, what's so strange up ahead? Mincha asks, furrowing his brow. What is it? Jang Chun asks. Let's go check it out. Understood. He nodded and followed. Judging by the soldier's expression, it must be serious. Mincha-a felt a growing unease. Up ahead, 2 dark figures slowly emerge. They are far from human, their bodies mangled, their steps unsteady like walking corpses, and they're armed. Mincha-e stared blankly ahead, as Shin Rang-chun felt his heart pounding faster and his face grew pale. He eyed their military uniforms and weapons, and Mincha, swallowing hard, whispered, Don't tell me they're soldiers. Those in the back stirred with unease. Though clad in uniforms, they looked terrifying. Wang Enzian quickly raised his binoculars to observe and report. Sergeant Lee, they have our unit's tags. Their names are Kim Chara-emin and Kwakse-ung-ho. It was Corporal Kim Chara-emin and Corporal Kwach-sa-ung-ho. Shin Rang-chun was stunned, despite his suspicions. The drivers who left earlier, I was hoping this wouldn't happen. Wang Enzian lowered his binoculars, fearfully saying, Sergeant, they're pointing guns at us. What? Shin Run-chun and Minha simultaneously turned towards the 2 men, while the other soldiers instinctively retreated. These 2 have completely lost it, yet they can still use weapons, making them all the more terrifying. Zombies with guns pointed at their former comrades. The bulletproof shields were brought forward, and everyone rushed behind them. Wang Enzian shouted orders as he ran, telling everyone to lie down and prepare to defend. The scene descended into utter chaos as Jin, his face grim, stared at the 2 figures. They mercilessly pulled the trigger, firing relentlessly at their former comrades with one hand, their guns somehow still loaded after all this time. Sparks flew as bullets ricocheted off shields. Hiding behind their defenses, they had no chance to retaliate, only to cower in fear. Groans escaped their throats as bullets flew, striking those inside the military vehicle, and one man standing nearby was hit in the shoulder before he could even sit down. Xinjiang Chun looked over in horror. Someone had already fallen. He rushed over, asking, Private Park Min-an, are you all right? Hang on, we'll get a medic right away. Park Min-chi-an reached out and grabbed his arm, saying, I'm okay. Xinjiang Chun pressed him, but Park Min-chae-an winced in pain, saying, It hurts like hell, but this uniform saved my life. Thank goodness Shin Rang-chun was so relieved he teared up. Just then, others squeezed forward, saying, Sergeant Shin, let us handle this. Shin Rang-chae-an nodded. All right, check him thoroughly, you hear? One can't help but admire it once again. Lee Song-a's lizardman combat suit is truly remarkable. Even with the zombies' wild shooting, their lives weren't threatened. The 2 zombies shambled closer, raising their gun again, wanting to fire at close range, but there was no way they could succeed. Seeing this, some soldiers reported, Sergeant Lee, they've stopped attacking. They must be out of ammo. Minchi, holding her head, got up and said, That must be it. They can't be smart enough to reload. He then urged them into battle. Warrior squad, attack. Finish them before they can react. Roger that. The soldiers rushed forward, led by Wang Enan, who was enveloped in a red aura. The armed and skilled rushed forward, letting out a battle cry, One slashed a zombie's neck with a knife, while another joined in, inflicting more wounds on the remaining creature. 2 zombies fell instantly, surprising some. It was almost too easy. Then, Wang Yinan charged toward the remaining zombie. He reached out, grabbing Kim Chain's scarred head, and squeezed with all his might, blood spurting out as his eyes turned bloodshot, staining his uniform crimson. The 2 zombies fell, their blood soaking into the ground. The soldiers gathered around to assess the situation, as Wang Inzeon stared at his blood-soaked hands, cursing under his breath. Damn it, fighting those who were once your comrades is a terrible thing. In the distance, Xin Jiangchun and Minhe Yi calmly watched on. Xin Jiangchun muttered, "It's over," Minhe Yi replied, frowning as if to say, "It seems so, but the zombies are too human-like, which is concerning." Xin Jiangchun glanced at him. "You see that too, right?" Suddenly a flock of crows flies in from the sky. Their cries echoed through the mountains, a chilling sound that stirred fear in the hearts of all. One thing after another. It truly unsettled the mind and spirit. "What's going on?" The soldiers quickly gathered together defensively, as they were trained. "The entire mountain range is in an uproar, and I can feel it too." "Hey, could it be?" Minchai asked worriedly. Shinra Kyung nodded, realizing the monsters were reacting to the gunfire. "All the monsters in this area are being drawn here. So, what should we do?" Shin Rangchun gritted his teeth, thinking he no longer had time to hesitate. Standing on the roof of the vehicle, Shin Rangchun said, "Stop moving here. The gunners recalibrate their systems. The mages remove their fire restrictions. We have to use all the firepower we have. All awakened, board the 2.5-ton trucks and provide covering fire for the vehicles, while the warriors run at full speed and take down any monsters that follow. If we escape these mountains, we have a chance to survive. Let's get out of here fast." The soldiers hurried to carry out their orders, while Shin Rangchun approached the driver, asking, "How much longer until we're out of the mountains?" The driver says it's close. If there are no monsters, we can get out of here in 30 minutes. Shin Rangchun says, "Okay, I'll put a gunman in the passenger seat, so just focus on driving." "Hurry, all soldiers except the warriors. Get in the vehicles and the snipers. Get on the roofs." The civilians are now obediently following the soldiers' instructions, knowing that disobedience could cost them their lives. A flurry of activity unfolds as Shin Rangchun furrows his brow, gazing into the distance, a decision forming in his mind. "I will survive and escape this place." Beneath the forest, a swarm of heavily armored beetles is approaching. Shrimp-like creatures from the sky, massive elephants, and white-fanged wolves are all ravenous. The monsters tear into their prey as the soldiers below fight back with all their might. Flashes of color filled the air as swarms of small monsters attacked military vehicles and individual soldiers. And the flying monsters are making things difficult by targeting the moving vehicles. Don't let the front lines fall. Warriors protect the road ahead as Wang Enzian rushes forward, radiating the aura of a fierce god of war. He roared for them to get out of the way, then leaped into the air, diving headfirst into the monsters, his massive body slamming into their sharp shells. The bugs that troubled them were easily blown away. The vehicle slowed, pushing the monsters off the road. Wang Anan quickly issued precise commands, while the snipers on the roof of the car were working tirelessly. Each monster in the sky is shot down like a bug, but they risk being attacked by the swarm, making it hard to avoid. And with limited ammo and so many monsters, Zhu had only fired a few shots before running out. He urgently ordered his men to reload, and a soldier immediately scrambled to his feet, only to see a pack of wolves charging towards them. They were more crazed and ferocious than any monster they'd ever encountered. What were they? Panic set in as they realized it was a pack of ferocious wolves. "Sergeant, come take a look at this. They're even stronger than the infected." Shin, who was in the truck preparing food, rushed out to see what was happening. Wolves with sharp fangs and seemingly limitless stamina were hurtling towards the moving vehicles. And most importantly, they have 6 limbs, making them so fast that the warriors struggle to keep up. "We'll be in big trouble if the vehicle is damaged." Shin Rangchun gritted his teeth, cursing. "Damn it, they look like they want to eat us alive." They're wilder than the wastelanders themselves. Traveling by vehicle is proving difficult. Suddenly, Shin Rangchun's eyes fell on the cut meat behind him, and an idea sparked in his mind. Outside, the warriors were struggling against the monsters, forced into a mostly defensive position, as fighting back was proving incredibly difficult. They were strong, and the warriors couldn't hold out much longer. What are these monsters? Suddenly they freeze, noticing countless pieces of meat flying from behind the person facing them. They're after the flesh of the accumulation, fresh from the fangs, still dripping with blood. Immediately, the wolves pounced, snatching the meat and abandoning the fight with the soldiers. They frantically devoured the meat, tearing at it like they hadn't eaten in years. "What the hell?" the soldiers exclaimed in shock. They're going wild for the carrion meat. Sergeant Shin, they're reacting. An officer reported in, and Shin Ryong-chun nodded, saying urgently, Yeah, we have plenty of tainted meat, so just throw it out. Just as he thought, Shin Ryong-chun looked out. They attack fiercely, but calm down at the sight of meat. Unlike the intelligent ticks, they planned no attack, and though strong, they're more like wild animals. Once they spot their prey, they will hunt it relentlessly. Of course, Shin Woo-jin wasn't confident that the piles of tainted meat would completely hold them back. He activates the divine eye, hoping to find their weakness and make this battle easier. Analyzing composition. Acquired low-level cooking skill, knows how to butcher with a single blow. Shin Ryong-chun smirks. That's their weakness. Now that he knows their weakness, the wolves are quickly eliminated. And of course, by using accumulated meat as bait, it's easier to target their weaknesses. Shin Ryong-chun breathes a sigh of relief. We've survived this disaster. If we use the accumulated meat, we can easily subdue other monsters as well. Thanks to that, we were able to overcome the crisis easily. By adding the chef's special sauce to the accumulated meat, I can achieve the desired effect. Consuming it will induce a coma, and the better the quality, the greater the effect. Activating the Divine Eye skill, I ask that you continue to observe them. After luring the monsters with the meat, their weakness is their legs. Die, warriors! Charge and attack, focusing on the weakness Sergeant Shin described. Yes, once he recognized their weakness, victory was all but assured. This wave of attacks passed, and the sky faded behind the mountains, but at last they could see the end of the road. I did it, what a relief. Their stamina was depleted, but luckily they escaped. Min-cha grinned, striking a pose and saying, I did it, Ra-chun. Yeah, that forced smile of yours is terrifying. His head swam and consciousness slipped away. Had he pushed his skills too far? His eyes and head throbbed, so this is what it feels like to run out of energy. Jiang-chun collapses to the ground, and Minna turns, startled by the sound. Shin Ryong-chun's collapse startled Minha and the others. He awoke drenched in sweat, his eyes betraying his exhaustion. As he came to, he heard Minna's voice. Jiang-chun, you're awake? Are you okay? No. Shin Ryong-chun sits up, feeling like he's about to die. Minna smiles. Looks like you're doing all right. Shin Ryong-chun asks where they are. He knew they weren't in the vehicle anymore, and their journey had definitely taken them off the mountain. Minha-e chuckled. I found an abandoned farm, so we set up camp here. Before Shin Ryong-chun could ask anything else, Minha-e shoved a large bowl in his face and ordered, Here, eat up. I made it from combat rations. Inside, there was a mix of meat and roughly chopped vegetables, topped with a few sprigs of green onion. Is this the kind of soup where you just throw everything in and boil it? He reluctantly took the bowl, tried a sip, and asked Min-cha if anything else had happened. Min-cha shook her head. No, as soon as we left the mountains, the monsters chased us, but I took care of them. Don't worry about anything, just focus on recovering. Still unable to rest, Shin Jiang-chun asked, Did you dispose of all the monster corpses? Min-cha grinned mischievously. Of course, the meat and skin are valuable resources. Wang In and the others are retrieving them, and A will be the one to process them. Shin Jiang-chun forces a smile. Thanks for your hard work, everyone. Just then, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. Sergeant, the scouting party has returned. Min-cha-e gets up and says, Rang-chun, you should rest. But Shin Rang-chun reaches out and grabs Min-hae's arm, smiling as he says, No, it's time for me to get up. Shin Rang-chun quickly discusses the next plan with Min-cha-e. Tai-chun wants them to head west, believing conditions there will be more favorable. It seems more spacious and Inchigun is familiar, but for some reason, heading that way feels like suicide. Ex-Hayuk said, You can guess why. From what I can see, that place is basically hell. Chaos caused by monsters has only attracted more, and those killed by monsters become zombies, wandering everywhere. A city of only zombies and monsters. That's terrible. Min-chae was pensive, while Shin Ryong-chun remained calm. He agrees, saying it's like a giant monster nest. Entering is like walking to your death. Shin Ryong-chun says he's right. The buildings and vehicles will limit our visibility, and moving along the roads will be a problem. So, do we just give up on that area? Shin Ryong-chun looked at Minha and replied, Perhaps we can try again after we've reinforced our forces in the city, as it's a bit risky with injured people. At this rate, our 2 doctors are nearing exhaustion. Any more wounded, and they'll surely collapse. So, what should we do now? If we have to move, Shin Ryong-chun said, gazing thoughtfully at the map. Minna and Soo-hyuk exchanged glances, patiently waiting. Suddenly, Shin Chang-hoon's eyes lit up, and he excitedly asked, What about that place? What about the barracks from our unit? Min-chae asks excitedly. The barracks? Oh, that's good. There might be useful things there since it's officer housing and not like urban areas. The military camp is isolated, which is convenient for us, and it's close enough that travel is relatively safe. That's a good plan. Right now, they're just holed up in a farm, so securing a base of operations is crucial. The camp is a more suitable base than this place, and the decision is met with no opposition. Shin Rang-chun quickly gathered the commanders to plan a swift victory before sunset. They decided against bringing their full force to the barracks, instead splitting into 3 teams of 10, each led by a commander with radio communication skills. Manhwa, Wang In, and Xinjiang Chun. Because the 3 of them couldn't use guns, the marksman Shu Hai-uk had to stay behind to protect the farm. Before leaving, Shin Rang-chun thoughtfully reminded Shu Hai-uk to conserve ammunition as much as possible. Another one of the commanders, Sang-ah, decided to join the team, being one of the few in the unit to survive the city. Xinjiang Chun didn't object to using Shu Siyu's knowledge and survival experience, along with his group and 2 more survivors. Of course, Shu Siyu initially objected, but Xinjiang Chun was very confident. He chuckled. They know they messed up, so let's give them a chance. The 2 grinned, telling him, "We'll do anything for snacks." Xinjiang Chun forced a smile, secretly praying nothing terrible would happen. The next morning, the exploration squad began their move. Traveling together would attract too much attention, so the 30 survivors split into 3 groups, planning to reunite at the camp. Without delay, they hoisted their packs and set off. Wang In and Min's group left first, with Shin Rang-chun's group departing last. He watched the other 2 groups disappear, then turned to Lee Sang-ae with a smile, saying, "Let's get going." The remaining survivors came to see them off as the last squad finally departed. The figures marching along the mountain road couldn't help but feel nostalgic for the days of peaceful travel, as Shin Rang-chun took the opportunity to gather more information from Lee Sang-ae. He quietly asked her, "I've heard of survivor groups operating in the cities lately. Why is that?" Lee Sang-ae says, "They really don't have any other choice. Wherever there's food, people will flock to it. Monsters and zombies are terrifying, but that's even worse. I'm so grateful that since joining the unit, I've been given enough food, because before that, every day was a struggle to find something to eat." She must have been through a lot, he thought, before asking if there were any other difficulties in the city. As if reading his mind, Lee Sang-ah asked if he was worried the buildings would obstruct their view, but she didn't think so. "We can use them to hide and move, and even if monsters spot us, we can escape using the buildings. In open fields, we're easily caught and killed." Shin Rang-chun was silent, realizing what they considered a disadvantage, city survivors saw as an advantage. It seems their different environments have shaped their perspectives. Shin Rang-chun then asked if she thought there were other survivors in the city. Lee Sang-ah spoke with uncertainty. "I did run into other survivors from time to time. There must be others hiding out there." He just wanted to confirm with Lee Sang-ah that they weren't the only survivors left. The sole reason they decided to leave their garrison was to secure resources and expand their forces. Like how Lee Sang-ah's group joining their unit would necessitate expanding the unit with other survivors. But if they let their guard down, the wicked will sneak in. Damn, this is a headache. The more he thought about it, the more annoying it became. Suddenly, Lee Sang-ah slowed her pace, quickly reaching out to stop him, making Shin Rang-chun look at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" Sang-ah scanned their surroundings warily, frowning as she said, "I hear heavy breathing. I think there are zombies nearby." Hearing this, they cautiously hid behind some bushes, silently observing. Sure enough, there were zombies wandering below. Luckily, they haven't noticed Lee Sang-ah's group yet, but without her, they might have already been exposed. Lee Sang-ah whispers, "You said you didn't know much about zombies, right?" Shin Rang-chun nodded in acknowledgement. Yeah. What about you?" Lee Sang-ae explains that most zombies are weaker than monsters, but sometimes retain habits from when they were human, doing things that can't be predicted. "Do you see the one moving in that drain?" Lee Sang-ah says he's just noticed it. Indeed, a zombie is hiding in there. Shin Rang frowned, asking what it was doing down there. Lee Sang-ah says it's hiding, waiting to ambush them like a trap. Is there really no other way? Anything to detect them sooner. Lee Sang-ah responds. Zombies often make a sound like they're struggling to breathe, and with our awakened senses, we can detect them by listening closely. Focus on listening? Shin Rang-chun was a little worried. If listening is the only way, then he needs a strategy. Lee Sang-ah added, "You've all heard of zombies, right? I need to concentrate to hear their breathing. I must listen as I go." Xinjiang Chun put his backpack on the ground, then turned to the others and gave instructions. "All right, everyone put your belongings and muskets in one place and use great swords. More people means more problems, so only the captain and a few others will go. The rest of you defend the area near the camp and our weapons." With the order given, everyone quickly moves out, with Xinjiang Chun, Mincha-e, Chanjung, and Lai Sang-a, forming a small group to advance. They cautiously entered an abandoned building, where they found a corpse lying on the floor. Li Sang-a took the lead, being the most familiar with the area, as they silently and cautiously watched for zombies. Based on the echoes, they could hear the zombies, but their sheer numbers made it impossible to pinpoint their exact location. Mincha worriedly asked, "What should we do?" Shin Rang-chun replied, "There are only a few stragglers in the hallway. It seems they've all fled." "I've never seen so many zombies," Li Sang-a said, worried. Shin Rang-chun gulped nervously, their former superior among the zombies. He approached Mincha, whispering that this seemed a bit dangerous. "Should we assess the situation and retreat?" Mincha nodded, agreeing to check the camp perimeter before heading back. "Hey Kwang-in, you go first." But as he turned to look at Kwang-in near the door, a zombie fell from the sky. It lunged toward Kwang-in, its hideous mouth gaping, saliva dripping, eyes bloodshot, and guttural moans escaping its throat. One bite, and infection was almost certain. A knife flew from inside, piercing its temple and throwing the leaping zombie off course, as Wang Yinan instinctively ducked to avoid it. Everyone was terrified by this sudden scene, unsure of what to do next. Could the zombies turn on one of their own in an instant? Minche nervously eyed the corpse propped up in the nearby hallway, her heart pounding with fear. Luckily, Shin Rang-chun had reacted in time, throwing his kitchen knife. Just as one zombie was saved from certain death, another was knocked to the ground, saliva and blood spreading. Li Sang-a shouted, "Quick! They're coming." The zombies are drawn to sound. As if on cue, countless zombies swarmed from everywhere, chasing after them relentlessly, leaving them no choice but to run for their lives. After what seemed like an eternity, they finally escaped, only for Shin Rang-chun to learn that the attacker was Sergeant Park from their department. Shin Raccoon frowned slightly. "I've met him too, but I didn't recognize him right away because I hadn't interacted with him much. This might be harder than I thought." Mincha-e said, "Even as zombies, they still look like people, and are superiors at that. Seeing familiar faces could shake the soldiers during combat." Minche's words reminded him that he hadn't provided a comfortable and relaxing meal for his comrades in a long time. Wang Yinan added that since meeting Father Amin and seeing the zombie supporters on the road, the soldiers' hatred for zombies has only worsened, so perhaps we should check out other locations. Shin Rang-chun sighed. "I thought so too at first, but I think we still need to check the barracks." Li Sang-a's silence speaks volumes, as this could boost morale and courage, knowing they're fighting to save lives. The soldiers' struggle is only temporary, but what if there are survivors in the barracks? What if they could save them? Lai Sang-a was silent. This would surely boost the soldiers' morale and courage, knowing they're fighting to save someone. Mincha asks if she means they should create this situation, instead of letting them fall into depression. Shin Run-chun nods, saying they'll go to the camp to see if anyone survived. "I believe it's necessary." Min and Wang Yinan both sighed involuntarily. Indeed, a difficult task. But what must be done, must be done. And as usual, Squinty Eyes begins planning to solve things from the inside first. Since he's been in this camp before, it's easy to draw a simple map. Those buildings are basically zombie hotspots, making them a difficult point. If they're ambushed and bitten, things will quickly spiral out of control. Minna frowns, questioning the plan. "Should I just unleash my full firepower?" Wang Yinan was terrified. "Are you planning to destroy the entire camp?" But Shin Rang-chun smiled and said, "That sounds good to me." "Are you serious?" Shin Run-chun said. "Yeah, but that's just plan B. So what's plan A?" Shin Rang-chun smirks. "Let's eat first, then we'll figure it out." He's cooking on a stone stove, and it occurs to him that his combat strength is comparable to a zombie's, but strength alone won't be enough in this situation. The system displays information. Average ingredient level pork ears, high freshness. The hearing shell will help locate enemies and prey. He paused, realizing this could help identify zombies to some extent. Luckily, he was prepared. Finally, the delicious meat is ready. The braised pork harmonizing with the peaceful emotions of the low-level chef, the magical ingredients enhancing the dish's effects. The food is served, and some are excited, saying it tastes like pork neck. They devoured the food, happily passing around bowls of the delicious meal, thinking how great it would be with rice and lettuce. All stats increased by 5. The magic of the roasted pig's ears seeps into their bodies as they happily eat, unaware of their growing abilities. One of them spoke up. "Everyone, open the windows, there's something weird with my stats." But to his teammates, his voice was deafening, like he was shouting. Why was he yelling all of a sudden? Little did he know, his voice sounded the same to his teammates. "What is he saying?" "You're the one shouting. You've temporarily acquired the characteristic of diminished auditory sensitivity." Everyone's starting to sound strange in my ears. Everything around is so loud. You're hurting my ears. Quiet down. Jin Rangchun nods in satisfaction, and they move out. The team moves through the deserted streets, storms into a building, and races down the corridors, ready for a fight. One of them hears a terrifying growl, the sound of the savage zombies they all fear. Knowing what to expect, they fight more proactively, easily anticipating the zombies' next move. With a few swift strikes, Lai Sang-a cleanly dispatches the zombies, her movements precise, eliminating threats while avoiding her teammates. Oh my god, it's so small. Lai Sang-a says we can pinpoint enemies with sound alone. I didn't expect food to do this. The downside is earaches. Shin Jung-chun realizes that his brain function isn't adapting to the heightened hearing. But since the zombies aren't strong fighters, everything will be fine as long as they can pinpoint their locations. The group continues to locate and anticipate the zombies' positions, using their skills to quickly eliminate them. At this rate, they'll soon be finished. A zombie suddenly lunges from behind, its eyes burning red with a ravenous hunger. But as expected, Shin Rang-chun, with his keen hearing, quickly located it and finished it off with a stab to the head, sending its blood splattering everywhere. Caught off guard, the zombie didn't know what hit it, until the blade was pulled from its head, and it fell backward, defeated. Shin Rang-chun, still shaken, notes that some silently attacked. We've been here too long. He immediately ordered everyone to move to the officers' building and head to the next floor. The team acknowledged the order in unison. Let's go, Roy. Their team is moving out. Shin Rang-chun thought to himself, at this rate, we can finish this without any major problems. Finally, the platoon was reunited, and Shin Rang-chun greeted them. Min-jae, you're here? You're late, Min-jae. One soldier reports that Sergeant Shin and the others have almost taken care of them all, to which Shin Run-chun replies that's good. But he says he feels bad for the zombies, who didn't even have any attack skills. Now there's only one left, right? They both look at a zombie sitting on the ground, and Manhwa confirms it's Major Gukhan Yang, their battalion commander. Shin immediately recognized the battalion commander. We now see a zombie sitting on the ground amidst the fallen, destroyed zombies. His eyes were bloodshot as he growled and roared. Shin Jung-chun was shocked to see his former superior, once a man, now reduced to this, the highest-ranking officer in their unit. Remembering the past and his many interactions with the man, he was different from the decisive Lieutenant Kim. He was one of the few commanders whose leadership was recognized by all. With a touch of emotion, Shin Jung-chun requested of Min Cha-i, I want to personally take down the battalion commander. Min Cha-i responded with a smile, understood. As commander of the Steel Corps, end it. Shin Rang-chun looked worried and reluctant, but what must be done, must be done. He raised his blade. Faced with the zombie that was once his superior and comrade, now just a mindless, soulless monster, Shin Jung-chun prepared to end it all. The zombie roared and charged, attacking relentlessly, but Shin Run-chun easily dodged every blow. Dodging the deadly blows, he realizes this zombie is unlike the others. A pause, and the zombie is right on top of him. He silently began to unleash his skills, his blade dancing with graceful precision, yet powerful enough to shred his enemy to pieces. The zombie's body was hacked with deep cuts, spraying blood everywhere. We'll never forget you, Commander. Everyone watched the battle, overwhelmed by the sight of their superior officer, now a soulless platinum zombie. Shin Rang-chun narrowed his eyes, seizing the moment. He swings a decisive blow, and the zombie's head is severed, the blade dripping with blood. Shin Run-gun closes his eyes, unable to bear the sight of what he's done. This haunting battle has finally come to an end, and the team has finally managed to bring all the zombie corpses outside. They gathered and cremated the bodies, a heartbreaking scene of burning zombies as Jin Run-chun solemnly read the names of each fallen soldier. Captain Choya, Lieutenant An Gyung-soo. They were all exceptional soldiers, and everyone bows their heads in mourning. Returned to paradise peacefully. Some couldn't even find tears to cry, and tears fell in clumps. Shin Rang-chun's eyes showed a very mixed feeling at this moment. He held the name tags of his fallen comrades, watching the flames consume them, praying for their peace. The black smoke billowed high above the buildings. Higher and higher, the smoke mingled with the clouds, as if sending the souls of fallen comrades to heaven. He called out to his comrades, telling them the funeral had been held, so they shouldn't worry about it anymore. Now we focus only on those who are still alive. Understood? Everyone shouted in unison, Yes, sir! After completing the funeral arrangements for the deceased, we began to seriously transform the officers' quarters into a base. But the real problem was inside. Who would be brave enough to clean and restore this place? Min gave the order. Let's start clearing out the traces of the undead. This will be our home from now on, so let's work hard. They quickly moved to their designated floors, a bit hesitant but obedient to their superior's orders. They dispersed and moved to their assigned locations. Lai Zhang orders her team to head to the nearby stream to gather water, and the group acknowledges her command. And so everyone quickly got to work gathering water, led by Li Sang-a, while a soldier reported that Sergeant Jian had assembled the team. John, with no time to rest, ordered his subordinates to gather firewood and water before sunset and to collect tubers from around the area. Now have Xinjiangchun tell Xu Xiyu that we need to build a protective fence, like the one at the base, pointing to the map and saying, here, here, and here. Ensuring visibility for the mages and marksmen is top priority. Xu Haiwook understands and will begin immediately. With the mission complete, a day had almost passed away and the sun dipped behind the towering mountains. The commanders stood before Jiang Chun as he announced, I wanted to throw a party like when we left the base, but we're not quite there yet. Hearing this, everyone's face fell, and Xinjiang Chun continued, I know you're all disappointed. I understand completely. I'll try to organize one next time. Now for the important part, we need to decide on our next destination. Minche patted my shoulder, letting me know I could speak, and Xin Rengchun agreed, so he began. As you all know, we're here to build our forces, but we lack the resources to even survive, let alone expand. He lists the essentials. 1. Food. 2. Fuel. 3. Ammunition. And so on. This is a list of essential supplies, and everyone can see the problem. Suddenly, someone in the ranks raised their hand, saying they had a question. He says we're short on food? Don't we have a ton of meat stored? Minai explained that while they had plenty of meat, they'd get sick of it, and it only provided protein and fat. Shin rang. Chun looked pensive. He wasn't sure how strong the mana was in the bodies of powerful awakeners. But if our basic nutritional balance is disrupted, there's no guarantee we can stay healthy. Eating only meat for a month is fine, but if it lasts longer, who knows what will happen. She clarifies that the problem isn't the food itself, but ensuring nutritional diversity, which impresses everyone. Mina continues. That's not all. We're also short on fuel and ammunition. We need to secure enough fuel for vehicles and generators as well as ammunition. The reason is obvious, so it's time to find a solution. If anyone has any ideas, please speak up. A soldier, Li Gonggu, raised his hand and said, I have an idea? Oh, excellent. What's your idea? He asked. I suggest we secure manufacturing materials. The captains didn't seem to understand, and Dion even wondered why they were suddenly talking about materials. He said he was sure it would be useful, asking Jiang Chun to consider securing the materials. He thought to himself that he had also considered securing manufacturing materials when descending the mountain, as their vehicles couldn't even fulfill their roles. If they had better materials, they could have done something. Thinking this over, he stepped down and asked if the man was a combat engineer, to which he replied yes. Shin Runchen responds, then come up here and explain in detail. The soldier began to step forward, and after Gonggu's convincing argument about securing food and fuel, they thought his idea of ensuring manufacturing materials was quite feasible, as well as finding a way to move safely on the ground. He says we need to build and repair combat vehicles that can withstand monsters, like catapults or rock throwers used in medieval warfare. Minchi agrees that with stronger vehicles we won't have to move so cautiously. That would also make finding food and fuel easier, a point Minchi tacitly acknowledged. Oh, so Ciola heard the soldier say that combat engineers can make things like that? He replies that they can, given enough time and materials. Xinjiang Chun is somehow convinced by this. A combat engineer is part of the production unit, and he's thinking of reinforcing the construction site. This guy has potential. Like Sang-ah, if my predictions are correct, production jobs are more powerful than I thought. This might be a good opportunity. Xinjiang Chun agreed, but cautiously reminded me, just in case. But if you're thinking of taking this lightly just to test yourself, I'll refuse. Are you sure this is more important? He confirms that he is. Shin Rang Chun approached him, grabbed his shoulders, and exclaimed with delight that this was enough, urging him to do his best. He's glad to have found the problem. Other things are important, but this is the priority. Then he announces to everyone that they're done for the day and will discuss the details tomorrow. Everyone, go get some rest. You've all worked hard, so dismissed. Finally, it's time to cook. Shin Rang Chun, please gather some firewood. He sets up the stove, starts the fire, and sighs in relief. This should be enough to cook, right? I'll need help setting the table too. The kitchen's useless right now. Without electricity or water, this makeshift meal isn't so bad. He turns to some prepared ingredients, deciding to start with those. His hand stirs the spoon, melting the monster fat he collected in the heat of the fire. Stirring, he says, the smell is unbearable. I was worried it was running out, but I have to do it. He also checks the system notification for the mixed mana animal fat. This animal fat contains various types of mana. When used in cooking, it transforms to match the mana of the food, a cheat ingredient in the culinary world that can make anything delicious. The fat has melted, and the heat has brought bubbles to the surface. The oil is ready. He points to the map, saying there's a large iron and steel warehouse near the officers' quarters. Mincha cautiously asks how he knows, and An explains that the base sometimes needs materials, so he used to come here often. Upon hearing this, Mincha bites her hand in thought, wondering if they can get materials from there. Standing there, he seemed to know this place well, replying, "Yes, that warehouse is huge, so it should have most of the materials we need. The monsters appeared last weekend, so the chances of encountering zombies there aren't high." Silently, Shin Runcheon thought, it's close, but far enough from the city that zombies will likely appear, an optimal location to deal with them. Knowing the area so well, he's earned Mincha E's trust, who praises his thorough thinking. Shin Runcheon agrees, seeing it as a good opportunity. He then tells Kangin to prepare, and they'll move out with 3 teams, like when they entered the officers' quarters, with a combat engineer in each team. Dion immediately acknowledged the order, saying, "I'll go prepare at once." He also ordered Gonggu to bring a vehicle in good condition to the front gate of the officers' quarters. Gonggu immediately obeyed, and Minchai asked worriedly if traveling by car was dangerous. She replies that there's no other way but to transport them all, so they must move as carefully as possible. The journey was fraught with peril, as the soldiers faced countless monsters. In the face of such adversity, the soldiers suffered a loss. One of the team cried out, asking how many were injured. A soldier reported 3, and unfortunately, 1 was critically wounded. Shin Jiangchuan urgently orders them to be taken out of the danger zone and for Shang-in to be treated, to which Kang-in acknowledges, "We're already at maximum speed, but all I get is, I know." Then, Gonggu quickly floors it. The vehicle and its escorting soldiers picked up speed, racing toward their destination as the situation grew increasingly tense. Shin Jiangchuan calculated that we've minimized combat noise as much as possible, but damage is unavoidable. Just as expected, traveling on the road is still dangerous. He grits his teeth, but what's that? Seeing the monsters acting strangely, he thinks to himself that usually monsters would fight over their prey. But the undead are different. They ignore food that's been touched. The vehicle and its escort soldiers were doing their best to reach their destination as quickly as possible, and after hours of effort, they finally reached the foot of the mountain where an iron warehouse was located. Upon arrival, the soldiers marveled at the sheer size of the place, confident it held all the materials they needed. Gonggu does a quick sweep and reports that the inside seems clear. Shin Rangchun is reliable. Let's go. He orders Sang-A's team to move out, and Lai Sang-A confidently accepts the order. He turned to the combat engineers explaining what the soldiers needed, while the rest gathered materials as directed. The entire team acknowledged the orders. Shin Rangchun and his team enter the vault, cheering as the soldiers quickly approach the iron storage. The mysterious warehouse door is finally opened, revealing a strange scene that leaves the team bewildered. Seeing this, Shin Runchun's eyes filled with worry. What is this? The scene inside the iron gate was a chaotic mess of scattered bars, as if the place had been ransacked. Shin Rangchun quickly regained his composure, telling everyone to ignore the mess and focus on gathering the necessary materials before leaving. "Hurry," he urged. "Get away from the gate and load the supplies onto the trucks." Gonggu and the other soldiers quickly got to work, as the team leaders directed them to carefully move the steel plates from the floor. In the midst of their intense focus, a deafening sound suddenly halts the entire team, its terrifying nature filling them with dread. Gonggu spoke up. "What was that sound? You all heard it too, right?" Everyone agreed. Yes. Minchai urgently questioned Rangchun, who seemed to have anticipated something in the warehouse. Damn it. They knew things were going too smoothly, and everyone took their battle positions. Quickly following orders, they fearfully drew their weapons. They quickly get into fighting stances, the group fearful but ready for what's coming. An eerie sound echoes once more, sending shivers down everyone's spines, including Chun. So these eerie sounds were coming from the steel on the ground, which suddenly began to move as if controlled by something, rising eerily into the air. Not just a few, but almost all the steel pieces on the ground gradually followed each other, flying into the air as if transported by someone invisible. They flew up, striking and injuring soldiers as everyone desperately dodged the moving metal. They rose together, gradually converging into a single point. Someone noticed a black vortex of energy behind the warehouse, and soon all the metal materials inside were being pulled toward it, sending everyone scrambling for safety. All of that converges into a dark core within, and it begins to take shape. People are terrified as the metal clumps together into a shape. What in the world is happening? Shin Jiangchun worried, but it was too late to realize that a monster, a massive metal beast with tough skin and countless sharp fangs ready to crush any prey, had been formed from the scrap metal. Now awakened, it roars, threatening to tear apart the small army below. The people in the warehouse panic. A steel bear? Damn, it looks too strong. Even the leaders were terrified by its sheer horror. I've never seen a monster like that before. But we've fought plenty of monsters before. Jin Rangchun doesn't flinch, gripping his weapon, ready to see how well we work together. Faced with the overwhelming monster, Sin Ryongchun bravely leads everyone in an all-out assault, the sounds of battle echoing from within the warehouse. The battle inside was so fierce that all the glass in the warehouse shattered. Lisanga, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed into the warehouse to assess. A monster appeared inside, but judging by its impact, she wondered just how big it was. Reaching the warehouse door, she gasped at the brutal scene of soldiers being ravaged by the beast. Oh God, just one stomp sends 4 or 5 people flying. Countless soldiers are injured, lying helplessly on the floor. It's too strong. Mina issues a strange order. Tear off all the metal on its body. John, the strongest among them, approaches and strikes its back with all his might. But it seems useless. Its body is made of layers of iron, and our attacks have no effect. Then they were mercilessly knocked down. One blow must have taken down quite a few people. It unleashes a series of devastating, wide-range attacks, leaving the soldiers defenseless. Even Shin Rung-chun is thrown back. His enhanced strength from his cooking skills is useless. Faced with this incredibly destructive monster, he seemed to have underestimated it. It was far stronger than he thought. It relentlessly attacks, throwing back any soldier who dares approach. Many soldiers were seriously injured as they were thrown back. They fought back relentlessly, but its destructive power was simply too great. Anyone who faces it is thrown back, at this rate will be annihilated. At that moment, Sin Rengchun pulls out a mystical ingredient to use as bait. Ha is determined, remembering how well it worked when they descended the mountain. Facing the powerful monster, he prays it will work and throws everything he has at it. The ingredient emits a scent, one that quickly reaches the monster. But unexpectedly, the monster easily deflected everything, even the ingredients. Shin was stunned that his methods were useless. It rejected the dried meat he made. Seeing the monster snarling before him, his secret weapon proving useless, he wondered what was happening. How could it refuse food? Does it not like the taste? Its eyes are becoming even more crazed. Damn it, it's not working. Minchai is also doing her best to hold on, ordering the retreat. We can't win. We need to retreat. Seeing the situation worsen, Shin Rangchun grits his teeth and accepts the inevitable. He shouts, ordering everyone to slowly retreat, careful not to be attacked from behind, while the able-bodied quickly help their severely injured comrades to escape as fast as possible. Someone steps up to direct the evacuation of the wounded as carefully as possible. Shin Rangchun, still not reconciled with the monster, thinks to himself, "How dare you throw away my food like that? You will regret this. The monster doesn't attack those who don't approach it." Everyone realizes the situation, relieved it didn't chase after them. Shin Rangchun then deduces, is it protecting its territory? The soldiers quickly turned their vehicles around, flooring the gas pedal to escape the dangerous area, successfully retreating and regrouping nearby. Minchi says that Sin Rangchun should forget about the materials. It's not worth the risk or the sacrifice of soldiers. The injured soldiers rest and receive first aid from their comrades, who realize that they cannot defeat the monster with their current strength. Did he discover any weaknesses? After a moment, Shin Chang had an answer, telling everyone that he knew what kind of monster it was. But this one would be tricky to deal with. Lai Sang. A urgently asks what its weakness is, and he clears his throat before recalling the system notification about the low-level cooking recipe, MC's secret cooking. MCs encase their fragile core with heavy materials for defense. The cooking method is simple. Remove the shell and cut the inner meat into bite-sized pieces. He tells everyone that they have to remove all the surrounding iron plates and that the black thing inside seems to be its core. The answer leaves everyone bewildered. How are they supposed to do that? Shin, still bitter, felt like a fool, even after guaranteeing that materials wouldn't be necessary. We can find a steel shop anywhere, but going back like this just pisses me off. He thought back to when it flung away his meat, his jerky, useless. He initially thought it didn't eat because it was made of iron, but the skill description said it was a living creature. Zeon realizes it must eat something, and Shin asks why it won't eat his food. Gonggu, overhearing the conversation, suddenly appeared, declaring, "I think it eats metal." Everyone turned to him, questioning his meaning. He explains that Gonggu begins to analyze the scattered metal plates, noticing bite marks. He pointed out a detail that everyone had missed, but Minho was still skeptical. "Are you sure?" Jiang Chun asked cautiously. "Are you sure it's not something else?" But Gonggu, a seasoned professional, explained that an engineer can recognize materials and that these weren't just any ordinary marks. Lightning. Minya is at a loss. How could she feed it metal? By electrocution or something? This statement hits our main character's sensitive spot, and he exclaims, "That's it!" Lisang-a and Gonggu watched in confusion as he offered a truly bizarre suggestion. "I made some porridge this morning. Let's put it on an iron plate. I mean, people say grilling porridge is delicious." The others couldn't believe their ears at this ridiculous suggestion, asking if the monster would even like it. He explained that since they couldn't defeat it anyway, they should at least try something before retreating. They had nothing to lose. Lai Sang also agreed with this idea, and Gonggu chimed in saying anything to appease it would work. With everyone's agreement, Shin's resolve only deepened, and he began to issue commands. "All right, let's get ready. Li Sang, check if we have any intact pieces of iron left." Did he see through his attitude? Why is he so angry? Does he hate that monster so much? A massive oil pan and a large amount of fat sit atop a steel plate as he glares at his creation, furious. "You dare refuse to eat my food? I'll make you submit." The metal sheet in the oil pan gradually warped from the heat. The system displays the time as low-level chefs on the iron plate feel defeated. A metallic dish infused with magic for a richer flavor. A dish that transcends the very concept of cooking. You are the first to discover a new horizon in cooking, and even top chefs rarely attempt to cook with inedible ingredients. Many chefs are limited by these constraints, unable to reach higher levels. But not you, he thinks to himself. Is this truly the extent of the iron plate? The system displays a new message. Pioneers of new paths will receive rewards. Unlimited ingredient rewards. The system offers a generous reward, and our protagonist can't help but exclaim, "Unlimited ingredients?" Finally, the dish is ready. Gonggu analyzes the iron plate, using his material identification skill. "I can tell that this iron plate is absorbing the mana. Don't tell me it's gotten stronger." Gonggu replies that, unfortunately, that's not the case. The material's performance has actually decreased to the point of being almost unusable. Shin Rengchun is taken aback by that answer. "What? So this won't make the iron plate stronger like I thought? Mincha said so too, but if the monster likes it, it doesn't matter now, right?" Gonggu agrees. "Yeah, that's right." But seconds later, he reaffirmed that it was not. This was an incredible achievement. Just dipping it in oil and changing the material is almost miraculous, all thanks to the sergeant's skill. Shin Minghe acknowledges the praise on a metal plate, impressed. Shin Jiangchun smirked. "I guess I shouldn't joke around." With such cooking and overhearing their pointless chatter, Gu thinks to himself that they didn't hear a word he said. A soldier rushes over to announce that Sergeant Shin and the others are ready to move out. Shin Jiangchun nodded in acknowledgement, then said it was time to begin the operation. Watching the soldiers prepare to enter the iron mine for the second time, Shin Jiangchun thought to himself that most of them didn't know his cooking could affect their emotions. The vehicle starts rolling. As it's best my abilities aren't widely known. As for the changed iron plates, I'll consider it a minor influence for now. The convoy and its escorts have set off. Shin Jiangchun grips his secret weapon, confident that this time the monster won't stand a chance. As night begins to fall and they arrive just in time. The creature emerges to greet them, the black metal sheets floating in the air once more. A soldier says that when he first arrived, he was confused by this mess. It seems the monster covers itself with debris to form a shape when enemies approach. The black iron plates converge to a single point, just like before, revealing the monster's core. There it is, everyone stay sharp. Shin Jongha notices this as well. The darkness is densest at the core, likely shielded by iron. Gripping his secret weapon, he hopes for success this time. Slowly release your hand, the plate is about to crisp. His eyes show clear determination, staring straight into the black hole without wavering. And so, the crispy iron plate was ensnared. This is a special gift for you. The crispy iron plate and the others hurtle toward the core, drawing ever closer. Everyone anxiously awaits a miracle when one person notices it moving. Being drawn in. Shin Runchun shouts, realizing it fell into the trap easier than expected. Feel free to enjoy your meal. The iron plate is approaching the core. It slowly moves closer than ever before, and the people outside are on edge. Lai Sang-a hears nothing from within the now silent warehouse, and wonders if it worked as she stares at the iron door. Inside the vault, a black creature devoured the iron bars like fried chicken, shocking everyone. It hugged the iron bar and devoured it with gusto, sending everyone into a frenzy of joy. We did it. It's eating the iron plate. Is it always this small? It looks rather cute, and the soldiers can't believe their eyes. I can't believe this is the true form of that terrifying monster, all thanks to the fried metal. Minche turns to ask for the spring onion, but why is he so calm? His eyes remain fixed on the creature, the black bear, now seemingly terrified of the dish's effect. Failure. But now, Bell is just a weak creature, trembling under the weight of defeat. Mincha is triumphant. He has completely defeated it. Let's end this quickly. We should give it a painless end. Gonggu notices something and shouts for the sergeant to take a look. Shin Rangchun and Min also turn to look. The two look at the object on the ground, a metal plate. What? Activating his system eye, he scans the iron plate, identifying it as magically protected M-grade material. Although the material is of good quality, it's not recommended as an ingredient due to poor hygiene. Shin Rangchun realizes this and is shocked that the iron plate is being identified as an ingredient. Is this what it means to have no limits on ingredients? This is no ordinary iron plate. Minch asks what it is, and Shin Rangchun replies that it's protected by the monster's magic. Minche wondered if that's why their attacks were ineffective, and Ji-Yu agreed. Even after being separated from the monster, it's the same. Shin Rangchun places his hand on the iron plate and says, "This iron plate could be quite useful." Gonggu agreed. "Indeed, it would be great if we could use it. Should we keep the monster?" Minche-ai is always so hot-headed. "Keep the monster? What are you talking about? You want to just leave the monster?" Shin Rangchun offered his opinion on this bold proposition. "Gonggu, I understand your point, but it's too dangerous." Gonggu was sweating bullets. Looking at the monster on the ground, he continued, "It's calm now after eating the iron scraps, but we don't know when it'll try to kill us again." Minchul agreed with the decision. "Yeah, Jiangchun is right. It's best to deal with it now," Gonggu insisted, reiterating his opinion. "But it would be a waste to miss this opportunity to create something amazing with this ability." Shin Jiangchun began to contemplate what to do. Gonggu continued, "It would definitely be a great help to us. If we keep it locked up in a safe place, it won't be dangerous." Shin Jiangchun seems convinced by these words. He's taking this very seriously. Minya agrees, understanding the loss of a valuable ingredient. He turned to Shin Rangchun, asking how he could give up a cooking ingredient, but Shin Rangchun's eyes seemed to say it was impossible. Gonggu was also happy that his proposal was accepted by his superiors, signaling to Shin Rangchun and Miha-A that the decision had been made. So let's see what happens. The bear, feeling defeated, submits to the ground, its expression anxious and withdrawn. Pitiful and with strange, tearful eyes, it finally stood behind bars. They had locked it in a cage. "Tell him from now on this is where he'll stay. Don't bother trying. We've removed everything made of iron." "Got it?" Mark is in the cage, acting rebellious. The soldiers are quickly transporting iron plates from the iron storage. But these aren't ordinary iron plates. How are they so strong? Mincha says to Shin Rangchun that the engineers are very excited, and the main character acknowledges that it's great. Gonggu is excited, thanking them for trusting him and prioritizing the collection of crafting materials. Shin Jiangchun entrusts him, saying their job is done now that the materials he requested are secured, so he knows what to do from here, right? Gonggu happily agrees, saying they will create something amazing. Shin Jiangchun confirms, telling them to do their best. Gonggu received orders to identify low-grade cooking ingredients, and Shin Rangchun was excited that everything could become a cooking ingredient, from aluminum to fiberglass to functional ceramics. The soldiers are working hard to load all the materials onto the trucks. If the engineer's identification ability only works on ingredients, then mine is far superior and limitless. If I combine it with the chef's eye to identify weaknesses, we can take down any monster that attacks. A few days later at the base, Gonggu excitedly shows off his achievement. It's finally complete. What do you think? Minya-E and Shin Rangchun were speechless. An extremely spiky armored vehicle in the shape of a rhinoceros looked intimidating. It's impressive, and the troops are excited to see it. It has horns. Doesn't it look like something out of Mad Max? Gonggu was eager to introduce the design, which may be odd, but I assure you of its effectiveness. The other two mumbled a few words. Can't have things both functional and pretty in this situation, can we? Indeed. Gonggu's attitude remains carefree as he says we can use it for both driving and fighting. The GA around it can easily tear monsters apart. Shin Jiangchun suggests that the bear they encountered might not be the reason, but that monster is something to look forward to, as most biological monsters won't be able to approach it. Gonggu agreed, seeing it as both an obstacle and a tank. We'll also try to reduce the noise by soundproofing it. Shin Jiangchun, now understanding, happily praises him for doing a great job and urges him to finish it well. Meanwhile, Minchai asked how M was doing, and Gonggu smiled, saying he was fine. He recounted his observations of the bear locked in the iron cage I'd been monitoring. While feeding it, it didn't seem to transform like it did back then with a few iron plates. Furthermore, the iron plates it can't eat are protected by magic, which benefits us. Shin Rangchu realizes that if he feeds it the iron plates, it will protect them. Gonggu replies, "Yes, it seems to do it instinctively. A truly amazing effect." Gonggu continued, "Right now, the protection process is slow, but we're trying to optimize it. With enough materials, we might even build something like a wall someday. The others, still trying to grasp Gonggu's ideas, were stunned by the notion of a wall. That's not a bad idea. As midday approaches, clouds drift lazily by. Inside the meeting room, a discussion seems to be underway. One person speaks up, saying there must be a convenience store nearby. It's Li Sang-a, and she's found one on the map. Mincha spots it, saying it's right on the border, and La Sang-a decides they should take the new car out to investigate. As Shin Rang-chun points out, they're out of everything but lizard meat and need food and medical supplies. Mincha chimed in, saying they couldn't just stay put in this situation. Let's try to do something. Li Sang-a wasn't so sure. Yeah, I agree, but I don't know if there's anything useful left. Looking at the markings on the map, she continued. Although it's not well known, people living nearby still use it. Ah, right. Other survivors might have passed through there. Still, let's go. It can't be completely empty. Shin Jiangchun also said it's nearby and seems like a worthwhile idea, so let's prepare and head out. The team receives their orders and sets off, arriving at their destination with ease thanks to the vehicle's excellent performance. This is the first time we've had such a smooth ride. It tore most of the monsters to shreds. Zeon was worried about the vehicle, but we have to clean it, all the blood and gore. I didn't even think about cleaning up. While Sinran was watching the situation. Everyone, do your best. Did you bring your combat rations? One soldier replied, yes, Sergeant, understood. Eat ration number 3. Everyone reaches into their pockets, pulling out jerky, conveniently portioned based on its effects. Everyone took a bite and ate, and the system announced a temporary decrease in financial sensitivity. Shin Rang-chun gestures, signaling everyone to move out, and they all take their positions. The group slowly advances into the center, and Zin instructs them with a gesture. John understood and nodded, his group heading to the right, while Min's went left. Shin Zhengchun led his team forward, scouring every nook and cranny of the shelves. They regrouped and exchanged information, but as expected, there was nothing useful. There are only some toys and equipment here. They've completely cleared it out. There's nothing left to take. The survivors out here aren't idle. So, let's search a bit more to see what we can find. The soldiers acknowledged the order, and Zin Rangchun heard a voice saying, Sergeant, there's a zombie corpse here. He was caught off guard? What's his condition? The other soldier reported that it had a head wound, like it was hit with an axe. It seems a survivor took care of it. So, the signal came from Jaeon's team. Then a sudden sound. John and his group are likely in danger. Elsewhere, the soldiers notice it too. The ground trembles, and they quickly arm themselves, ordering everyone to prepare. Everyone hold your positions. Something's not right here. Dust rises from the shaking shelves, or perhaps it's the breath of a mysterious creature lurking within. Shin Rang-chun realizes something's inside and alerts the group, suspecting the butcher's corner as the source. The sound is cut off, masking its presence. Is this a monster that ambushes its prey? Shin Rang-chun nods to Jian, who steels himself, then charges forward, smashing through the door. He shattered the metal door with ease, while Shin Rang-chun quietly activated the system's vision from behind. At that moment, the chef's eyes scanned the office, thinking that even if he didn't know what kind of monster it was, he could defeat it if he found its weakness. The eyes quickly identified the target, likening it to a prepared cut of meat. That would be a dish ready to cook, as the system's eyes identify a human primate. Shin Rang-chun is genuinely taken by surprise, by a human. A sound echoes from the darkness as a foot in a white shoe slowly emerges. 2 sisters are there, the older one trying to embrace and protect her sibling, begging a soldier not to eat her brother. The next scene is a flashback, where 2 people are talking. It's such a waste to see these things that look edible. Aren't they supposed to be pet food? I heard that these days people can even get poisoned by eating them, but the other person refuses to believe it, saying it's just talk and shouldn't be taken literally. Footsteps approach and someone shouts for them to stop. Lingering here is too dangerous. They need to leave. One person lingered, lamenting leaving everything behind, insisting they take as much as possible, but the man with the ponytail countered, we can't carry anymore. We have enough food. Since we can't take it all now, let's hide it nearby. How will the green-clad man respond? The girl who ran in to tell them added, let's do that. We can come back for them later. Hurry. The blue-clad man lamented, it's a shame we can't take it all at once. The top-knotted man scolded, goodness, you're so greedy. Then grabbing someone's sleeve, he said, Sujan, get out of here now. The girl agrees, yes, with her sobbing little brother behind her. But then, a strange phenomenon occurs, sending everyone flying and causing grievous injuries. Some wounds burst open, spraying blood. The man yells for Suan to run, saying there's something terrible here. Suan and her brother gathered supplies, but the man with the ponytail abruptly cut them off, saying there was no time to talk. They had to escape the store. Tears welled in Suan's eyes as blood splattered, and their older brother collapsed before them. Swan and her brother were now utterly terrified, and she frantically grabbed his hand. Amidst the terrifying screams, they ran for their lives with bags of food, leaving behind the supermarket and those fighting something unseen. The little girl crying, the names of her loved ones echoing in her mind. Everyone was moved by their story, and Jiang Chun asked, "So you found a way to escape the monsters and did all this?" Looking around at the situation, he wondered if they had eaten pet food to survive. Clutching her younger sibling, Suan fearfully asks, "Are you really good soldiers? Or just monsters in disguise?" Shin Jiang-chun approached and explained, "Ha ha, don't worry, I won't eat you, it's a misunderstanding. We're survivors too, coming from the base after fighting the monsters." But he could still see the distrust in her eyes. Seeing this, Shin Rang-chun thought to himself, "She's wary, but after what they've been through, it's understandable." Lee Sang-a, having received the message, arrived asking, "Did you call me?" Shin Jiang-chun spoke up. "Squad leader Sang-a?" He asked her to calm the frightened children. Lai Sang-a agrees, saying, "Helping survivors is part of my job. Leave it to me." Lai Sang-a approached gently, offering a friendly greeting. "Come play with me." The siblings remained timid, but she reassured them, "We won't hurt you." It seems her kindness is working, and the atmosphere is becoming less tense as the children begin to open up. Lai Sang-a gently approaches, the crying has stopped, and smiles are returning. The little girl begins to stand, and as everyone in the room holds their breath, a stomach rumbles. Shin Ryung-yun and the others waited for the children to acknowledge them, but the kids, realizing their stomachs were growling, were clearly embarrassed. Lai Sang-a quickly starts a fire, saying, "Aha, you must be hungry." Lai Sang-a tells Shin Ryung-chun, "I think we should feed them first." He nods, determined. "All right, let's make something quick." The two children seemed surprised. He turned and ordered the soldiers to go to the kitchen near the grocery store. The soldiers acknowledged the order. He comforted the two children, saying that the cook was excellent and would prepare food quickly. Swan asks if he means a chef, and Lai Sang-a continues, "While we wait, let's check them for injuries." Outside, the soldiers begin to discuss what to do with them. They're pitiful, but taking them in would be another problem, wouldn't it? We're already struggling with the survivors we have. Besides, they're children, so their stamina will be an issue, and if they get sick, that's an even bigger problem. That's right, even healers have their limits. Meanwhile, Min-che quietly listened. He approaches Jin Run-chun, who's cooking, and voices the soldiers' divided opinions. At some point, they'll have to accept and increase the number of survivors, but does it have to be now? Shin Rang-chun replied while cooking, "It's a difficult choice. We can protect these two for now, but what about the next survivors we encounter?" Shin Run-chun grew more worried the more he thought about it. If things don't improve, we won't be able to protect everyone. The two children happily eat their meal, and the younger brother exclaims how delicious it is. Meanwhile, the older sibling gently reminds, "Take it easy, it's hot." Shin Ryung-yun asked about the situation. How were the children's mental states? Lee Sang-a replied that there seemed to be a slight misunderstanding. Shin Rang-chun wondered about the misunderstanding, and Lee Sang-a replied that they thought they might be monsters. Shin Rang-chun asked, "Monsters? Do we really look that scary?" Lee Sang-a explained that it's not that, but there are monsters that impersonate people or steal their forms, right? They think we're not human because we found them so precisely and silently. Shin Run-chun understands now. So they think we might be monsters. Shin Rang-chun explained the misunderstanding, and Lai Sang-a responded. They're not completely at ease, but it's an improvement. Good. He quietly turned to look at the two children, noticing how much brighter the little girl's expression was as they ate. The special sauce must have soothed them somewhat. Once they finished eating, Shin Run-chun asked them their names. The girl introduced herself as Lu Zuan and her brother as Louis Hyok. He approached them, saying, Swan and Su Hyok seem to have slept well after eating. He then handed them a bag of provisions, saying, "Take this." The girl accepted it and asked, "What is it?" Shin Jeng-chun says it's dried meat he made himself, and it tastes pretty good, asking if he gave them food over there. Hearing her question, Shin Rang-chun hesitated to lie about having too much meat. He thought to himself that he couldn't tell the children it was lizard meat, and instructed them to only eat half a piece when things got really tough. And hide these small pieces. Don't eat them often. This dried meat has properties that help survivors. Swan asked when she should eat it, and Gin Rang-chun paused before replying, "When you leave this place." Even Li Siola was taken aback and hesitantly asked, "What do you mean?" Shin Jiang-chun continues, saying he'll help when she can't take it anymore and needs to move on to eat it. She wonders if he's saying they should keep hiding here, and asks if the military can't protect them. Faced with this difficult question, Shin Jiang-chun, already anticipating it, thought to himself that he knew this question was coming and the answers were already decided. He began to speak. "I'm sorry, but it looks like it's going to be difficult." The girl's voice grew even more worried and panicked. "Why?" Shin Rang-chun began to say what he didn't want to, admitting that even as a soldier he'd lost contact with the other units. "The ground base is unstable, so we can't afford any more uncertainties. I'm sorry, but please try to hold out as long as you can with that food." He promised to return to the area when things calmed down, but the little girl's eyes welled up as if she knew that chance would never come. But Suzan, a sensible girl, replied that she understood, that everyone was likely in the same situation. And then, unable to hold back her tears, she tightly embraced her baby sibling, sleeping in her arms. Leaving a city, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the two poor children. Though he tried, the little girl couldn't stop the tears from falling. Shin Ran-chun knew he'd said some harsh things, but he had no choice. And finally, the little girl stopped crying. She then offered to lead him to the supermarket she had escaped from before, leaving Shin Run-kun puzzled. Tears still streaming down her face, the girl says that he wanted to find other ingredients, right? He can find what he needs there, and it's quite close. Shin Gyang-chun was surprised, asking if it was true, and Suan replied, "Why would I lie?" Shin Jiang-chun and Lee Song look at each other, realizing this information could be invaluable if true. He asked the girl why she's suddenly telling him this. The girl hesitated, then shouted, "Let's make a deal!" Shin Jiang-chun was taken aback. The girl mustered her courage, offering the location in exchange for their protection. Shin Rang-chun, realizing her motive, thought, "How interesting. I didn't expect her to be so bold." Little Zan looked up, awaiting an answer. Shin Rang-chun thinks for a moment and replies that her offer is tempting, but difficult, as it's partly for their own benefit. The girl didn't understand and asked what he meant. He began to explain that his group was different from the survivors she'd been hiding from, and that their goal was to gradually expand their influence, a concept she struggled to grasp. Shin Run-chun thought to himself, expanding influence and conquering territory is the law of this game, so we must obey it, replying to the girl, "That's right, and in the process I often have to fight monsters and zombies, so having more people isn't always a good thing. That also means they'll be more vulnerable to enemies, so hiding here might be safer than going with him." His final offer is rejected, and Sion struggles to hold back tears. Lai Sang-a was incredibly cold, suppressing her emotions as tears welled up again, crying, "I don't care about hiding in this awful place." And with those emotions, tears streamed down her cheeks once more as holding back became a struggle. He closed his eyes, wondering what to do. He understood how this child felt. He tells her, "You can make the deal you proposed, but the place you mentioned has probably been visited, so it's worthless to me." But she firmly replies that the goods there are still intact. They both wondered how she knew, and the girl, overcome with emotion, cried even harder because she had seen it. At this point, the girl's voice wavered with emotion, even death itself. Outside, the soldiers wondered if the story was longer than they thought and if the sergeant had really made that decision. Minnie responds that they must follow the Legion commander's choice and that it must have been a difficult decision for him. Leaving those children behind couldn't have been an easy decision. Dai nodded slowly, understanding. Being a leader is truly a difficult position. Inside the store, Jin Rang-chun asks Zan, "So, your group went there, but everyone except you and your brother died, even though there were awakeners?" The girl replied, "Yes, Suanon and Chan were both awakened." Shin Run-chun and Li Shanya silently wonder if the enemy was so strong that even two awakened individuals couldn't defeat it. It seems they need to gather more information. His eyes now betray a hint of worry as a thought crosses his mind. Could it be? Swan crouches down and asks the girl a few questions. Sujan replies, "Yes. Telling me about that place was your condition, wasn't it? But is that condition really beneficial to me?" Her eyes showed confusion, while his gaze turned serious, even a little frightening. He asks if she's trying to use them for revenge, but Lee Song-ah interrupts, saying a child couldn't have such dangerous thoughts. Shin Woo-jin reminds her that they must verify everything, because even if everything else is true, the wrong motive is hard to agree with. Lee Sang-ah is taken aback, and Shin Woo-jin thinks to himself, how can they be sure they don't have that intention? Suyan's expression turns serious as she admits she has thought about revenge, but Lee Sang-ah stops her from saying more. The girl continued, saying they had been good to us after all, Shin Seung-hyun thought to himself, just as I suspected. He tells her that they can't agree to this deal if it's about revenge, but the girl cuts him off. But I'm not like that anymore. I don't want revenge or anything. She says that Shu Hyok and I are the ones who survived. Shu Hyok sleeps soundly, unaware of the conversation, as Sujan continues. If we're consumed by avenging the dead and destroying ourselves, wouldn't their sacrifice be meaningless? Sacrificing their lives to save us. We can't do that to them. She understands what she's been through. This child has such mature thoughts. My goal is survival, she continued. I only mentioned that information as a condition for the agreement. I have no intention of seeking revenge. That's the truth. Please believe me. Lee Sang-ah was also moved and turned to the commander. Shin Rang-chun now had his answer, telling the girl he was sorry for the misunderstanding. After hearing her out, he changed his mind, and Sun excitedly asked if it was true. Seeing the girl's radiant face, Shin Rang-chun nodded. Yes, but I have one condition. Changing his mind, the girl wondered, Shin Jang-chun explained, bringing them back to protect them wouldn't be easy. There's no special privilege to protect anyone, so join the group as child soldiers. And he'd agree to the deal. Everyone was puzzled by this decision. Lisa asks if child soldiers really have to do that. Shin Jiang-chun-jing tells her that if she's willing, there's no problem, and they won't force her to fight dangerously, so age isn't an issue. Lisa tries to stop him, but his eyes turn cold. There are children in Sang-ah's group of survivors, and they plan to awaken those children anyway, so there's no great loss in them joining. She asks if he's sure, but does he mean he'll accept them? Shin Jiang-chun-jing leans down and says that from now on she should think about the conditions of fighting alongside them. Lisa immediately agrees, saying they won't cause trouble for the adults. He looked at the two children, took a deep breath, and extended his hand. All right, deal. The girl's face lit up, overjoyed at being accepted, while her younger brother, roused by the noise, sleepily woke up, drool still on his lips. Seeing his sister shake hands with the soldier, the boy asked what was happening as the group headed back to base in an armored vehicle. The two children joined them on their return, Shin Rang-chun's words echoing in their minds. That monster in the supermarket. It was invisible like a ghost, and people suddenly had holes appear in their bodies before being slashed to death. Could it be? In some zombie-infested worlds, the existence of ghosts wouldn't be strange. Shin Rang-chun patted Minha's shoulder, thanking her, saying the soldiers changed their minds because of her. Minha is a little shy, or maybe not, and now the scene flashes back to when Shin Rang-chun made the announcement and everyone starts to panic. Do we really have to go? I don't think we need to take such an unnecessary risk, but they are demons, right? Just then, someone steps forward. That's enough, Minnie. Demons my ass. You only think that because you see it that way. It's just a monster creating a ghostly effect. She then uses the metal-eating bear as an example, but the soldiers are still hesitant. He continued, Let's go see for ourselves. Prepare to move out. Shin Jiang-chun is taken aback by Father Yi's sternness and power. Back in the present, she asks if they don't have anything like tanks. Zeon awkwardly replies that autonomous tanks don't have such things. The girl then asks, So, how are you going to fight the monsters? He answers that they will identify them and the soldiers will fight them directly. Hearing this, she exclaims, That's too dangerous. Can't you destroy the supermarket with tanks or artillery? But On explains that they're just a small radar unit and don't have such things. At that moment, the girl realized facing it was a terrible decision, reminding them that she had said there were 2 awakened people there, and they were all dead. Dion simply smiled and nodded. Yes, it will be dangerous, but we have confidence in ourselves. The girl, hearing his resolute words, asks in surprise, Really? As the soldiers arrive, they're shocked by the state of the place. It's completely intact, undamaged. How could it be inside? Is it really a ghost? If it's a ghost, we should retreat. How can we fight what we can't see? Min-che scolded. Oh, you cowards. Shin Rang-chun looked at them in dismay, thinking they couldn't do anything without dried meat. He held up the jerky, telling everyone to eat up and move out immediately. The soldiers were reluctant, but obeyed. X overhears the boy next to him wondering why they're suddenly eating dried meat as all the soldiers hungrily devour it. A system notification appears. Dried lizard increases the courage of low-level chefs. Remembering the effects of the jerky, will they all be invigorated? Hunting demons? I'm tired of zombies. This is way better. Let's wipe them out and show them what's what. The new Marine just caught a demon, and the children, witnessing the strange phenomenon, asked her why the soldiers were acting so strangely. Unable to explain, Lai Sang-a says they're just excited for a dangerous fight, then turns to the children saying, Stay close behind me. The 2 children obediently replied, Yes, they vanished in an instant. The commanders have given the order, let's go. The soldiers quickly entered the supermarket and continued deeper inside. The scene inside is horrific, with blood splattered all over the floor. The soldiers in front are eerily silent, and there are blood trails everywhere, followed by Lee Sang-ah leading the children. Z turns to Lee Sang-ah saying, Something's not right. I'm sure my dad died around here, and the cart I used is still here. Lee Sang-ah looks at the cart as the girl describes, You're right. Her face began to show fear as they neared the location. While Shin Jiangchun and the soldiers ahead heard a strange sound, he frantically rushes forward. What's going on? It seems a soldier has been injured. He cried, Sergeant, is there something here? Shin Rangchun quickly approached the soldier and asked if he was okay, but the situation was becoming quite serious. He looked around, wondering what he couldn't see. Then, a blue light flashed before the soldiers, striking everything around them, but fortunately, no one was hit this time. Seeing this, the soldiers cried out, What the hell is that? And Zahn immediately ordered them to prepare for battle. The soldier who was hit cries out in pain, calling out to Shin Rangchun as the strange light continues to fire, and Shin Rangchun barely manages to catch him as he collapses in agony. These beams of light are like bullets being fired relentlessly. Shin quickly pulls the wounded soldier out of the line of fire. The beams of light streak past. Thankfully, they dodged them, and the soldiers worriedly watched as Sergeant Shin shouted for the doctor to quickly heal him. The doctor rushed over to tend to the wounded soldier, using his abilities to heal the injury. The wound is temporarily stabilized by the healing ability, and while the doctor treats the injured soldier, Shin Rangchun turns back and gives orders to the others. The rest of you, hold your positions. Prepare for an attack. Did you hear him? Everyone get down. The soldiers quickly obeyed, focusing their attention on the monstrous creature, as Zeon urgently ordered the shield team to form a wall, while the others held their positions. The soldiers quickly followed orders, protecting those within, as Zeon told Lai Sang-trong that it was just like back then. Lai Sang tells the children not to worry. The soldiers will protect them, and they should move forward. Xi is still uneasy, but agrees. She watches the actions of those around her, wondering what they're trying to do. Minche tells Yin Runchun that it's truly an invisible monster, to which Shin replies that he can't confirm it with his eyes, so he can't activate his chef's eye either. Minche then asks why it's being so quiet. The attack has stopped. Shin Runchun deduces that it's tracking their movements. Hearing this, Minchai was relieved that the tea ceremony had calmed down, so it was good to use this time while it was hesitating. Shin Runchun wasn't in a hurry. He said he needed to confirm if it was really a demon. The shield squad braced themselves, knowing the chef's eye would be useless if they couldn't see. Shin Runchun stood behind the shield with his comrades and began to observe. In that case, I'll use another skill I recently learned, material identification. Let's try searching like this. He scanned each booth, identifying aluminum polymer, polyethylene terephthalate, and almost every material, mostly snack packaging. He quickly scanned the aluminum, blue droplets, and polyamide. He seemed to realize something strange. He looked again, and as he scanned the booth before him, the system identified a high-quality blue droplet. He's found the problem, he thinks to himself. But what is that blue droplet? Either way, it's definitely not a ghost. It's a monster disguised as a snack. Above the snack package, there really was something that looked like a water droplet. And Minche hurriedly asked Runchun about the situation. Did you find it yet? Shin Rangchun announces. I've located its position. Everyone rejoiced, just as Sergeant Shin had hoped. Shin Rangchun told everyone that he would explain later, but to seize it first, he would lead, and they should support him. Shield team, advance with me. The soldiers quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. The two children asked Li Sangha if their cousin had found it. That's impossible. There was clearly nothing there. Zahn wondered who that person was, as two soldiers with shields stood in front of Shin Zhengchun, who was getting into position. He yells that it's here, ordering them to raise the shields. The shield bearers quickly comply, and seizing the opportunity, Shin Rangchun rushes forward, throwing his knife. The main target is a blue bag of snacks on the shelf, which now begins to change. A green aura surrounds it, and the droplet-like creature begins to fire back 3 bullets, deflecting the incoming knife. The blue slime darted towards him with incredible speed, finally revealing itself. He activated his system's eye to identify it. The chef's eye activates, and you've learned the method to butcher the blue droplet. The system displays the butchering method for the blue droplet. It consists of a liquid mass and a core at the center where magical power is concentrated. The strange water droplet fires a barrage of attacks to defend itself, and due to its regenerative abilities, it's difficult to classify as a slime as long as its core remains intact. Shinrang barely manages to dodge in time. Grasping his blade, he realizes the key to killing it lies in the core at its center, and charges forward. Faced with this bizarre creature, he unleashes a finishing blow, screaming, "Die, you water monster!" Everyone clamors to the sergeant, asking what this strange being is. The sergeant reveals the monster's true identity to everyone. Everyone is shocked. A monster? It looks like jelly. Was it invisible before? It looked like food at first. Shin Rangchun confirms it can mimic its surroundings, and Min Chai realizes it was hiding, waiting for prey. It's likely that more of these creatures are hiding in the supermarket, and those Suan mentioned were probably victims of this monster. Swan mentioned its mimicry, and Sin Rang Chun says it's weak, so it hides and disguises itself. Its weak point is simple. There's a black, jelly-like substance in the middle of its body. Just attack that. At that moment, a new recruit asked, "But how can we tell which ones are hiding in the snacks?" Shin Rang Chun confidently replied, "Leave it to me." They begin their assault on the mimic monsters, and under Shin Rang Chun's command, he shouts, "Kang in! There's one in the ice cream freezer on the left." Upon Kane's order, they immediately understood, and the water droplets, now exposed, quickly defended themselves. Zeon was one step ahead, slamming it against the wall, taking the hit, and it tried to fight back. Seeing such a stubborn creature, he only pressed harder. He seizes its core, tearing it from the wall, seemingly gaining control. The soldiers watch anxiously as Zeon's grip tightens. He crushed it, and it burst apart. One down, next one up for Mine's command. More of them appear near the kitchen area, and Minche quickly prepares to fight. Everyone stand back. Minche is using his powers, firing beams from his hands. He focuses all the lightning rays forward, aiming straight at the goods on the shelves, electrocuting them and the droplet-shaped creatures within. Once this area is secure, Mr. Joe will direct us to the next. B.O. Min, there's one in the white microwave above you. The monsters attack relentlessly, but can't penetrate the army's dense shield, giving the soldiers an opportunity to advance and strike repeatedly. Suzion watched the attack, impressed by how easily they were taking down the monsters, but her expression soon turned worried. Monsters began appearing from nowhere, and the soldiers found themselves surrounded. "What's happening? Sergeant, they're everywhere." The soldiers knew the situation was becoming increasingly tense, when suddenly these droplet-shaped creatures began to act strangely. They gradually transform, and one of them begins to swap hands like a human, causing someone to shout out. They're changing shape. Gradually, their entire bodies are transforming into complete humans, and they even know how to smile cruelly. Shin Jong-hun was the first to panic. Dion was also shocked by this phenomenon as they all transformed into human forms, shields and spears in hand, with their leader grinning fiendishly. Kake, Sin Rang Chun, is surprised by their human forms. The soldiers quickly shield the two sisters, and Suan suddenly realizes something. Then she shouts, calling out to Aunt Sun. Seeing the girl realize something, Shin Rang Chun turns to ask if it's Aunt Sun. An awakened warrior, the girl replies that, yes, she used to be the strongest in their group. Seeing the sisters' attitude, Shin Rang Chun realizes they've switched to combat mode since hiding is no longer an option. Looking at the aggressive figures before him, Shin Rang Chun realizes they must be mimicking their targets. These creatures can even talk. One in the form of Mao Sun says things are about to get interesting. These humanoids are ready to fight. Let's see what you've got. They grow more aggressive, snarling, as the water droplet Sun opens its mouth in a wide grin. On doesn't give these creatures any time to test their strength. He immediately charges forward. "What are you babbling about, kid?" He unleashed a powerful punch. He lands a punch on the creature, sending it reeling back in agony. Shin Rang Chun now speaks of one of the strongest awakened warrior-class survivors. Then he recalls his battles, how they leveled up by hunting Tichdich, and hundreds of other awakened. Having honed our combat skills in countless battles, we also possess mana-infused gear strong enough to stop bullets. And there are the support effects from my cooking, too. He apologizes, but even our youngest member could defeat you. Everyone eagerly gathered to grab supplies. I haven't had noodles in ages. There's so much rice here, too. We can start using this toilet paper now. The battle at the supermarket ended in victory, and everything inside now belongs to us. A squad leader orders his men to quickly load the supplies into the vehicle, prioritizing the food. Everyone obeyed, knowing this would solve their immediate needs, and In Dong-chun smiled warmly. Min's father rushed over from afar, calling out to Dong-chun, who replied, "Yes, what is it?" Che looked around anxiously as everyone turned to look, curious. In Che's hand is a jar containing a strange, dark blue liquid. Dong-chun asks if whatever's inside is still alive. My father replied that it was obvious they had captured some, and some were defeated in battle. He thought they might be useful for cooking, so he brought them back. Dong-chun eyed the creature in the jar with glee, saying, "Great, gather them all up, I'm sure they'll be useful." Cha-yi happily turned back. "Then I'll go find more." But his comrades weren't so happy. Dong-chun replied, "Thanks, brother. Now, no one hesitates to eat monsters anymore." Dong-chun notices the surviving siblings outside the building, telling them it's not a bad deal. "Thanks to you, we've acquired a lot of items. As promised, you'll let us join your unit, right?" Dong-chun agrees, but says it won't be easy as the younger brother clings to his sister, wondering if he'll be enlisted. Dong-chun looks down at the boy and says cheerfully, "Now you have to become a soldier and learn how to use weapons. Curious about weapons, are you?" The main character looks down at them, thinking, "I can't even protect children anymore in this world. You need strength to protect yourselves, kids. Who knows what might happen? She was only firm with Dongchun. I want to do something useful too. Can you do it? The boy was also full of determination to get stronger. The boy's sister reassured him not to worry, while the main character thought he at least needed to control his weight. Fortunately, we don't have a temporary guard in the officers' camp, and with the vehicles repaired, our mobility has improved. We have food and supplies, so we'll be fine for a while. Dongchun felt relieved and continued to instruct that they should start from tomorrow. The children are surprised that it's starting tomorrow, and Lee Sang-ah seems shocked and objects to the commander. But the protagonist is determined. It's time to increase the number of awakened. Everyone is still busy moving things. There's a commotion. This is similar to the PX. I can't believe we only have 9 hours to move. A soldier complains, can't we rest for a bit? Dongchun didn't push it, but warned that they should be especially vigilant at times like these, adding that while ex-Hayuk reported the situation had temporarily improved, there were still some issues. Dongchun declares that they should use this defense to increase their strength, and it's time to do what they've been putting off, awakening more people. Cha-E is surprised, awakeners, but all of our unit members are already awakened, aren't they? Lee shakes his head. I think it's the survivors' turn now. Hanin is surprised. You're going to awaken the survivors? Hayuk also spoke up. Sergeant, I think this is too risky. Dongchun was silent, contemplating that everyone would be worried, just as he thought. Cha-E interjects, explaining that Dongchun is right. The survivors need power to protect themselves. We've discovered some secrets to awakening, so it can be done. We just need to proceed safely. Hyoki agreed, saying there shouldn't be any major accidents. Dongchun then turned to Sang-ah, the Special Forces team leader, asking for her thoughts. Sang-a pauses, then replies, I worry about those who trust and follow me, but in this situation, we need to take risks to survive. Cha cheerfully promises Sang-yi that no dangerous situations will occur, and Sang-yi agrees. Yes, I trust you. However, shouldn't the decision lie with the survivors? A difficult question leaves Sang-a waiting for an answer, as everyone silently ponders. Dongchun agreed, saying, yes, that's right. Finally, Jia decides to see what they're thinking. Meanwhile, in the survivors' room, Dongchun is asking the old warden for his opinion. The old man says he understands what they're saying and knows their turn has come. But Dongchun assures him that soldiers will accompany them, so there's nothing to worry about. The old man agrees, admitting he's been waiting for this day. The others in the unit are surprised. Really? Dongchun seemed happier, as the old man said, I don't want to be useless forever. I really want to do something useful. A survivor speaks up. That's right, we have to contribute too. I'm in. I'm so bored doing nothing. Everyone's spirits are high and they're all determined. I'll awaken too. Dongchun was now happy and hopeful, realizing his worries were unfounded as a little boy grabbed his mother's sleeve. He whimpered for his mother, who lovingly reassured him that everything would be all right. Eventually, I'll have to enlist. The girls exchanged hopeful glances. The two sisters seemed more cheerful than before, as the younger brother asked if his sister was really okay. His sister reassured him. You saw how strong the soldiers at the supermarket were, right? This is a process we need to go through to become stronger. Sang-a reports to the protagonist that it seems most people have made their decisions, which surprises him as he expected some opposition. Sang-e agrees that everyone is on board. Without delay, Dongchun forms a team consisting of Seohee, Wookgang, and Yu. From now on, the hunt begins in earnest. Everyone follow orders. Dongchun is determined that our Steel Legion will become even stronger. The soldiers subdued the beasts, holding them tight for the survivors as the gunman trembled, staring at the monster's corpse. He closed his eyes, steeled himself, and fired. The gun aimed squarely at the monster's head as the awakening notification appeared before him, shocking him. All around, people began fighting the monsters, and the awakening panels appeared before their eyes. One by one, they were awakened, and everyone rejoiced. They say I'm an ice mage, I'm a con mage. Everyone cheered. I did it too! I can't believe I'm an awakened. The old man stared in astonishment at the system panel before him. He couldn't believe his eyes. A blacksmith? Sang-a happily ran to tell Dongchun. They say Uncle Buck awakened as a blacksmith. Dongchun was surprised and asked, Really? He's overjoyed. No wonder he used to sharpen my weapon. It's great to see so many people with different roles. Sang-a smiles, but hurried footsteps approach. It's Hanin, announcing they've found a survivor. Dongchun and Sang-a are both surprised. Survivors? In the forest, a massive collision sends rocks and trees flying, and screams echo as the impact intensifies. Damn it, everyone retreat and regroup at point 3. How are we supposed to escape? Everything behind us is blocked. The middle-aged man spoke. Then let's find another way out, or we're doomed. We'll buy you time by luring it away. The ground trembles as the massive creature's footfalls rush forward. It's a mutated giant elephant, and that's no way to deal with a monster. Standing on a rocky outcrop were Dongchun and Hanan spoke up. Besides, an awakened one at that level won't last long. Dongchun remained silent, assessing the situation. The survivors are quite numerous, and they seem experienced in dealing with monsters. Shouldn't we help them? But we don't even know who they are. Getting involved is too risky. The buzzcut soldier speaks up. So you're just going to let them die? The soldier next to him said their safety comes first, and getting involved would be too much trouble. Dongchun remained silent, thinking about saving them first and finding out more later. He turned back to the others, saying, I understand your concerns, but I can't just stand by and watch people die. The others voiced their worries as well. That's right. The main character thinks making quick decisions is best for the soldiers. The commander orders them to prepare for battle and move out, as Dongchun pats Han Nin's shoulder, telling him to take care of it. Below, the survivors struggled against the mutated elephant, but the soldiers quickly took it down. Dongchun inquires about the survivors' well-being, but they are wary, asking where the soldiers came from. It was then that someone pointed at them in astonishment. That giant monster! Immediately, someone behind them hissed, Quiet! Dongchun and his soldiers were confused by their reaction as someone pushed through the crowd, saying, I'll talk to them. It was the middle-aged man from before, cautiously approaching Dongchun. Dongchun figured he must be the group leader. But before Anne could greet him, the man interrupted, denying any connection to deserters. We have nothing for you, so get lost. Bon and Dongchun were stunned, wondering if they were deserters. What are you saying? Is that how deserters like you talk to someone who saved your life? The man speaks up, bowing his head as he says, Yes, I apologize for that, but the world has become too dangerous lately, please understand. Dongchun was at a loss for words, thinking it was best to say nothing at all, as the man began to scrutinize him, from the knife in his hand to the pocket on his uniform. The main character is confused and annoyed. Why are they scrutinizing us? Why are they so wary of ordinary soldiers? Finally, the man spoke again. We are grateful for you saving our lives, but we truly have nothing to give you. The main character was even more confused. We didn't ask for anything, so why are they acting like this? He hastily explained, We're not deserters, we're just... But the middle-aged man interrupted again. Please, just let us go this time. Dongchun was at his wit's end. They wouldn't listen to anything. Just then, footsteps approached from the distance. It was Kim Un-ok. He spoke clearly, and everything he said was true. Hello, I'm Lieutenant Kim Un-ok from the 423rd Defense Battalion, a unit under the 12th Corps of the Ground Operations Command. The middle-aged man finally relaxed his guard, happily noting that officers always ensure their soldiers are disciplined. Kim Un-ok spoke up. My position was originally company commander, but I'm currently the battalion commander. Everyone around them began to relax their guard. So, you're really regular soldiers? Thank goodness you're real soldiers and not deserters. Cha, who was observing from outside, was speechless, wondering what was going on. Dongchun closed his eyes, assessing the complete shift in attitude, while Lieutenant Kim continued to put on a show, assuring everyone there was nothing to worry about. Dongchun, now relieved, thought Kim had a good image. But then Kim winks at him, causing Dongchun to stumble back in surprise. Lieutenant Kim continues to discuss with the leader of the survivors. But why do you think I'm a deserter? We thought you'd ask us for protection. The man spoke up, saying there was a reason. We had tried to reach a military base we knew of, but what he remembers is a scene of devastation, overrun by monsters. The monsters had wiped out all the soldiers and taken over the barracks, so we gave up and turned back. But we discovered soldiers who had deserted their posts. Soldiers who, fundamentally, have weapons. Back in the present, Lieutenant Kim assesses the situation, realizing they've likely used it for nefarious purposes, finally easing Dongchun's initial resentment. So that's why they were wary of us. Others chime in, saying many have been robbed by deserters. If they were just taking supplies, it'd be one thing. But they're taking our people too. They're insane. The group's leader added that there were rumors of deserters in the area, and they only came here seeking refuge from the undead. When we saw the uniforms, we thought you were deserters. I apologize. Lieutenant Kim sympathizes. No worries, I understand. Dongchun approached again and said, We're looking for forces to fight alongside us. Wouldn't joining forces be better in times like these? The survivors watched intently as the skeptical man eyed Dongchun before finally speaking. We appreciate the offer, but we must decline. Joining forces with strangers is a bit much, especially since you're not deserters. The protagonist assesses their cautious nature as the middle-aged man continues his reasoning. Besides, we have a bad impression of soldiers because of deserters, please understand. So, what's the next move? The team observes and listens. The man hesitated, then said there was a rumor of a group in the area that had secured a large amount of supplies. Everyone wondered if the rumor was true. The man continued, I heard about a group of survivors with plenty of supplies and weapons, but their problem is they don't have enough people. Rumor has it they're looking for survivors to join them in exchange for sharing weapons and food. The unit members exchanged puzzled glances. Dongchun is genuinely surprised. They have so much food and weapons that they're giving them away. He questioned the rumor's reliability, as many things seemed suspicious. The survivor leader responded frankly, "Where can you find 100% reliable information now? Perhaps joining you would be a better choice, but we trust surviving civilians more than soldiers." The main characters sympathize. "I understand, thank you for the information." The others respond, "We are truly grateful that you saved our lives. If we meet again someday, we'll be sure to repay this debt. Goodbye, and take care." The man finally cracked a smile. "I hope you survive as well." The main characters watched them leave in silence. Cha sighs as the survivors finally leave. What a disappointment. Dongchun was curious and somewhat agreed, but they were quite a large group. "It won't be easy to win them over. I thought the image of soldiers would help, but it seems others have ruined that for us. We should consider this as well." Page Eli looks, "Yes, let's do that." "Armed deserters, huh? It seems someone from their camp is saying it'll be hard to operate in this area now. Looks like the rumors have spread." "Rumors?" The brown-haired guy who seems to be the leader here speaks up. "What else?" "Rumor has it there are deserters here," the bangs-haired guy retorted. "Should we really call ourselves deserters?" the spiky-haired man shouted. "Nothing's wrong, right?" the young-haired one complained. "The setup here is fine, but we overlooked the possibility of rumors spreading about us. It's hard to move around with all these monsters. How did the rumors spread so fast?" The man frowned. "This is really bad. Our last slave died, so I was planning to grab one of the next survivors we met." The other man reasoned, "That's why I said we shouldn't kill them." The brown-haired man complained, "How was I supposed to know it would turn out like this?" He sighed. "Hey, didn't you say people wouldn't come because of the rumors? Why don't we just stop doing this?" "What? What are you talking about?" The young fringe-haired man explained. "We can't go on living like this forever. Why don't we go to that desolate mountain and farm the land there? We wouldn't have any problems with food then." "Hey, you brown-haired rebel, are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? What if monsters attack while we're farming on the mountain?" The young bangs-haired guy hesitated. "We can handle most monsters with guns." The other man countered, asking, what if he took one down with a gun? But the sound attracted more. The other man was speechless, so the hair-gelled man continued. "Have you forgotten the monsters that attacked our unit? We only survived because we were lucky. If the monsters swarm us like before, we're done for. So you want to keep living like this, capturing people and using them as slaves?" The brown-haired man wonders what's wrong with the younger one. "How convenient, isn't it? If you don't like it, then leave it alone, you bastard." The younger leader bit his lip, unsure whether to stay or go. The spiky-haired man sees the thought in the other's eyes. He really is considering it. He doesn't care if he leaves and dies, but if he touches the guns and ammo, he won't let it slide. The man turned away, contemplating whether to kill him now, when the spiky-haired guy rushed in, breathlessly announcing that Jindo had a group passing nearby. The other guy is surprised, but the spiky-haired one just smiles wickedly. It seems they haven't heard the rumors yet. "Quick, grab the magazines. We're about to get some new slaves." The spiky-haired guy seemed excited. "All right, let's go," they urged each other. They secretly observed the group, actually the main characters approaching, and the leader whispered, "Wait, are they soldiers? They don't seem to be from the local unit. Are they deserters? If they're soldiers, shouldn't we just let them pass?" But then they noticed, "Huh? Those guys aren't carrying guns?" The brown-haired thug smirked. "You're right. Did they lose everything when they ran?" They slowly got up and started giving each other instructions. "Cover me from behind." The brown-haired guy wondered, "Are you going?" He smirks. "I was the youngest before we deserted, so I should go." Everyone else agreed. Suddenly, a man appears, ordering the group, "Hand over everything you've got." The main characters retreated defensively. "What's this?" Someone's up ahead. Dongchun notices a soldier, the brown-haired one with the gun. He smugly points his gun at the main characters and orders them not to move, if they want to live. Dongchun's group raises their hands before the gun, as Kang-in whispers that they must be deserters. Dongchun replies, "We've met them sooner than expected." The man then begins to threaten them. "Don't try anything stupid. I have men behind you as well." Dongchun whispers to Father E, "This won't be easy if we can beat soldiers with guns." Father E replies, "As long as we don't get hit in the face, we'll be fine." If they awakened as marksmen, it would be difficult, but it seems they haven't awakened yet. The brown-haired man ordered them to hand over everything they had. "You guys have supplies hidden somewhere else, don't you?" The main group remains silent. Cha whispers their plan. "If they haven't awakened, can't we just subdue them immediately?" Dongchun observes with a sharp gaze. Well, you all heard that, right? Everyone in the back revs up, smug smiles spreading across their faces. The spiky-haired man wondered why they were suddenly smiling. Then, with lightning speed, the main character's group unexpectedly charged toward him. Why is he waving his gun around like that? But before he could panic, his guns were being broken bare-handed. Smirking, he asks if they're scared now. But before the other man can panic, he stares blankly at the group behind the brown-haired guy who yells, "How is he so fast? I couldn't even aim." The young man with the bangs yelled that now wasn't the time to worry. A smug grin appeared as his scope locked on, catching him completely off guard. The protagonist's side moved in, disarming the deserters who begged for their lives. At this point, the deserters were rounded up and our hero's side began questioning them about the monsters and their hasty retreat. The man stammered in agreement as Dongchun spoke loudly, admitting he hadn't cared about the others, assuming they were dead. The man truthfully replies, yes. One of the main characters angrily threatens them, calling them trash who don't care about the lives of others. Dongchu frowned and sighed. At least he'd gathered some ammunition as well as a large amount of food and oil. Chai pointed at the group, demanding to know how much they had stolen. The young man with the bangs cried, saying it was a misunderstanding. Their unit was actually a munitions battalion, which is why they had so much. The anxious, fringed man interjected, "Hey, you guys!" But the main character's group had already taken note of his words. Both Cha-E and Kang-in were surprised. An ammunition battalion? The unit members discussed, so that's why they had so much ammunition? If we succeed, we can solve the ammunition problem in one fell swoop. Shu-hyuk will be thrilled. Dongchun agrees, acknowledging that while shooting wastes ammunition and creates noise, a sharpshooter's firepower can overcome those drawbacks. Dongchun scoffs, wondering what he's waiting for, but the spiky-haired man angrily refuses. "Who said I'd give you unit intel? I'm not leaving, so kill me or whatever." Dongchun sighed. Little Ban is supposed to be their leader. Suddenly, the spiky-haired man looked up with a horrified expression. "Wait, what's that? There's a monster over there, look." The main character suddenly turned to face the monster. Behind them looms the silhouette of a massive mutated bird. It unleashes a deafening shriek upon the soldiers, now looming over them. They were terrified, but they'd bring the whole horde down on them. Chai shouted to Dongchun, "It's too dangerous, let's go." Dongchun was worried, but what about them? What should they do? The spiky-haired man, his defiance gone, pleaded, "Please, just this once, take us with you. Save us." They all begged, admitting they were wrong, promising they wouldn't forget if we saved them. "We're all going to die here. Won't you help us? We're in the same boat." The spiky-haired man continued to beg. "We'll give you anything you want, please." The main character pondered for a moment, realizing that after doing those things, they were now begging for their lives. Deserters are supposed to be executed on sight, but I need information about the ammunition battalion. Then, Dongchun announced his orders to everyone. "Listen up, deserters who want to join will be assigned to a unit, so make your decision. Come with us or die." And with that, they carried each other, running through the danger zone. The protagonist system activates. The low-grade chef's jerky imbued with sincerity and light footsteps like wearing shoes. Slater's nimble foot trait is weakened. Spitzley-Verg boasts incredible speed and movement, with walking speed and altitude approaching the supernatural. However, because it's a weakened version, side effects are possible. Everyone is excited, saying their legs feel incredibly light. "I think I'm even faster than a car now. Even monsters will run in surprise." Dongchun happily observes everyone, marveling at its effectiveness as one person exclaims that the sergeant's food is amazing. The other man agreed that it was also a good way to relieve stress, but suddenly Dongchun's eyes hardened. He felt a strange sense of liberation and somehow excitement. Since it's come to this, let's run back and catch those deserters. The group acknowledges the order as the deserters behind them scream for mercy. 2 days later, at the main character's base, Sang-A asks Dongchun if he's feeling better. Dongchun is thankful, saying the side effects are finally subsiding, to which Sang-A remarks that she thought they'd all be bedridden for 2 days with muscle aches. Dongchun replies that he knew they should have avoided the monster and taken it slow. They got too excited. He asks how the deserters are doing, and Sang-A replies that their condition seems serious, as they haven't woken up yet. Dongchun smugly closed his eyes, saying to keep an eye on them. When they wake up, they'll taste hell. I'll retrain them completely with my special sauce, and they'll live as the unit's janitors. We need people for the menial work anyway, so it'll be fine. Sang-A excitedly announces, "Oh, did you hear?" The protagonist wonders what's going on, and Sang-A explains that Chuan and Su-Hyuk have awakened today. Dongchun is surprised, and Sang-A confirms that all the survivors have now awakened. Dongchun is secretly pleased, thinking it's great. The next day, Dongchun checks his system board, remarking on the quiet. The system displays Steel Corps Association, Deputy Commander requests Dongchun, Lim Minze, John Kong and Su Lang A Bazoon, 128 members. Dongchun notes they've grown to 128 members and there are no more survivors in their unit. Everyone has found their place within the Legion. Someone opens the door, announcing, "Commander, everyone has assembled." Dongchun happily turns to see me arrive, as the survivors stand neatly in formation, clad in their new uniforms. Dongchun praised their efforts, saying the uniforms suited them well, which excited everyone. Dongchun continued, stating that with awareness in various aspects, they would gain more strength from now on, so he had a proposal to make. Dongchun paused, then said, "Go on, tell me." Ex-High Ux chimed in happily. "Are you serious, Sergeant?" The team discusses protecting the ammunition. "Are you serious? There haven't been any problems so far, but that place seems dangerous with all those explosives." The main characters assess the situation, but there are many objections. Then Lieutenant Colonel Kim steps forward, mentioning a nearby ammunition supply point, also known as an ASP or ammunition platoon. The others are curious about the captain. Captain Kim continues, saying it has many names, but its role is simple. It's a place to store ammunition to supply nearby units. Dongchun contemplates this for a long time, finally looking like an officer. He still has value. Captain Kim continues, ASPS is actually a vast area. In terms of unit structure, it's at the same battalion level as us, but the area is much larger because ammunition has a high potential for explosion, and if something goes wrong, it could lead to a chain reaction. Even storing ammunition can't be too close together, so the buildings are large and spread out for safety. But wouldn't it still be dangerous if there were monsters inside? Dongchun was silent for a moment, then spoke. Ammunition isn't as important as our lives, but we are soldiers. Let's see how the other military units were wiped out. Reclaiming the military base is our duty, so I expect everyone's cooperation. Soon after, everyone began to take their positions. Quickly check your equipment and the supplies you'll need for battle. The team leader will verify and report, sir. Dongchun turns to Shu Si-yu to give orders. Shu Hai-uk, our sniper specialist, will join us this time. Shu Hai-uk, roger that. Later, in the medical bay, Chan-chun reports on the deserters. Their leader is still unable to move. Dongchun remarks, is that so? It's a shame. It would be better if they could guide us. Back at headquarters, the key players discuss their plan, and Captain Kim speaks up, saying that from here, they can see part of the ammunition battalion. Dongchun is skeptical. Captain Kim explains, yes, I often use this mountain path when going to the ammunition battalion. Dongchun considers that if it's true, this is extremely useful information, and being able to observe inside the unit beforehand will significantly reduce the risk. The improved transport vehicles have been mobilized, all according to plan. This is the range of the improved vehicles. The soldier reports they've finally completed the field kitchen vehicle he requested, and the main character remarks that it's impressive. With a stern and determined face, Dongchun is finally resolved as the dawn breaks over the mountains. The journey begins here, at the now-ruined munitions depot. Someone commented that it seemed too quiet, while Zhang Yi, with dried meat in his mouth, judged the deserters who claimed to have fought many monsters. Dongchun agrees. Yeah. I wonder if they're hiding in the buildings like zombies. Is it possible the monsters killed all the soldiers and left? This base is only valuable to us. From the monsters' perspective, they probably don't need it. Dongchun agreed. Yeah, that's true. But I'm still thinking about it. But why do the lizards keep attacking our base? They've attacked over 10 times today. My father nonchalantly said it was probably to eat us, but Dongchun had other ideas. Thinking about our fight with their leader, he didn't seem like the type to do something so foolish. He must know these constant, meaningless attacks are pointless. Yet it continues these near-suicidal attacks. Che reconsiders the situation. If it were me, I would have moved on to easier prey. Dongchun surmises that if my hypothesis is correct, I think they have some purpose in mind to restrain humanity's military power. Cha suddenly turned and asked about hindering humanity's military strength. Dongchun agreed, saying that if soldiers are wiped out but the military bases remain intact, the survivors can find and use weapons to rebuild their forces. Therefore, if their goal is to weaken humanity's military might, I doubt they'd allow military bases to be easily reclaimed. Chai swallowed the last bite of meat. He crossed his arms, agreeing that it made sense, but conceded it was just his guess. Hopefully there won't be any monsters here. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. An area has been declared safe, and the team advances with clear direction. We decided to split up and proceed as a team, checking each area as the soldiers searched with high alert. Someone shouted that it was safe, and the group rushed forward to continue their search. With the path cleared, the modified vehicles moved inside. The squad leader ordered the vehicles to halt. Before them lay the ammunition depot. Someone marvels at the size of the armory, noting that it seems to extend into the mountain. Are we being overly cautious? There aren't any monsters. I'm ordering everyone to be vigilant, We don't know what awaits us inside. Dongchun stood aside, ordering each squad leader, Sang Insu and Hyuk, "Follow me, we'll go in first." The two acknowledge the order, and Dongchun steps forward, eyes searching. He stared at the dent in the warehouse door, silently hoping his worries were unfounded. The three cautiously cleared the way into the warehouse, Dongchun covering his nose from the stench. As they stepped forward, their feet became entangled in thick spider webs, surprising Xu Xiuyue and Jiang He, and even catching Dongchun off guard. "What is this? Webs? I know this place has been out of commission for a while, but this is a bit much." Dongchun cleared the webs from his face, sensing something unnatural, while Hyuk ordered the others forward. Kang is stunned, looking up at the massive eggs everywhere. Damn it. Dongchun wondered if these were monster eggs, so that's why it was so quiet. The eggs begin to stir, some starting to crack, the fissures growing larger and larger. Sharp legs emerge from within, breaking the shells one by one as the newly hatched creatures surround our heroes. They wonder if they're hatching because of their intrusion. Dongchun orders the others to leave, as he needs to find their weakness, and he tells Lieutenant Kim to prepare for battle. They both turn and acknowledge the order. Dongchun activates the system, his chef's eye igniting as the spiderlings begin to move. Their information is displayed before Dongchun, a low-level cooking secret. "You've learned an incomplete method for preparing round a white spider." Dongchun is surprised. Incomplete? The spider's faces turn fierce, but the system notes the liquid form of this specimen is prized for its unique tenderness and favored by gourmets. However, unlike the adults, their meat is still liquid and very tender, so care must be taken when preparing them. Dongchun turns towards the door, still contemplating this incomplete form. "So, do we have a chance?" The spiderlings swarm out in pursuit, their faces ferocious, but Dongchun is one step ahead, deciding there's no need to target their weaknesses anymore. The spiders chase Dongchun outside as everyone braces for the swarm. Dongchun assesses that they're strong enough to handle it, even these flawed creatures without worrying about weaknesses, and yells to crush them all. The attack begins, and everyone unleashes their full power on the spiders. Guy charges forward, eyes full of determination, leaping to strike the spider below as the others unleash their abilities. Dongchun, armed with only a knife, slays the spiders, ever mindful of the situation. They've only had dried meat and combat rations until now, but the dishes enhanced with ingredients from the supermarket are proving effective. On another level entirely, he slashes through the spiders with relish, while deep within the armory lurks the form of a massive spider. It moved with swift steps, its cries growing more ferocious. It was a creature with intelligence. It was beginning to awaken. We have to get out of here immediately. These new invaders are far stronger than before. Fighting now, before I've fully recovered, would cost me too much. Our species' survival is the top priority, so hurry. The ferocious beast unleashed a surge of red energy, its eyes blazing with a menacing light, as if puppeteered to invade and occupy human military installations, allowing no one to claim them. The Spider Queen seemed to receive orders on the opposing system screen, and swarms of spiderlings began to move. They quickly crawl over the ammunition crates. Over here, everyone is checking the 5mm ammunition depot. There's too much ammunition, and there are casings over there too. Hurry, move them out. Everyone cheers with excitement. Dongchun speaks with Sang-A, saying he didn't realize they'd be this excited. "It seems they're more enthusiastic about this than my cooking." Sang-A turned to Dongchun and said, "Oh, Commander, didn't you know?" Dongchun is confused, but Sang-O reveals the archers were actually stressed about protecting the tower. Now that they don't have to worry, Xu Hyuk orders his men to clear out the remaining warehouses. Dongchun also felt happy and relieved. I guess I would too if I were short on supplies. It's been a while since we've seen Xu Hyuk smile, while Ongbak is being extremely cautious. He warned the girls behind him that there were many spiderwebs as they cried out, "Grandpa, there's something over there." Surprised, Mr. Buck quickly ran forward, slashing his blade at the web that trembled before him as the two girls clung to each other in fear. One slash, then another. Old Man Back was in utter shock. Before him was a fresh spider's nest, he exclaimed. Could it be the soldiers? As he investigated, each cocoon held the corpses of soldiers from this camp. It seems these are soldiers from the ammunition battalion, and they may have been alive until just weeks ago. Someone asks if he means they were still alive when they were brought here. Tran Trung wonders. I heard spiders don't eat their prey right away, but paralyze and preserve them. Dongchun wondered if that's why they were kept fresh. They're planning to provide fresh food for their offspring. Well, they won't survive, though. Dongchun assesses the situation, noting the heavy losses, his face grim as he surveys the fallen soldiers, a hint of empathy in his eyes. That's right, our unit was also attacked by the accumulated plague. A painful memory surfaces and he closes his eyes, lamenting the fate of those unfortunate souls. Kangin asks the sergeant what they should do, and Dongchun replies, "For now, let's gather the dog tags and retreat. Gather the bodies in one place. We'll give them a proper burial after we reclaim the base." Everyone acknowledged the order and began moving the bodies outside. One by one, they carried the bodies and ammunition outside, stacking the ammo this way, while Kang In checked all the escape routes. Meanwhile, Dongchun points out unhatched spider eggs, realizing the armory was likely used as a breeding ground. He speaks with Father E, realizing the monsters deemed this place safest. Father E counters, saying monsters will likely burst out upon opening the armory. Dongchun looked at everyone, all of them serious and ready to take orders, when a thought occurred to him. The other armories were likely monster nests as well. And just like that, they organized to reclaim each armory. This was going to be easy. We've fought these things before, so this is too easy. Mission complete. Everyone cheers with joy. We've won. We don't have to worry about anything. We've secured the ammunition battalion. Everyone celebrated, but as soon as that complacency crept in, a massive aftershock erupted above them. Caught off guard, their faces paled with tension as they struggled to stay standing against the powerful aftershock. Dongchun worriedly realizes the Spider Queen has revealed itself, unleashing a storm of debris. From the smoky ruins, a massive figure emerges, the Spider Queen hidden in the shadows. Its eyes gleam with a sharp light, and it unleashes a deafening roar. The monster, towering atop a munitions depot, continues its deafening roar, shockwaves rippling outwards with immense force. The protagonist's system announces that the final A-rank White Spider Queen has unleashed her fury. Her roar echoing outwards, shaking the very foundations of nearby structures. The Queen's fury engulfs the battlefield, and everyone clutches their ears in agony from her terrifying shriek. The White Spider A-Race's combat ability is amplified, and everyone panics as the armory trembles. It's the leader. The Allied forces' combat abilities were greatly reduced, and the main characters struggled to resist. Dongchun speaks up about this horror, likening it to an area buff that weakens enemies and strengthens allies. The Lizard Clan leader used this once before. Then small explosions erupted from within the ammo depots. From one armory to the next, holes are punched from within, and swarms of spiderlings pour out, their high-pitched screeches putting everyone on high alert as they approach from all directions. Every spider in every armory seems to have awakened. Panic sets in as they realize they're surrounded. Cha-Yi, pale with fear, looks to Dongchun for guidance. "Dongchun, what should we do? Facing them head-on is suicide." Dongchun glanced at his father with concern, knowing what had to be done. "That's right, we can't defeat this many, but we can't give up either. Before that fear spreads, we must gain the upper hand." Meaning, if we take out the Queen, the rest will be disorganized. Dongchun paused, then finally made a move. He turned to the others and ordered, "Everyone, get in the car." Everyone was surprised. "What, are we retreating?" Yes, this seems impossible, doesn't it? But Dongchun thought differently. In situations like these, taking down the leader is the best approach. "We'll kill the Spider Queen." Everyone was taken by surprise. "The Queen?" Dongchun nodded in confirmation. Immediately, the group mobilized, the enhanced vehicles moved out, and the commander shouted at the drivers to go full speed ahead. Luckily, the spiders were slower than their vehicles. "They're all worthy of being shredded by our enhanced blades. These combat vehicles are amazing." Before them lay an armory, and Zhang Jung declared, "I can see the Queen's nest." SEO Hewook asks if the entire mountain is an armory, and Lieutenant Kim responds, "That's where our unit used to get resupplied. This is the largest ammunition depot in the battalion." Dong wonders if that's the case, as a soldier instinctively turns to see the Queen spider moving on the mountain. It's hiding behind there. That soldier shouts that the Queen is escaping. He continued, "I thought it would charge straight at us." Dongchun assessed that they were smarter than they thought. It's trying to lure us to a place that benefits it, probably inside the armory. At this moment, all vehicles were gathered at the largest ammunition depot, and the commander ordered the team to open the large iron gate. The Spider Squad leader gives an order. "Yes, sir." The commander ordered the drivers to create a barricade with the vehicles in front of the iron gate, while Dongchun directed the teams to prevent other spiders from entering as they took down the Queen. Tran Trung acknowledges the order, understanding that everyone is now inside the armory. Dongchun reminds everyone to be vigilant, stay calm, and get into formation. The Queen is close, but she's surrounded by minions. The spiderlings are enraged and ready to attack, while Chei notes that the soldier spiders are tougher than expected. Dongchun quickly identifies the weakness, activating his Chef's Eye. Chef's Eye activated. Low-grade cooking insight, you now better understand how to prepare the Hizan white spider. While Akon's forelegs are rated as excellent forging material, they're impractical as food. The shell of its body, excluding the legs, can be easily removed with heat. Dongchun called out, "Did you find any weaknesses? Unlike the smaller spiders before, these are fully grown." "Everyone be careful. HUC worriedly asks, "Will this be okay?" Dongchun reassured them that they had to make it work if they wanted to survive. Dongchun orders everyone to focus as the Spider Queen begins to roar, mobilizing her forces. The soldier spider's legs send soldiers flying, struggling against the relentless spider horde. They're fanatically defending the Spider Queen. Dongchun fights fiercely, lodging his blade into a soldier spider. They can think too? I didn't think they'd eat stat-reducing food even if I threw it at them. Dongchun landed a blow, slicing off a leg of the spider soldier, knowing he had to end this quickly. But at this point, prolonging the battle is pointless. We have to find a way. Finally, some of the spider soldiers are taken down, giving a few soldiers a breather, but we've only managed to defeat 4. Hyuk reports to the sergeant, asking if he's all right. Dongchun asks how things are on the other side. HUC reports that we can't break through, and Kangin is struggling in the center. The situation is dire. Sergeant Lee Min-che isn't making any progress either. Thankfully, the Spider Queen hasn't moved, but it seems she may be injured. I see wounds on its body. It must have fought someone before us. The main character is injured, but still, this strong. Seo Hoi-wook is worried. Should we? Dongchun silently contemplates their options as a frantic Sang-ae rushes in. "Commander, we have a problem. They're coming through the gate." Dongchun urgently asks, "They're already in?" Sang-ae replies, "Yes, if we don't act now." Dongchun grew anxious. "Damn it, what do I do? Retreat? Should we run? But if even one combat vehicle is overturned, it'll be a disaster. Is there really no other way?" He was silent in contemplation, as Sang-ae and Hyuk waited for his final decision, with spiderwebs covering the rocket shells. Dongchun noticed something. Even the ammo crates were covered in cobwebs. An idea sparked in his mind. This was it. He turned and gave Sang-ae an order, summon the fire mages. Sang-ae was taken aback. Shu-hyuk, surprised, asks, "Why fire mages all of a sudden?" The protagonist explains that they'll change tactics. Targeting the Spider Queen is impossible, so they'll lure the monsters into the armory. His eyes narrowed. "Let the spiders into the armory." Hyuk anxiously asked, but the hero cut him off. "That's right. We're going to blow up the whole armory." Hyuk finally understands the plan and is filled with determination, as Dongchun gathers a group to discuss their strategy. They report that all 7 fire mages have gathered, Commander. Dongchun then discusses the plan with them. "Let me ask you something. Can we use magic to delay the explosion a bit?" Someone wondered if he meant to rewind the explosion's timing. It might work. Dongchun wasn't sure, but he decided to rewind time and cast magic on the missiles and artillery. "Rewind about 3 minutes and start when I signal. Everyone outside has another mission." They began to gather the survivors and load them onto the vehicles first, luring the spiders inside. Everyone quickly coordinated, opening the steel doors to lure them inside, while Hyuk and his team carried out the rest of the driver plan. Once everyone's on board, floor it and get as far away from the depot as possible. Dongchun's group is still holding the spiders back at the depot, and thankfully they haven't attacked us yet. It seems their priority is protecting the Queen, who watches our heroes with glowing eyes. Dongchun kept his eyes on it too. The Spider Queen probably didn't think they'd blow this place up. Just then, a soldier rushed in to report that the mages were ready. Hearing this, Dongchun, Cha-ae, and Kangin immediately sprang into action. "All right, let's light it up." The fire mages are activating their fire spells, focusing on the target with all their might and determination. Energy gathers within each magic circle, and flames begin to appear. With light flashing from each formation, Dongchun orders a full retreat, abandoning the depot in 3 minutes. Sanga and Hee-wook, faces full of determination, begin to move. Chaya yells as he runs out, "Retreat! That's an order!" Everyone rushes out the door and piles into the vehicles as the spiders swarm in. The entire army is aboard, but the mages and vanguard are still inside. Go help them! 2 minutes and 43 seconds remain. The protagonist and the vanguard stay behind to hold the line and clear a path. The battle group is tense. Just a little longer. They're almost at the vehicles. The Spider Queen stirs, her gaze intense as the countdown hits 2 minutes 28 seconds, and the reports flood in. All but the vanguard are accounted for, and the ready vehicles begin to move. The vehicles begin to move, and the commander orders them to go as far from the armory as possible. The vanguard finally emerges, urging everyone to close both doors to prevent the spiders from escaping. We can't be pushed back. The countdown is at 1 minute and 52 seconds. Dongchun swiftly escapes. Okay, everyone is safe. But before they could rest easy, a glint appeared in the closing doorway. The Spider Queen. Its forelegs lashed out, sending the soldiers flying. Everyone was stunned and helpless before the Spider Queen, who roared, gathering a purple light in its mouth. With 1 minute and 37 seconds left, its powerful forelegs strike like spears, carrying a terrifying wind pressure against the soldiers. The soldiers who managed to dodge were still terrified. It's too strong. If it breaks through the gate, we're done for. The shield squad protects the soldiers. The rest of you draw its attention. The shield squad struggles to block the monster's sharp claws, but they are all blown away. Someone urgently reports, "Sergeant, I've imbued the sword with fire magic as you instructed. Get it over here, quickly." Someone runs over, wondering if the blade is too hot to handle. Unafraid, Dong Trung grabs the blade without hesitation, holding it firmly with a determined gaze. After all, a chef is more than used to high temperatures. The countdown is at 1 minute and 12 seconds. He charged forward, ordering everyone to fall back immediately. "I'll put an end to this." Someone's surprised? But Dong Chun still orders them to hurry, saying that if the vault explodes, the entire area will be destroyed. The soldier retreated, acknowledging the order as the protagonist's blade shimmered with fiery power. The soldier retreated, signaling everyone behind him to fall back quickly, and ordered them to get ration pack number 4 ready. They had to run fast. Everyone else retreats, but Dong Chun charges forward to clear a path. The system advises that although the shell is hard, heat will soften it, making it easier to remove. The protagonist's eyes harden with resolve, and a sharp light appears. With 57 seconds left on the clock, the protagonist rushes forward, his fiery blade swirling towards the restrained beast, which roars as it's engulfed in flames, and Dong Chun resolutely brings his blade down. Flames erupt and only 45 seconds remain. With unimaginable force, the hero's blade plunges into the monster's skull, piercing its armor and driving deeper. Dong Chun furrowed his brow, plunging the blade as deep as it would go. "You can rest now." Flames erupted from the blade, incinerating the Spider Queen as he sliced it from head to abdomen. Everyone turns around in shock, but they manage to reach the vehicle in time. With 33 seconds left on the clock, Dong Chun furiously hacked at the monster. Without hesitation, he sprinted away from that spot, gritting his teeth as he raced back toward his teammates. He cursed under his breath as he ran, his footsteps growing more frantic. Only 11 seconds remained, his eyes burned with determination. Military life is truly dog-eat-dog. 7 seconds left, and the exit is right in front of him. Dong Chun bursts forward, his speed distorting the very air around him. The final 4 seconds tick away as the fire formation prepares to ignite. With only 1 second left, the flames finally engulfed the armory, and days later, everyone began to gather once more. The commanders began issuing orders to each group. "All right, gather all the unusable equipment separately. How's the vehicle repair coming along? We'll reorganize the duty roster. 1 person take orders. I'm going to inspect." The main character stood atop the camp's highest building, lost in thought. It was a relief. He couldn't believe everyone had recovered so quickly and that no one was hurt after that terrible explosion. Cha-yi, looking pleased, asks Dong Chun how he's feeling now that he's awake. "While you were unconscious, everyone worked hard to repair the damage. Dong Chun praised you for a job well done." Cha-yi responded, telling Dong Chun to avoid dangerous missions in the future, saying everyone was shocked when he collapsed. Dong Chun scratches his head, laughing. "Don't worry, I don't have the guts to do something that crazy again." Cha-yi leans against the wall, revealing, "Oh, by the way, word is we're using this ammunition regiment as our new base." Dong Chun asks, "Here," Cha-yi continued, "Yes, the officers' quarters are only temporary and far too exposed. With our numbers growing, we need more space than this. The explosion damaged many buildings, but we don't need to use those. Furthermore, the ammunition regiment has a spring near the entrance and also fields. We can secure a water supply and perhaps even start farming." The protagonist is curious, and I fully support that. Cha-yi is happy and says she'll let the others know. Dong Chun thinks, mentioning the base reminds him of the Bima Mama mobile fortress he received when he first awakened. He still doesn't know how to summon it. Cha-yi then spoke up. "Also, there's plenty of usable ammunition that we're sorting through." Dong Chun asks cautiously, and Cha-yi responds, "Yes, everyone is working very hard. Upon opening another ammunition depot, we found quite a few unhatched eggs. Is the main character curious about them?" Cha-yi responds, "Yes. I told them to keep them safe and not to break them unless necessary." Dong Jun laughs, just as I expected. "He's the best at preserving my ingredients, and I'll make something truly special with them." Che reluctantly declines the spider egg dish, but Dong Chun thinks differently, believing that as long as it tastes good, it's fine. "So, what about a spider frittata?" Chai pleads. "Please, no." With time to spare, Dong Chun reviews his system, which announces that he has defeated Keelan, the final queen of Akon. Achievement complete, part of the condition to achieve King Layer 1 or 3, reward, trait enhancement card X1. Dong Chun wonders, a trait enhancement card? The card reads, Trait Enhancement Card. Enhances one of your existing traits. The effects of the enhancement are unpredictable. You only get one chance, so choose wisely. Knife proficiency, low. Cooking proficiency, low. Ingredient identification, low. Fire affinity, low. Dongchun considered whether swordsmanship or cooking would be more useful in combat, rubbing his temples as he pondered aloud. Besides me, there are many others with excellent combat skills. I'll enhance my ingredient identification ability. The system asks if he wants to continue enhancing his low-level ingredient identification skill, and Dongchun confirms. Selection received. Pure energy is initiated. An invisible wind swirls around Dongchun as the system announces the enhancement is complete. Low-grade material identification is upgraded to enhanced low-grade material identification, automatically activating in his eyes. Surprised, did something actually change? I need something to test this on. Just then, Father E suddenly returns. You mentioned Dongchun, I almost forgot. Take a look at this notebook. The main character returns, and what's this about a notebook? Chai approached X-Hayuk and found it. It belongs to the depot. The system activates the low-grade material identification skill, triggering an invisible shockwave. While he was talking about the notebook, a wave scanned his father, and it seems to be a diary written by the commander of this ammunition depot. I think you should see this. The main character is still focused on the system screen. What surprises him so? It's unbelievable. Each entry details the 5th day of the 2nd month. A new recruit transferred to Sichmik with Corporal Lidi Lu, and soldiers of the guard company were dispatched, but the situation was resolved. The 5th day of the 17th month, an interview with Private Nam and the battalion commander in the morning. Everyone was fine, but they seemed embarrassed when asked the truth. Dongchun set aside Minha's notebook, which contained various files like military logs. The writing continued. July 4th. While walking the dog around the base, I was attacked by a strange creature. Its form resembled a vast white street, with blade-like forelegs the size of a mid-size car. External communication was severed, all communication systems were down, and most of the soldiers died on duty. He continued his assessment, noting the details of the day they were attacked by the monster, continuing to flip through each page of the journal. The list of casualties: Kim Han, Ino Dung, Seo Oke, Kim Dongchan, Han Unong, Dong Su, Ho Kim and Ha. Reviewing the list of the missing, Dongchun thoughtfully assessed the journal. The continued effort to maintain the defense line was meaningless. So, organize a counterattack. Die before surrendering. Live through death. Even if we die, we will not die. Cowardly before the monsters, damn it. Dongchun closed the notebook with a frustrated expression. The file lay silently on the table. Then he went to Mr. Back, the blacksmith. Master Blacksmith explained that the metal's very essence had changed. In other words, though it may look like the original, it's now a different blade entirely. Dongchun sighed with regret, lamenting that he was used to it and found it very useful. Master Bayek places the knife on the table, promising to make Dongchun a new one. Dongchun is excited again, asking if it's true, and his grandfather says it won't be too hard since he's already awakened. He glances over, suggesting a trade for a few favors, leaving Dongchun surprised. Beck clarifies that he means Hezin and Hunin, and that temperature control is essential for forging weapons. He needs their help, and Dongchun agrees. No problem, I'll let Minha-e know, and he needs a larger workspace, preferably a workshop. He thinks they should renovate one of the armories here. Would that be all right? Dongchun smiles, thinking of how much the equipment squad leader from A has helped them. Now that Mr. Beek is involved, go right ahead with your plans. Dongchun asked if he had any other requests, and Mr. Back slowly revealed one last thing, piquing Dongchun's curiosity. Mr. Baek waves it off, saying he'll tell him later, while outside, the others are renovating the armory, shouting for a bigger hole to be dug. Could this be used as a furnace? Wait a minute. Dongchun has it all figured out. As per Mr. Buck's request, we've renovated an empty ammunition depot. While Boss Bayek was busy teaching Hin how to control fire, and Dongchun had other matters to attend to, I looked at some models to replace my sashimi knife. The length of daggers varies quite a bit. He picks up a kitchen knife, but it's a bit too long. Finally, he found one he liked, a knife for preparing tuna about this long. It should be good for cooking, too. So, the final request North had been harboring. North pointed behind Dongchun, asking if he could use it. It's the front leg of the Spider Queen. Dongchun wonders if it isn't the Spider Queen's blade. Why is it here? Apparently, the explosion incinerated the spiders, but the blade remained intact. The legs of the lesser spiders were melted down to make weapons. But Dongchun thought the commander's permission was needed, so how could he use it? He chuckled, thinking they could make an amazing knife with that material. He immediately agrees, telling him to go ahead and use it. Mr. Beck laughs, asking if he's serious. He knew I'd agree, and he'll use it to perfect my blade. The blade is complete. The Peerless Poison Fang, a masterpiece forged with all the skill of a low-rank smith, yet of the highest quality. The sasami knife, crafted from the renowned foreleg of a white spider, Akon, is imbued with the resentment of the leader, enhancing its ability to deliver decisive blows in battle. Dongchun's left hand now wields the chef's omnipotent black sword, a gift from Mr. Baek himself. The chef's knife is the most versatile. Dongchun fluidly brandishes the two knives in his hands, a semi-knife in his right hand and a deba knife in his left. He stops, smiling with satisfaction. Dongchun was impressed by Baek's skill, and Baek asked if he was satisfied with the knives. Dongchun replied, "Yes, thank you so much, they're great." Old Baek reminded him that the Spider Queen only used its two front legs as weapons, so he could make two knives. Dongchun is surprised, one knife per leg? Mr. Baek continues, explaining that due to the system's influence, one material can only create one item. If you find anything useful, bring it to me. I'll make something for Dongchun, begrudgingly. 2 knives are more than enough. I'll go check on the other team members. Outside, everyone has finished their preparations, and the vehicle commanders report that everything is in order. Dongchun confirms everything is in order, and his subordinate asks if we're experiencing any difficulties. The new deserters are proving useful. Is Dongchun really that surprised? Those lazy bastards. The northern military camp is yelling at the deserters. I told you to handle this carefully. Are you doing this on purpose? Do I have to repeat myself? The guy groveled and apologized. Baiyun Zhuang is slow as a snail, yet we're the ones getting yelled at. Let's regroup and move out. The subordinate acknowledges the order. Outside, the others laughed at the young punks, while Yang Zheng said, "At least we have some subordinates now. Things will be much easier thanks to them." Suddenly, Book Gun Trang sniffled. That's right, we really did have a hard time. From the outside, Dongchun remarks that the deserters have found the right boss. Hardship is the path to growth. Kang In then asked, "But are you planning to awaken them?" Dongchun was indifferent, unsure of the answer. If they had power, they might desert again. Kang In then said, the northern military district is constantly scolding the deserters, making them hate it. Outside, the main character decides to keep an eye on them, then asks Kang In to check out the new cafeteria. Cut to a desolate street where a group of people are gathered, plotting. I'm glad you're all alive. Those gathered here aren't the type to die easily. In a dark, dilapidated house, a group of shady figures scheme. One of them speaks up, saying it's time to exchange information. The group begins to discuss, there's a group operating near the town hall, right? Oh, you mean the group with the 2 awakened? Yeah. I heard they're moving to join a large organization in the north. Are you talking about the large-scale survival organization in the rumors? The hooded figure replies, how many times has it been now? It seems more and more people are starting to leave. The first young man said, our food is running out. We'll have to make a decision soon. Everyone falls silent at this revelation, and a girl raises her hand, saying it's her turn. According to intel we just confirmed, there's a sizable military unit still out there. The group is shocked, is that true? A military unit is still alive, and nearby? The messy-haired man crosses his arms, skeptical. Hey, Shui, I've always wondered, how do you know such high-level intel? The girl asks what he means. He continued, saying that most military bases were overrun by monsters and nearly impossible to access, making it impossible to gather any information. Who knows? Maybe those deserters we heard were operating around here are just impersonating the military. The others chimed in, agreeing that it all seemed rather suspicious. Where do you get your information? X replies calmly. I understand your concerns, but I can't reveal my sources. Have I ever given you false information before? The others hesitated, silent for a moment, then said, well, no. Thanks to her, we survived last time. Yeah, without Zua's intel, we'd all have starved to death long ago. Sua continues, don't interfere with other people's work or abilities. That's been the group's rule since we started sharing information. Therefore, I cannot reveal my source. Everything I bring is true, and I have no reason to spread false information. The others pondered, then agreed that if Sua intended to do so, she would have done it long ago. Mr. Gi, you're only speculating about Sua this time. Mr. D. Sua quickly apologized. I apologize for that. Sua is always reasonable, so I accept your apology. Then she spoke up. I propose we try contacting that military unit. Everyone was surprised. What? Isn't that too risky? Is this decision a little hasty? Even if they are a military unit, we don't know if we can trust them. Pouty Lips agreed, adding that even if they were better off, they might not accept them. Sua spoke up. I understand your concerns. Then my group will go and meet them first. Can we at least contact them and confirm this? Said Duck Lips. That makes sense. But wouldn't that be very dangerous for Sua's group? The hooded man said. Sua admits the danger, but believes the risk is worth taking, leaving the 3 hooded figures in contemplation. But Deongshu is plotting to trade with a military unit, which is absolutely out of the question. He casts a sinister glance at Sua. I think it's time to end this exchange of information. It's now been 10 days since the ammunition battalion recapture operation. Dongchun reasons that the base, now their new stronghold, has been renovated to be more habitable, and the weapons made by Mr. Buck and the workshop engineers have been distributed to all the awakened. Everyone is overjoyed to receive their weapons. It's also very convenient when using magic. Right now, everyone is discussing tactics, and one person speaks up saying, "Isn't venturing into the city still very dangerous?" Dongchun agreed, admitting it would be a lie to say it wasn't dangerous, but the system required them to carry out an occupation. Joey agreed, saying expanding their territory was essential. Soo-hyuk suggests reconnaissance first, since they lack information. Kangin agrees, saying, "I agree with Soo-hyuk." Dongchun and Sang-a were pleased with everyone's input. All right, let's prepare for the reconnaissance. And so the expedition began. In a desolate street, a voice asked if everyone had finished their rations. Report immediately if you hear anything confirmed by someone. Yes. It's Sang-a leading the reconnaissance team, complaining that no matter how much they search, all that's left are corpses. Dongchun confirms, unsurprisingly. While we were at the base, a fierce battle must have taken place above ground. Share your thoughts, Dongchun. What do we do now? Do you think it'll be hard to find any survivors? I haven't heard anything. Dongchun is worried too. Yeah, I think there have to be survivors here. And if we're going to take this place, we need to increase our numbers, so recruiting survivors is key. If that's delayed, we could be at a disadvantage in future operations. Let's head back. No sooner were the words spoken than everyone sensed movement. Dongchun keenly recognized the sound of clashing metal. The commotion ahead isn't monsters, but people fighting each other. One group desperately trying to escape another. Damn it, can't we escape them? Don't give up, just a little further. The group ahead suddenly stopped. Deong-shu cried out, and the strange bearded man in the hat said something about soldiers suddenly appearing. What should we do? Should we go around? The stragglers finally catch up, one sneering, "Running away now, are we?" Indeed, you should have done that sooner. He suddenly notices the situation ahead, wondering who they are. The main characters stood firm, blocking their path and outnumbering them. Damn, deserters must have fled to this area. The others halt, looking uneasy, while the information team is breathless. Dongchun's group is blocking their path. Dongchun wondered what in the world was happening. He could hear the whispers of those behind him. Damn it, we almost had them. What rotten luck. Can we even take on these deserters? Are you crazy? How can we beat armed soldiers? But we can't let those we almost caught get away. The squinty-eyed guy behind him says they probably don't want to fight us anyway. Just you wait, and with that, he quickly stepped forward. He loudly greeted the officers, saying they must be working hard. They stole from our group and ran away. They're criminals who wronged us. So we'd like to handle this ourselves. Would you mind stepping aside? Dongchun doubts there was a theft. He turned to Cha-A and asked, "What do you think?" Cha-A responded, Looking at them, it seems those guys are the bullies. I'm not so sure. Maybe we should just let them go. The sideburn thug lied. We're just a normal group, and they suddenly attacked us. The pursuers shouted, "Who would believe thieves? Tell us where the supplies are now." Dongchun sensed inconsistencies in their stories and began to use his abilities. Let's see. Enhanced detection activated. The system begins its scan. The squint-eyed thug continues to point menacingly at Dongchun's group, saying if they ignore this, they'll hand over all the stolen goods. The system reveals the squint's stats: a level 7 novice assassin with strength 14, dexterity 16, magic 5, luck 3, and skills including low-level dagger proficiency, stealth movement, acting, bone stabbing, and trace removal. The squint continues. How about we resolve this peacefully? Dongchun's mood was complicated. He was glad he'd upgraded his perception stat, his eyes now sharp enough that nothing could escape them. He turned to his group and ordered them to arm themselves, and they acknowledged his command. The squint-eyed man worried, "Wait, why are you doing this? We didn't come here to cause trouble. You want to compensate us? Then let's talk. If there's a shootout here, every monster for miles will come running." Dongchun suggests a peaceful retreat while they still can, warning that resistance will only lead to injury. The squinty-eyed thug curses, realizing these guys aren't listening to reason. He eyed the messengers, calculating that facing so many soldiers was too risky. They'd be captured. For sure. Schwa was wary and thoughtful as well. The squint-eyed guy orders his men to retreat, and the others panic. The man continued, "Yeah, unless a big boss is here, we have no choice but to retreat." Dongchun was surprised. What, they're running? At least they're not completely stupid. Now, he orders his men to capture them. A loud bang echoes as the soldiers charge forward, the pursuers now scrambling as they're quickly overtaken. That squinty-eyed bastard. We can't win against armed soldiers. Run as fast as you can. They went from being the hunters to the hunted, and now they're fleeing. They left Dongchun's sight, a mocking waste of effort as things began to settle down. Everyone regroups, but why is there a monster in the building they ran into? The soldiers who chased after them said we should turn back. Dongchun replied, "Good, we could use extra guards while we interrogate these people." Hai's father arrives to report the situation to Dongchun. "I've gathered all the survivors in the building. Do you want to meet the captain privately?" Dongchun replied, "Another arrangement on the second floor, I presume." "I need to check some messages first. Father Ray confirmed that I'll prepare immediately." Dongchun is surprised, huh? There's a message from Taechun. Shin Dongchun replies, "What's going on all of a sudden?" Baektoon says, "I received a prophecy." Dongchun replies, "You received a prophecy?" Baetoon replied, "I'm not sure who you met, but they know about us and in great detail. Is Shin Dongchun suspicious?" Baetoon was right. "I don't know the details, but I'm certain." Dongchun was left speechless. As he reflects on their conversation, he thinks this will be interesting. He heads up to the room where the survivor team leader lives. Sua is sitting there. He approached, still thinking about how they said she was blind. Perhaps it was true. Tekken warned him, so he should approach slowly. Dongchun stopped in front of her and asked what happened, to which Sua replied that it wasn't anything too complicated. "They suddenly attacked while we were working. The theft was a lie. We never saw them before." Dongchun crossed his arms and said, I suspected as much." Sua asks what he means, as Dongchun wonders how she knew they were lying and what power she has that he can't detect. Sua speaks up, "Anyway, thank you for saving us, otherwise—" Dongchun interrupts, unsurprised by her direct gratitude. Is she surprised? Isn't it natural to thank someone who helped you? Dongchun explains, "People of this era don't have a good impression of soldiers. Some deserters have done bad things." Sua understands. "So, you're not like those guys?" Dongchun replies that at least he isn't now. Sua is relieved, so there's no problem. Dongchun ponders, unable to read her thoughts without seeing her eyes. He knows he must investigate immediately. An invisible light flashes, activating the improved material identification. Spirit-type magician. Power level 14. Trait, spirit person. Dongchun was surprised, his face unreadable, shock evident in his eyes. Would you like something to drink? We have tea and instant coffee in the car. The coffee is already poured." The main character thinks that no matter how much he offers, she will definitely refuse what he gives. Perhaps out of politeness. But as Taechun warned, perhaps she senses our awakening. Maybe even knows I'm the cook. That spirit person's traits are concerning. It means she can see, despite being blind. Dongchun said, "She seems wary of my cooking." Zua awkwardly hums in agreement. "Well, this world is dangerous, so it's good to be wary of potential poisons. But I don't think that's the reason." "Are you rejecting me because I'm an awakened chef?" Shua asks, squinting. "What's going on? Does he know that I know the unit's identity?" Dongchun took her silence as confirmation, and Zua remained quiet. Dongchun walks to the window and says, "Hung, I don't know what you know or saw in my unit, but I have a prediction." Is Sue surprised? "What prediction are you talking about?" Dongchun turns back. "Is it because of your eyes?" Sua is so shocked she drops her cane, her eyes widen, and the cane clatters to the floor. Dongchun calmly says, "Oh dear, did I startle you? I didn't mean to. I was just curious because it seems like you know everything, but also nothing at all." He smiled and turned to face her as Sua picked up her cane, regaining her composure. Dongchun figures it's time to reveal everything and find out if they're enemies. He waits silently for a response. Sua finally speaks, realizing he knows everything. Dongchun confirms her suspicions more or less, though he doesn't know the details. Sua said, "I didn't approach you with malicious intent." Dongchun chuckled. "So you don't deny approaching us? Then explain why you approached us." She then stood up from her chair. "Very well. You see, I'm already using my powers since you knew I'd introduce this first anyway." Dongchun was amazed as Suad's power formed a bright green orb, like streams of water swirling into a small mass. Sua introduced it as a water spirit named the Joplet. The Dongchun system identifies the water spirit as a low-grade ingredient of excellent freshness, triggering a low-level cooking secret and a hunch on how to handle it. Dongchun stared blankly at the water spirit before him. Sua's comment was strange indeed. "Bangun seems scared of me. What did I even do?" Dongchun wondered. Sua touched the water spirit, explaining that the problem seemed to be the way he was looking at her, like she was prey, which frightened her. Dongchun wondered if she realized she was being watched and having her ingredients identified. For a spirit, she seemed extremely sensitive to mana and the like. "So she was observing us with that spirit," he says, as Sua confirms. "Yes, it's like a contract payment. I can see through the Ungang." She released the water spirit and spoke. Like this. The water spirit flew out the window, soaring into the sky and surveying the area. Sho remarks in surprise that there are almost no monsters or zombies here. I can see snipers stationed in many places. I can also make out the vehicle routes. Dongchun watches in amazement. This is practically a drone, isn't it? According to her, while the water spirit's vision is limited in distance, it can see further where there's water. She happened upon our unit, observing us through a stream flowing within. But when my cooking threw the unit into disarray, she decided engagement would be difficult. Instead, she aimed to approach us with the goal of making a deal. Dongchun then continued talking to Sua. I see. And then, unfortunately, everyone was attacked by the raiders, right? Sua admits they were suddenly attacked by raiders, but she's unsure if it was just bad luck. Dongchun is surprised, so Sua elaborates. I think we were betrayed. There was a group of us sharing information, and we shared what we learned through the Unbang. The only ones who could have revealed our group's location and destination were those groups. Dongjun muses that there seemed to be more survivors than he expected, as Sua continues. What's more, some of our group members were even captured by those guys. They capture people and use them as slaves. Dongchun is shocked. Slaves? Sua casually replies, yes, they really are terrible people. Dongchun continues to ponder, then asks if she mentioned a large armed raiding party. How large scale are we talking? We need to expand our territory, so we can't ignore this. Don't you want to bring your team members back? Don't you want revenge on the traitors? Sua was surprised for a moment, then replied, what are you after? That's true, but it's probably impossible. They're quite a force, so we can't. The protagonist makes a condition. If that's the case, we can help you. But there's a condition. Sua silently wondered, and Dongjun immediately suggested joining if they could rescue their captured comrades. The next day, a force was prepared and the vehicles were ready. Dongchun briefed Sua on the situation. These are the survivors we found on this expedition. Sua is surprised. Should we consider them rookies? Dongchun replied, not yet. Let's show them a good place to rest first. Sua added, the distance I can see with spirit vision also changes depending on the condition of my eyes. I've been using my spirit sight too much lately, so the distance I can see has really decreased. Dongchun thinks, I should find a way to improve X's eyesight. At that moment, Dongchun recounted the story to the leaders. Are you surprised, father? You're saying we need to make something that's good for the eyes? Dongchun replied, yes, we need to feed X a lot of food that's good for the eyes so we can find those raiding bastards. Cha then asked if we had captured any monsters specializing in eyesight among those we had hunted so far. No matter how strong the cooking ability, the ingredients must still have a significant effect, right? Dongchun replied, that's right. There's no point in feeding her well if the ingredients aren't good for her eyes. Just then, Kang-in reported that the scouting soldiers had brought back some strange ingredients. Dongchun excitedly brought them all out, and Kang-in agreed. Ah, yes, usually the main character expects. I hope there's something useful. Soon after, the carcasses of the beasts are brought in. First, the carcass of a mutated elephant with the ability to detect crisis and see for miles. Next came shrimp with nocturnal activity and dark vision. And finally, red meat with red frenzy and infrared detection. Dongchun began processing them, but unfortunately, none of the ingredients seemed to help with eyesight, so they'd have to make do with what might be useful. Dongchun wields his knife, slicing the meat with precision, thinking, if quality doesn't work, we can increase the quantity, right? In the dining hall, she's currently devouring her meal, thinking how delicious it is, like something from a high-end restaurant. The eggs are incredibly rich, and the broth is so delicious. Dongchun seems pleased, even in his thoughts. She was reluctant at first, but now she's eating with gusto, and the system light flickers once more. A themed meal has been completed. A common trait has been found in the ingredients used in the dish. You have completed a themed meal. You have acquired the title of themed chef. Dongchun was surprised. Oh, what's this? Suddenly, Shu-A trembled and dropped her chopsticks. Oh, why am I suddenly like this? My eyes are so itchy. Dongchun reassures her with concern. Don't worry. It's just the dish-taking effect. The system announces that the taster's eyesight has been significantly restored, granting a large bonus to all vision-related abilities. Sua cries out in pain. My eyes! Dongchun is surprised by her unexpectedly quick reaction. He kept watching her as she slowly regained her sight, tears streaming down her face. She blinked, vaguely making out Dongchun's figure, who immediately asked if she was in much pain. Sua, having regained her sight, still in disbelief, says she can see everything clearly. Dongchun smiles radiantly, asking if it's true. Sua replied, yes, I can see perfectly. Did you do this? Sua is astonished to have her sight restored, and Dongchun is overjoyed and amazed by his own power. To restore sight to the blind, both are stunned by the excitement and wonder of it all. Meanwhile, at the raider camp in Gangon province, word arrives that Combat Unit 3 has returned, much to the leader's annoyance. Then why are you making such a fuss? To the officers' camp? Are you talking about Squad 3, the ones who just joined recently? Are you talking about that Deongshu guy who betrayed his pact to join us? The newcomer confirms it's true. They went to capture the group and the blind woman with strange abilities. The leader wondered if they caught them. The messenger urgently reports, forget the capture, they couldn't even steal supplies. Apparently they're with some deserters. The leader is shocked. Deserters?